The Nibelungenlied. By Anonymous. Editor's Preface. The following addition to the existing translations of the Nibelungenlied originated in the desire to place before English readers a rendering which should be at once literal and metrical. Of 5 which have appeared during the past 50 years, not one quite accomplishes this object. 3 only are in verse. The first, by Jonathan Birch, which appeared in 1848, was rendered in iambics of 7 feet, from the short and to some extent hypothetical text of Lachmann. The second, by W.N. Letzam, is a spirited performance, but it takes many liberties with the language and fails to preserve the antique flavor of the work. The third, by Mr. A.G. Foster Barham, which appeared only 10 years ago, is much more satisfactory in this respect, and errs chiefly in retaining too great a roughness of rhythm, which makes it displeasing to the modern ear. Of the 2 prose translations, the first, entitled Echoes from Mistland, Chicago, 1877, by Mr. Aubert Forestier, is rather a paraphrase than a literal rendering, though it adheres closely to the matter of the original. And the second, by Miss Armour, which has only lately appeared, seems in all respects a praiseworthy production, lacking only a metrical form to make it a fair equivalent of the great German epic. The additional difficulties involved in any verse translation are so great, that a translator may well be excused from facing them. Assuming the indispensable qualification of sympathy needful in the translation of any work of art from one medium to another, the differences in word formation, in inflection, and in grammatical construction between any 2 languages interpose mechanical obstacles which are inconsistent with the preservation of metrical similarity. A more or less close approximation is all that can be looked for. Still more are the difficulties increased when the task involves the presentation to a modern reader of a work which belongs to a distant and nebulous past, deals with a primitive and imperfect phase of human culture, and teems with motives which, if not eradicated from human nature, are no longer regarded as legitimate and are often repugnant to modern ideas. In these circumstances it might be thought that a prose rendering would have the best or only chance of doing justice to the original. But, on the other hand, it may be urged that a prose translation of a rhymed poem can never be an adequate equivalent, especially in a work like the Nibelungenlied, where it must be obvious to any student that its construction in rhyme and strophe have played an important part in determining its style and character. Rhyme and rhythm are essential features of it, and the modern reader, as distinguished from the student, requires, no less than the medieval listener, the stimulus which they supply. To give for 9,000 lines of verse a corresponding quantity of prose seems, apart from considerations of verbal accuracy, to fail in doing due justice to the poem. So at least the translator and editor, who are jointly responsible, have thought, though, at the same time, they have been fully alive to the necessity of a close adherence to the text. They are of the opinion of Dryden, as expressed in the preface to his version of Ovid's epistles, that it is the business of a translator, as it is of a portrait painter, to make his work resemble the original. On this principle they have striven not to yield to the tempting idea, too often a delusion, that by sacrificing the letter they may preserve the spirit. On the contrary, they have thought that, in such a case as this, the letter and spirit are in a large measure inseparable. With, therefore, no small expenditure of trouble, they have tried, with what success the reader must judge, to reproduce in suitable English the matter, manner, and meter of the original. With regard to the language, no futile attempt has been made by archaicisms to give the translation the appearance of an antique. The object has been to put English readers, as far as possible, in the same position as the German who reads the work in one of the several modern German versions. At the same time it is obvious that much of what forms the English of today is not a suitable vehicle for the primitive ideas and manners illustrated in the poem. The translators have therefore tried to avoid words of merely modern use, and to adhere to English which is familiar to everyone in the Bible, or in the older ballad literature, and is, at the same time, not out of harmony with a work which places the reader in an atmosphere far removed from that of the Victorian era. Some latitude must also be allowed in respect to the meter. The rhythmical system of the original depends on accent rather than on time or measure. Opinions may differ as to the amount of accent to be given to lines like the following, which is a nearly normal stanza. Nu waren auch die Gest ze Rossen alle kommen. Will manik Rikiu Jost durch Solda Wort Genemen. Das Welt begon Stauben Sam ob all das Land. Mit Log wherein Brunnen, de Worden held wohl bekannt. Stanza 596. To the ordinary ear they resemble iambics with a central caesura, a measure familiar in ballad verse, and much used by Macaulay in his well-known lays. This form accordingly has been adopted as the metrical equivalent. Though, for the sake of euphony, the extra accent which characterizes the second half of every fourth line has been omitted in the translation. How far this method of rendering the original is justifiable the reader may determine by turning to the specimens given by Carlyle, and comparing it with his rougher versions. It has been thought well to prefix to the volume this essay of Carlyle's, because, though it was written more than 60 years ago, when the subject had attracted but little attention, it gives in a sympathetic manner, yet in a style full of characteristic humor, an account of the relations between this poem and other German medieval rhymes, founded on kindred subjects. So far as concerns the authorship of the poem, as it now exists, nothing has been discovered since Carlyle wrote. It must, however, be obvious to any careful reader that the poem is not in its original form. The references to people and events, not accounted for in it, prove that it is based on earlier legends. The strange juxtaposition of ethical motives, the contrast of ideals, as shown in the characters of Hagen and Rudiger. The mingling of historical personages of different dates, show that in its earliest form as a whole it must have been full of anachronisms, due to the fusion of different elements. These have to some extent been elucidated by the increased knowledge of Scandinavian literature. The Eddas and Sagas exhibit, in a different form, the ancient legends on which the various parts of the poem are based. In the Valsengasaga we have a key to the earlier history of Siegfried and Brunhild, to which, in the Nibelungenlied, only obscure reference is made. In the Thedrexaga we have the Scandinavian form of the widely spread legend of Theodoric, differing little from the version found in the German epic. But inasmuch as the former, no less than the latter, is generally admitted to be of Teutonic origin, however much infused with Scandinavian mythology, we have not come much nearer to the ultimate sources of the mythical, as distinguished from the historical, elements of the story. Lachmann, one of the earliest editors of the Nibelungenlied, went so far as to analyze it into 20 different legends, rejecting on various grounds more than one-third of what is here given. Between that phase and the last, it is evident that there are several stages in which the poem existed as a whole. It is known that, at the request of Bishop Pilgrim of Passau in the 10th century, the story was translated into Latin prose by Conrad, called the Scribe. And to him is attributed the inclusion of the name of the said bishop as that of an actor in events which, so far as they are historical, belong to the 5th century. After Conrad's time there may have been several augmented German editions before the 12th century, to which our version belongs. There are more than 20 extant MSS. Of which, however, only 3 are regarded as having any independent authenticity. They are designated as A, B, and C. Of which the first, used by Lachmann, is the shortest, but betrays fewest signs of deviation from an older and good version. C, on the contrary, is said to be considerably altered, from an earlier popular form, to suit the more courtly taste of a later period of culture. The remaining, B, a fine MS. Preserved in the monastery of St. Gall, is intermediate in length, and, retaining as it does many stanzas of evident antiquity, has become what may be called the Textus Receptus. As edited by Bartsch it is the basis of the present translation. A facsimile of one of the pages from Dr. Otto Henny M. Rhwan's Kulturgeschichte is given as a frontispiece to the translation. Those who wish to study more closely the interesting questions surrounding the history of the poem are referred to the works of Rasmussen and Simrock, to Magnuson and Morris's translations of the Icelandic sagas, and to a recent work by Professor Kerr on Epic and Romance. A popular and well-written account of the relations between the Teutonic and Scandinavian versions of the legend will be found in an interesting little book, entitled Legends of the Wagner Drama. By Miss J. L. Weston. December, 1897. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The Nibelungenlied. Adventure. Chapter 1. Kriemhilda. 1. To us, in olden legends, is many a marvel told. Of praise-deserving heroes. Of labors manifold. Of weeping and of wailing. Of joy and festival. Ye shall of bold knights battling. Now hear a wondrous tale. 2. A very noble maiden. Grew up in Burgundy. Then hers no greater beauty in any land might be. The maid was called Kriemhilda. A woman passing fair. For whose sake many a warrior his life must needs forbear. 3. To love that lovely maiden seemed but to be her due. None bore her spite, and many did for her favor sue. Fair were beyond all measure her noble form and face. Her virtues were sufficient all womankind to grace. 4. 3 noble kings and wealthy guarded her as their own. Sir Gunther and Sir Gernot, for deeds of honor known. And Giselher the youngest, a gallant warrior he. The lady was the sister and ward of all the 3. 5. These princes were right gentle, and came of noble race. Bold, and of strength unequalled. Peerless in knightly grace. The kingdom of Burgundy. Thus was their country height. All Etzel's land rang later with their great deeds of might. 6. At Worms upon the Rhine flood they dwelt in power and might. And there, in fealty, served them full many a haughty knight, with honorable service throughout their earthly life. That life had woeful ending from 2 great ladies' strife. 7. Their mother was Dame Ute, a queen exceeding rich, and Dankrat was their father. Broad lands he left to each. When he this life departed, he was a mighty man, who, e'en while yet a stripling, his knightly deeds began. 8. The 3 kings, who came after, were, as I've said before, all men of strength and valor, and to them fealty swore. The flower of noble knighthood, of whom with truth 'twas said, that strong they were and dauntless, in sharp fight undismayed. 9. Foremost of them was Hagen, of Tronge, then his brother, Sir Dankwart the swift-footed, Ortwine of Metz another, and Eckwart and Gear, who both were Margrave's height, with Volker of Alsatia, a stout and proven knight. 10. Rumold the kitchen-master, a knight of high degree, Sindold and Hunold also, whose duty 'twas to see that courtly rights and honors were I observed well, with many another gallant, whom time would fail to tell. 11. Dankwart, he was the marshal. His nephew Ortwine bore the office of high sewer in that proud court of yore. Sir Sindold was cupbearer, and a bold knight men say. The chamberlain was Hunold. All honorable they. 12. Of all this courtly service, and of their far-famed might, and of the worth and valor of each heroic knight, and of their life as courtiers, through all their joyous days, to give a true account were beyond my simple lays. 13. Meanwhile, amid this splendor, the maid Kriemhilda dreamed that she had reared a falcon. Strong, fair and wild he seemed, and that 2 eagles rent him before her very eyes. No worse grief could life bring her in any evil guise. 14. Quick to her mother Ute she told the vision dread, who, after her own manner, the dream interpreted. This falcon of thy rearing, thy noble husband he, and now may God defend him, or he is lost to thee. 15. What sayest thou of husbands, O dearest mother mine? Never for heroes wooing shall I, your daughter, pine. Spotless and fair would I be, as now, unto my death. I would forego the sorrow that lurks man's love beneath. 16. Forswear not love thus lightly, her mother answer gave. If heart's joy ever reach thee in life, as women crave, through man's love thou must gain it. Thou wert a seemly bride, if God do not deny thee a good knight at thy side. 17. Ah, let alone such counsel, my mother dear, I pray. By many a woman's witness 'tis proven, clear as day, how heart's delight too often with sorrow sore is paid. Lest such mischance befall me, I'll shun them both, she said. 18. So, in her mind Kriemhilda held ever love at bay, and lived in happy freedom for many a merry day, caring for naught and no one. And yet it was her fate to be one day, in honor, a gallant warrior's mate. 19. It was the selfsame falcon that she in dreams did see, just as her mother told her, and bloody was to be her vengeance on her kinsman, by whom the deed was done. For one man's death did perish full many a mother's son. Adventure. Chapter 2. Siegfried. 20. In Netherland was growing a rich king's son and heir, whose father's name was Siegmund. Sieglind his mother fair. In a strong castle lived they, of far and widespread fame, beside the great Rhine river, and Santen was its name. 21. This prince's name was Siegfried, a gallant knight and good. In many kingdoms proved he his brave and warlike mood. So great his strength of body, he rode from land to land. Ha! What fine warriors found he on the Burgundian strand. 22. In his best days of prowess, when he was young and slim, full many a wondrous story the country told of him. How noble was his stature, how fair he was to see, and many a comely woman looked on him lovingly. 23. He had a careful rearing, as did his birth befit. His virtues were his own, though, and nowise due to it, unto his father's country. He was an ornament, for men in all things found him to be right excellent. 24. Now was he grown so manly, that he to court must ride. The menfolk saw him gladly, and dames and maids beside wished that his will might bring him, not once, but ever there. Full many bore him favor, as well the knight was ware. 25. To ride forth unattended, the boy was ne'er allowed. In costly raiment decked him Siegmund and Sieglind proud, and the wise elders taught him, as well they understood, how best to win the people, and rule the land for good. 26. And being now so stalwart, that he could weapons bear, having what he required, enough and e'en to spare. He turned his thoughts to women, and dreamt of a fair bride. The fairest might stand proudly at the bold Siegfried's side. 27. Then did his father, Siegmund, summon his liegemen all unto a friendly banquet in the great castle hall. To many a neighbor king's land the festal tidings spread, on strangers as on kinsmen. Steeds, gear, he lavished. 28. If any squire were lacking knightly estate and name, who, by descent and breeding, had thereunto a claim, such noble youth was bidden to tournament and board, and with the young king, later, was girt with knightly sword. 29. One could tell many marvels of this great feast so rare. Siegmund and Sieglinde did win much honor there, by the good gifts they lavished with free and open hand. Therefore so many strangers came riding to their land. 30. 400 squires received their knightly gear that day, together with young Siegfried. And maidens fair, they say, toiled at the festal raiment, because they did him hold so dear, and many a jewel they broidered in the gold. 31. And wove them in the robe weft, and stitched upon the hem. Sure, to such proud young warriors behoved lace and gem. The host had seats prepared for many a gallant man at that June feast where Siegfried his knightly course began. 32. And thither to the minster came many a wealthy squire, and many a noble warrior. The elders did aspire that day to serve the younger, as was the ancient rule. And merriment, and pastime, and joy were at the full. 33. When later, in God's honor, a solemn mass was sung, uprose from out the people a great and mighty throng, who there received knighthood with fitting knightly right, and honors, such as any more were seen of mortal wight. 34. Soon ran the knights to where they found saddled chargers wait. At Siegmund's court began then a tournament so great that one heard hall and palace with crash of arms resound, as the high-mettled thanes met upon the tilting ground. 35. From old knights and from young ones went thrust and parry there, till crash of breaking lances re-echoed through the air. One saw the splinters flying up to the palace wall from many a gallant knight's hand, so eager were they all. 36. The host he bade them end it. They led the steeds away, full many a sturdy buckler to sight all broken lay, and precious stones, in plenty, had fallen on the sward from out the shining shield clasps. The onset was so hard. 37. Then went the host's guests whither they bidden were to sit. Their weariness was banished by the choice food they ate, and by wine of the rarest, of which there was no stint. Alike to friends and strangers was all this lavishment. 38. And, though the games and pastimes had lasted all the day, the throngs of merrymakers knew neither rest nor stay, contending for the many good gifts that were to hand, a bounty which redounded to the praise of Siegmund's land. 39. Then did the king make over to young Siegfried the loan of both his lands and castles, as he afore had done unto his knightly comrades. He gave with open hand, so all were right well pleased that they had sought his land. 40. Until the 7th sunrise, The festival went on. Then did the rich queen, Sieglind, as in old days was done, for love of her son Siegfried, share out her red gold free, to win all folks' hearts to him. Thereby, in sooth, hoped she. 41. Not one who in the games played, methinks, went poor away. It rained steeds and raiment through all the land that day, as if had come the world's end, and common life were o'er. Such gifts, in such abundance, were never known before. 42. So, with befitting honor, ended the festal day. And some of the rich nobles were overheard to say that they would like the young man, Prince Siegfried, for their lord. Howbeit the honest Siegfried gave heed not to their word. 43. While Siegmund and Sieglinde were living, their dear son would never dream of wearing the crown for any one. He wished to be lord only, the mighty to restrain, who kept the land in terror, the bold and gallant thane. Adventure. Chapter 3. How Siegfried came to Worms. 44. The prince was little troubled by pangs of heartache yet. The people's talk, however, ere long his ears beset. How there was in Burgundia a maiden, passing fair, for her sake joy and sorrow thereafter he did bear. 45. The beauty of this maiden was famed far and wide. Her lofty mind, 'twas vaunted, excelled her beauty's pride, and brought her many a wooer, riding to Gunther's land, who fain would see the damsel, and bid for that fair hand. 46. And yet, however many contended for her love, Kriemhilda felt in secret that none her heart could move. There was no man among them whose love she could reward. That knight was still a stranger, who was to be her lord. 47. But when the son of Sieglind to lofty love inclined, compared with his, all wooing, was as an idle wind. Right well, in sooth, deserved he to win so fair a bride. Ere long the noble Kriemhild stood at bold Siegfried's side. 48. His followers and kinsmen, seeing that he would wed, did counsel that the maiden he to the altar led should be by birth his equal, for his and for their sake. Then, cried the gallant Siegfried, Kriemhilda will I take. 49. That beauteous young maiden of the Burgundian land, for her surpassing beauty, right well I understand. No Kaiser were so mighty, but, should he need a wife, that princess were fit consort to share his royal life. 50. A rumor of the matter soon reached King Siegmund's ears. 'Twas buzzed among the people. His mind was full of fears, for this his son's intention, that he was fain to wed the fair and lovely maiden, and would not be gainsaid. 51. Sieglinde also heard it, the noble monarch's wife, and much heart-searching had she about her dear son's life. For well she knew King Gunther and his bold warrior train. They sought to turn the hero back from his wooing vain. 52. Then outspake gallant Siegfried, beloved father mine, the love of noble women I will for I resign, unless I woo where love is, and give my heart its way. Such is my purpose truly, whatever men may say. 53. If thou canst not forego her, the king said, verily, my will shall be as thy will, and well it pleaseth me, and I will help thee end it. and do the best I can. Yet hath the royal Gunther full many a haughty man. 54. If it were only Hagen, and no one else beside, he hides 'neath courtly seeming such overweening pride, that he'll do us a mischief. Of that I'm sore afraid, if once we go a-wooing this fair and stately maid. 55. Shall that be hindrance to us? Asked Siegfried, fearlessly. If what I ask in kindness he venture to deny, my strong right hand shall win it. I'll wrest from him, quoth he, both land and lieges, surely, for all his subtlety. 56. Then spake the royal Siegmund, I do mislike thy speech. Should tidings thereof ever to the Rhine border reach, thou durst not ever after into that country ride. Long have I known King Gunther, and King Gernot beside. 57. By force can never any expect to win the maid, declared the good King Siegmund. That hath been always said. But if thou with thy warriors wilt to her country ride, and we have any friends left, I'll call them to thy side. 58. Far be it from my purpose, cried Siegfried, eagerly, that when I ride to Rhineland, warriors should follow me, like an invading army. I should abhor this thing, by force the glorious maiden into my arms to bring. 59. I will not owe her winning to any other hand. I and 11 others will ride to Gunther's land. Your help, good Father Siegmund, I, for this purpose, pray. Then gave they to his warriors both colored stuffs and grey. 60. His mother heard the tidings, the lady siege-lined. She fell to grieving over her dear son in her mind, fearing lest she might lose him through some of Gunther's men. The noble queen refrained not from bitter weeping then. 61. This seeing, young Lord Siegfried to her his way did make, and unto his dear mother thus tenderly he spake. I prithee weep not, lady, because of mine intent. I have no fear of foemen, nor of disparagement. 62. Aid thou me in my journey to the Burgundian land, that I and my companions may bravely furnished stand in raiment that shall honor proud heroes such as we. Then will I for this favor I thank thee fervently. 63. Since thou wilt not forego it, did Siegelein declare, I'll help thee on thy journey, my only son and heir. I will provide apparel, the best e'er warrior wore, for thee and thy companions, and ye must take good store. 64. Then bowed to the Queen Mother Prince Siegfried, the young man. He said, on this my journey, I'll take, if so I can, none save 11 warriors. For these be raiment made. I long to see how fares it with Kriemhilda, he said. 65. So Sieglein's beauteous ladies sat stitching, night and day. There were no idle fingers, and little rest or play, until Prince Siegfried's raiment was ready to his hand. He'd not forego his journey to the Burgundian land. 66. His father bade him polish his knightly harness grand, wherewith he meant to ride out of royal Siegmund's land, and eke the glittering hauberks they likewise did prepare, together with stout helmets and bucklers broad and fair. 67. The hour of their departure for Burgundy was nigh, and men as well as women watched them forebodingly. lest they again should never come to their fatherland, to pack their gear and armor. The heroes gave command. 68. Their chargers were resplendent, their trappings of red gold. No knight could well be prouder, nor had more right to hold a high head than Sir Siegfried and his 11 men. He craved the king's permission to gallop Rhinewards then. 69. With grief Siegmund and Sieglind accorded his request, whom Siegfried sought to comfort. As tenderly he pressed, he said, "Ye must not weep now, through any care for me, and fear not lest my life be in any jeopardy." 70. Sad-hearted were the warriors, and many a maiden wept. Doubtless their hearts foreboded mischance for those who leapt that day into the saddle. They dreamt these friends lay dead. They had good cause for mourning. In sooth there was much need. 71. Upon the 7th morning, at Worms on the Rhine shore, arrived the gallant horsemen. The raiment that they wore with ruddy gold was flashing, and all their trappings shone. The chargers of bold Siegfried went pacing smoothly on. 72. Their bucklers were new-wrought ones, and light and broad beside, and bright their helmets glittered, as unto court did ride Siegfried, the gallant chieftain, in royal Gunther's land. Such fine apparelled heroes were ne'er seen on that strand. 73. Their long swords' points hung downwards unto the spurs they wore, and sharp, too, were the javelins which these bold heroes bore. The one that Siegfried carried was 2 spans in the blade. Its twofold edge was deadly, and ghastly wounds it made. 74. All gilded were the bridles they lightly held in hand, and silken were their horse girths. So came they to that land. The folk began on all sides on them to gape and stare. Then many of Gunther's people ran forth to meet them there. 75. Those high and mighty warriors, and knight as well as squire, went out to bid them welcome, as honor did require, receiving them with kindness into their master's land, taking their horses, straightway, and bucklers from their hand. 76. They would have ta'en the chargers, and led them to the stall, had not the gallant Siegfried set out before them all. Let mine and my men's horses stay here, as now they be. It is my will and purpose to ride hence presently. 77. I pray you therefore tell me, whoever knows this thing, let him not hide it from me, where I can find your king, Gunther, the mighty monarch of the Burgundian land. Then one among them told him, who knew where he did stand. 78. If you would find King Gunther, 'tis easy done, I trow. In yonder hall I saw him, and thither you must go. He stands among his heroes, and, if you'll thither wend, full many a glorious warrior you'll find with him, good friend. 79. Unto the king the tidings by this time had been told, how warriors were arrived, all gallant to behold, who wore white, glittering mail shirts, and raiment rich and grand, and no one knew aught of them in that Burgundian land. 80. Then was the king astonished, and much he did inquire, whence came these splendid warriors, in dazzling bright attire, and with such well-wrought bucklers, so new and eke so broad. It vexed the soul of Gunther, that none could give him word. 81. Then Ortwine, lord of Metz, spake. And answered thus the king. Rich and high-couraged was he. And feared not anything. Since we know not about them. Bid someone straightway go. And fetch my uncle Hagen. He'll see them, and may know. 82. He knoweth all the kingdoms. And every stranger land. If aught he what anent them. He'll make us understand. So the king sent to fetch him. Him and his liegemen all. They watched his stately coming. With warriors, to the hall. 83. What the king wanted of him. First, Hagen sought to know. There are within my palace strange warriors, I trow, whom not a soul here knoweth. If thou didst them e'er see, declare it now, Sir Hagen, and tell the truth to me. 84. That will I, answered Hagen. And to the window went. One saw his keen glance wander, till on the guests it bent. Well pleased him their equipment, and raiment equally. But they were strangers to him, ne'er seen in Burgundy. 85. He spake, from whencesoever have come these cavaliers. They must themselves be princes, or princes' messengers. Their raiment is so splendid. Their horses are so good. 'Tis plain, where'er they come from, they are of noble blood. 86. And, furthermore said Hagen, though hitherto, I ween, the famous hero Siegfried, mine eyes have never seen, I cannot help believing, how strange soe'er it be, that yon proud knight, there standing, can be none else but he. 87. He bringeth us new tidings. Here into this our land. The hardy Nibelung slew he. With his own hero hand. Both Nibelung and Shilbung. The sons of a rich king. He hath wrought mighty wonders. By sheer strength vanquishing. 88. For riding once, all lonely. And with no help at hand. He came unto a mountain. As I did understand. Where lay the Nibelung's treasure. Well watched by doughty men. Who all were strangers to him. Until he met them then. 89. The treasure of the Nibelungs. Had just been taken then. Out of a hollow mountain. Now hearken, my good men. While as the Nibelung warriors. To share it did prepare. Young Siegfried came, and saw them. And had good cause to stare. 90. He came so nigh unto them, that he could see them all. And they did also see him. Then one of them did call. Here comes the mighty Siegfried. The Netherlander strong. He met with strange adventures. The Nibelungs among. 91. The knight was well received by Shilbung and Nibelung. And with one voice in council. Those noble lords and young. Cried, share for us the treasure. Thou honorable man. And eagerly besought him. So he to share began. 92. He saw so many jewels. As I have heard men say. That 50 wagons scarcely would carry them away. Yet more there was of red gold. From out the Nibelung's land. And all must be divided. By gallant Siegfried's hand. 93. And unto him for wages. They gave the Nibelung's sword. But little they foreboded. What would be their reward? For rendering this service. To Siegfried. The good knight. Ere he could end the sharing. They had begun to fight. 94. They had their friends anear them. 12 gallant armed men. Who all were mighty giants. But what availed them then? For Siegfried fell upon them. And slew them in his ire. Full 700 Nibelungs. Vanquished in battle dire. 95. With their good sword resistless. That was yclept Balmung. And through the mighty terror that seized those warriors young, dread of the sword, and hero, who bravely did it wield, their land and eke their castles, unto him did they yield. 96. The wealthy kings he also smote, till they both fell dead. But he himself, through Albrich, was grievously bested. Who would avenge his masters upon the spot, till he found the great strength of Siegfried beyond his mastery. 97. The sturdy dwarf was powerless against him in the fray. Like lions wild to the mountain, they twain then broke away, till the Tarnhelm won from Albrich. He rested, and thus lord became the dreaded Siegfried of all the Nibelung horde. 98. They who had dared the battle there, one and all, lay slain. Then bade he that the treasure be carried back again unto the cave, whence erstwhile the Nibelungs did it take. And then did he stout Albrich his treasure keeper make. 99. By a great oath he made him unto him fealty swear, to serve him in all service, no matter when or where. So spake Hagen of Tronje. That did he presently. There never was a warrior who had such might as he. 100. And yet another story of Siegfried I have heard, how he did slay a dragon with his own hand and sword, and in its blood he bathed him, till horny grew his skin. And thus no sword can cut him, as hath been often seen. 101. Then let us this young hero receive as best we may, lest we deserve his hatred, and have to rue the day. He is of such bold spirit, 'twere best to be his friend. He hath, by his strong right hand, wrought wonders without end. 102. Then the great king said, Truly, methinks that thou art right. See but how chivalrously he stands prepared to fight, he and his warriors with him. A dauntless man is he. We will go down to meet him, and greet him courteously. 103. Thou mayest, answered Hagen, with honor do this thing. His ancestry is noble, his sire a wealthy king. One sees it in his bearing. And, by the dear Lord Christ, it is no trifle brings him, I warrant, on this quest. 104. Then spake the country's ruler. Right welcome let him be. That he is brave and noble, hath I been told to me. We'll make his sojourn merry in our Burgundian land. So saying, down went Gunther to where Siegfried did stand. 105. The host and all his warriors received the guest so well, that nothing to good breeding was lacking, sooth to tell. The goodly man, on his side, bowed low before them there, and thanked them for their greeting, so friendly and so fair. 106. I marvel at these riddles, spake Gunther, suddenly. Whence have you, noble Siegfried, come unto this country? And for what purpose come you? To Worms upon the Rhine. The guest unto the king said, To answer shall be mine. 107. To me were told the tidings, erst in my fatherland, that here with you were dwelling, which I would know first hand. The boldest of all warriors, oft said they so to me, that ever monarch governed. Lo, I am come to see. 108. Thy fame hath also reached me. I hear the knights declare, that never king was bolder, nor braver, anywhere. Such is the common folk talk o'er all the land, in sooth. And I shall have no quiet. Until I know the truth. 109. I also am a warrior. And shall too wear a crown. And I shall ne'er content me. Until I win renown. Until the folk say of me. That I have proved my right. To reign o'er land and people. My honor do I plight. 110. And head thereto. And wert thou as bold as some men say, I will now wrestle from thee. Whatever is thine today. I care not who gainsay it. Or who may like, or hate. Thy broad lands and thy castles. Shall mine be, soon or late. 111. The king did greatly marvel. And eke his liegemen all. At the strange declaration. That from his lips did fall. To take his kingdom from him. So that was his intent. His thanes all heard it, likewise. And fierce was their dissent. 112. Whereby have I deserved this? Gunther the warrior cried. That lands my father governed. With honor, till he died. Should be now wrested from us. By force, by whomsoever. That were to prove but poorly. That we to knighthood bear. 113. Not else will I, quoth Siegfried. By that I fall or stand. If thy strength cannot peace win. For thine own fatherland. Then shall my strong hand rule it. And after me mine heir. If thou dost win, thine be it. And we thy rule must bear. 114. Thy heritage, mine also. Are now alike at stake. Whichever of the other. Shall holy conquest make. To him shall all be subject. The land and all its folk. But Hagen and King Gernot. In hasty answer spoke. 115. Far be it from our purpose. Spake Gernot presently. To conquer new possessions. And to cause death thereby. At hands of heroes. Truly. We have a rich estate. Which pays us due allegiance. Nor seeks a better fate. 116. Round and about were standing. His friends, in sullen mood. The Lord of Metz, Sir Ortwine. Among the others stood. He spake, this friendly parley. Doth vex me sore, as night. Stout Siegfried unprovoked hath. Here challenged you to fight. 117. If you and your two brethren. Were here, without defense. And if he brought against you. The army of a prince. Methinks I could o'ermaster. Yea. E'en such doughty one. And force this haughty warrior. To change his braggart tone. 118. This saying stirred fierce anger. In him of Netherland. He spake, ne'er shalt thou measure. Against my like thine hand. I am a mighty king's son. And thou but a king's knight. 12 such as thou art could not. Withstand me in the fight. 119. Ortwine, the lord of Metz, then. For swords called, lustily. Of Hagen, lord of Tronje. The sister's son was he. That he had held his peace still. Seemed not to Gunther right. But Gernot put his word in. The bold and ready knight. 120. He thus spake unto Ortwine. Now let thine anger be. Siegfried hath not yet done us aught evil that I see. Our difference in goodwill. We yet may end, I deem. And thus may gain his friendship. 'Twill better us beseem. 121. Then spake the doughty Hagen. Well do we to be wrath. Both we, and all thy warriors. For hath he not come forth here to the Rhine, to flout us? He might have let that be. My own good lords had never done him such injury. 122. To this made answer Siegfried, that mightiest of men. If what I now have spoken offend you, Sir Hagen, you shall have proof, shortly, how this my strong right hand shall do great deeds of prowess in this Burgundian land. 123. That I, for one, will hinder. Gernot in answer said, and unto all his warriors insulting speech forbade, because such speech did grieve him. Then into Siegfried's head came thoughts of Lady Kriemhild, the lovely, peerless maid. 124. Is not all strife unseemly between us? Gernot said. However many heroes fell by our prowess dead, small honor would by us be, by you small vantage won. Then answered him Prince Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son. 125. Wherefore delayeth Hagen? And Ortwine, what doth he? That he and his companions haste not to strive with me, whereof he hath many, e'en here in Burgundy. But it was Gernot's counsel that none should risk reply. 126. You shall be welcome to us, continued Euda's son, you and the knightly comrades who come with you, each one. Right gladly will we serve you, I and these kinsmen mine. Then for the guests were ordered goblets of Gunther's wine. 127. Loud spake the country's ruler, all that we have is yours. What ye desire, in honor, we'll call no longer ours, but gladly share it with you, be it or wealth, or blood. This wrought in good Sir Siegfried a somewhat softer mood. 128. The knights were soon relieved of all the gear they brought, and lodgment was found for them. The very best was sought for Siegfried's knightly followers. Well were they lodged that day. And now, in all Burgundia, right welcome guests were they. 129. All honor too was shown them, on that and many a day, 1,000 times more honor than I can ever say. This had his boldness gained him, and this is true I state, that seldom any saw him who long could bear him hate. 130. On pastimes now and pleasure the kings and court were set, but, whatsoe'er they started, he outstripped all men yet. For none could equal Siegfried, nor come his strength anear, whether it were stone pudding, or shooting with the spear. 131. And when by courtly custom they willed their games to play in presence of the ladies, these knights of humour gay, approving glances followed the Prince of Netherland. Yet his heart brooded ever on loftier love, at hand. 132. Though to whatever was passing he lent a ready mind, one gracious maiden ever he in his heart did find. So, likewise, did the damsel, whom yet he had not seen, incline to him in secret, and talk of him, I ween. 133. When in the court the young folk their warlike games began, the knights and their attendants, Kriemhilda straightway ran, and watched them from the window, king's daughter though she were. Nor while it lasted did she for other pastime care. 134. And had he known she watched him, whom in his heart he bore, it had been ample pleasure, he would have asked no more. And could his eyes have seen her, ye need not to be told, no better bliss and greater for him this world could hold. 135. When he, among the heroes, down in the courtyard stood, Between the games, at leisure. As other warriors would. So winsomely he stood there. Queen Siegelinda's son. That the heart's love of many. A noble dame he won. 136. And many a time he pondered. How shall I e'er attain to see the noble damsel, whose love I seek to gain? Her whom I love so dearly, and have for many a day. To me she's still a stranger. With sorrow I must say. 137. Whene'er the kings were minded to ride throughout their land, their vassal knights had ever to follow, close at hand. And Siegfried must be with them, which did the maid distress. And he too suffered often, for her dear sake, no less. 138. So dwelt he with the three kings. And 'tis all true you hear. In Gunther's court and country. The space of one whole year. And all that time his lady he never saw at all. Through whom much love unto him and sorrow did befall. Adventure. Chapter 4. How Siegfried fought the Saxons. 139. And now, behold, strange tidings have come to Gunther's land. And heralds from a distance arrive at the command of warriors unheard of, and yet who hatred bore. And when the three kings heard it, their grief, in sooth, was sore. 140. These warriors' names I'll tell you. The first was Ludger hight, out of the Saxon country, a rich king of great might. And Ludgast came with him, who was of Denmark king. These twain brought many with them, a princely following. 141. To Gunther's land the heralds their ready steps had bent, whom those kings, his opponents, had with their message sent. The unknown men were questioned as to the news they brought, and, summoned by King Gunther, the royal presence sought. 142. The king did greet them fairly. Be welcome here, quoth he. Though who hath sent you hither is yet unknown to me. That must I hear now of you, declared the monarch good. Exceedingly they feared King Gunther's angry mood. 143. If thou, O king, allowest, the message will reveal, which we are sent to bring thee, and nothing will conceal. We'll name to you the masters who've sent us to this strand. Ludgast and Ludger, namely, who would invade your land. 144. Ye have incurred their anger, nor shun we here to state that both our masters harbor for you the greatest hate. They mean to come with armies to Worms upon the Rhine, and many warriors aid them. So warn we thee and thine. 145. Within 12 weeks their journey must here accomplished be. If you've good friends to help you, you'll seek them speedily, to guard your land and castles, and fight in battlefield. By them will here be cloven full many a helm and shield. 146. Or, if ye will treat with them, so make your offer, then they will not bring upon you their hosts of armed men, all bitter foes unto you, to work you grievous woe, destroying your fair knighthood with many a deadly blow. 147. Now tarry here a little, replied the monarch good, until I have bethought me. Then shall ye learn my mood. If I have faithful subjects, I must not hide this thing. This grievous errand must I unto my lieges bring. 148. Rich as he was, to Gunther it was a trouble sore. Within his heart the matter he pondered o'er and o'er. He sent in quest of Hagen and others of his men, and bade them from the palace to fetch King Gernot then. 149. His worthiest came unto him, all that were found to hand. He spake, the foeman cometh here into this our land, bringing a mighty army to work you all much woe. To which the bold knight Gernot made answer, nay, not so. 150. Our good swords shall defend us. Undaunted Gernot said, none but the doomed die, ever. And they're as good as dead. For fear of death, I'll never forget mine honor dear. Let the foe come, and welcome. They'll find us ready here. 151. Then Hagen spake, of Tronje. The thing doth bode no good. Ludgast and Ludger both are too arrogant of mood. The time's too short to gather and furnish all our men. Ye must advise with Siegfried. Thus spake the bold Hagen. 152. They bade men take the heralds and lodge them in the town, however hostile to them, for sake of his renown. Gunther would have them cared for, as was their due and right, until he knew what friends would stand by him in the fight. 153. Yet the king's heart was heavy and sad with anxious care. But one beheld him mourning, a gallant knight and fair, who knew not of the sorrow that had befallen the king. Therefore besought he Gunther to declare to him this thing. 154. To me it is a marvel, quoth Siegfried, for 'twas he, how all your merry custom hath changed utterly, which was the rule among us, and hath so long held sway. To which, in answer, Gunther, the comely knight did say. 155. Not unto every comer would I the grief declare, which close within my bosom in secret I must bear. One keeps one's deepest sorrow for steadfast friends, he said. At this did Siegfried's colour change quick, twixt white and red. 156. I never have denied you, he spake unto the king, and shall not, in this trouble, my strong arms succour bring. If you for friends are seeking, lo, am I not your friend? I trust to be so ever, with honour, till mine end. 157. Now God reward you, Siegfried, for what you now have said. And though your strength should never be needed in mine aid, yet doth this news rejoice me, that you my friend will be, and you shall ne'er regret it, if life be granted me. 158. And you shall hear the reason wherefore I now am sad. From enemies, by heralds, this message I have had, that they will, with their armies, assail us at our door, the like no warriors ever did in these lands before. 159. Let not your heart be troubled, quoth Siegfried, thereunto, and calm your anxious spirit. And as I pray you, do leave it to me to win you honor and vantage both, and bid your thanes come hither to aid you, nothing loath. 160. Although your mighty foemen should have at their command full 30,000 swordsmen, yet would I them withstand, though I had but 1,000. So leave this all to me. For this, said Gunther, ever your debtor I shall be. 161. So let 1,000 warriors at my disposal be, since I of mine own following have only here with me 12 knights, all reckoned. Thus will I guard your land, and faithfully at all times shall serve you Siegfried's hand. 162. In this must Hagen help us. His nephew Ortwine too. Dankwart and Sindold also. All knights beloved of you. And Volker shall ride with us. Volker the gallant man. A better one I know not. And he shall lead the van. 163. And let the heralds ride back. Home to their master's land. And that they soon shall see us. Give them to understand. That peace within our castles. May undisturbed reign. For followers and kinsmen. The king then sent amain. 164. The messengers of Ludger. Straightway to court repair. At news of home returning. Greatly rejoiced they were. The good King Gunther gave them rich gifts to take away. And promised them safe conduct. Right glad of heart were they. 165. Say now, King Gunther bade them. Unto my foes who come. They'd best forego this journey. And stay content at home. But, if they be determined to seek me in my land. Unless my good friends fail me. They'll find their work to hand. 166. Rich presents then they, straightway. Before the heralds bore. Gunther was rich in treasure. And had enough and more. These men of Ludgers durst not refuse the offered fee. And when they leave had taken. Departed joyfully. 167. Now when they unto Denmark. Returned were at last. And had declared the tidings. Unto King Ludgast. Which they had brought from Rhineland. And all to him was said. The proud and haughty answer. Filled him with grief and dread. 168. They said that by the Rhine dwelt. Full many a gallant wight. Among them, with King Gunther. There was a certain knight. Who bore the name of Siegfried. A knight of Netherland. Sore grieved was Ludgast when he this news did understand. 169. As soon as they of Denmark had heard the news of war, they made all haste to gather their friends from near and far, till Ludgast could reckon on 20,000 men, all warriors bold and ready, the war march to begin. 170. King Ludiger the Saxon assembled his men, too, till he had 40,000, or even more to show, ready to join the others, and ride to Burgundy. Nor was King Gunther idle at home, for also he 171 sent word to all his kinsmen, and to his brothers' men, to bid their troops assemble, to go to battle then. And likewise Hagen's warriors. The heroes needed all. Whereby must many a chieftain in death, thereafter, fall. 172. So made they all things ready. When perfect was each plan, the gallant warrior, Volker, was bade to lead the van. And thus they rode together. From Worms, upon the Rhine. The chief command to Hagen. Of Tronge they assign. 173. With them did ride Sir Sindold. And eke the brave Hunold. 2 knights of whom was either well worth King Gunther's gold. And Dankwart, Hagen's brother. His nephew Ortwine too. Who also might with honor upon the war march go. 174. Sir King, said Siegfried, prithee, in quiet bide at home, seeing that all thy warriors with me to battle come. Remain to guard the women, and I be of good cheer. I trow I can take care of your honor and your gear. 175. From those who would assail you at Worms upon the Rhine, I'll see that not of evil befall or thee or thine. So closely will we press them, and compass them so near, that all their braggart boasting shall soon be changed to fear. 176. From Rhine they rode through Hesse, their warriors as well, towards the Saxon country, where they to fighting fell. They ravaged all the borders, and spoiled with sword and brand, till fear fell on those princes, who sorrowed for their land. 177. So came they o'er the marches, their followers pressed on, and then the gallant Siegfried began to think thereon. Who shall defend our campfolk? Now we have brought them here. More damage-wreaking raiders to Saxons never were. 178. Some counselled, on the march let bold Dankwart guard our youth. He is a trusty warrior, and swift in act, forsooth. Let him and also Ortwine have conduct of the rear. So shall we have less damage from Ludger's men to fear. 179. Then I myself will ride on, did gallant Siegfried cry, and keep the foremost outlook, till we the foe espy, until I find out where these same crafty warriors lurk. Fair Sieglein's son then quickly donned helmet and hauberk. 180. The rank and file to Hagen he entrusted as he went, and also unto Gernot, the warrior excellent. Then all alone forth rode he into the Saxon land. That very day his sword hewed full many a helmet band. 181. He saw a whole vast army upon the plain outspread, by which his own few helpers were far outnumbered. There were full 40,000, or even more, maybe. But when Sir Siegfried saw them, his heart was full of glee. 182. On the foe's side a warrior had to the front been sent, who on his guard stood ready, watchful and diligent. The hero Siegfried saw him, and the bold man saw him, and each did watch the other with jealous hate and grim. 183. I'll tell you who it was, who thus sentinel did stand. A shining shield of red gold was hanging on his hand. King Ludgast it was who his army thus did guard. The noble guest spurred forward to meet him on the sward. 184. King Ludgast had also his enemy espied, and each sharp spurs had driven into his stallion's side, with lances on the shields bent. Each charged with all his might, and Ludgast the mighty was soon in sorry plight. 185. After the crash, the chargers bore the two princes by, as if a mighty storm wind had blown them furiously, till each, the rein obeying, was turned in knightly way. Then did the two grim foemen with swords their skill essay. 186. The mighty strokes of Siegfried made all the field resound, until King Ludgast's helmet seemed flaming all around. The fire-red sparks shot upwards beneath the hero's hand. Each knight found in his fellow a foeman worth his brand. 187. King Ludgast dealt him also right many an ugly blow. Their good shields caught the sword thrusts that else had laid them low. Of Ludgast's warriors, 30 were witness of the fray. But, ere they came to aid him, Siegfried had gained the day. 188. From 3 great wounds and ghastly, which to the king he dealt, clean through his white, steel harness, though it was firmly welt, where the keen sword point entered, burst from his wounds the blood, King Ludgast might well be thereat of doleful mood. 189. He begged for life, and offered to pledge to him his land, telling him that 'twas Ludgast whose fate was in his hand. And then uprode his warriors, who witnessed had right well what, twixt the twain before them, upon the watch, befell. 190. Siegfried now thence would take him, but he was set upon by 30 of the foemen. Yet did he hold his own, and kept his wealthy captive, and struck out, brave and true, and gave those stately chieftains much bitter cause to rue. 191. In self-defense, the 30 he thereupon did slay. One only left he living, who spurred his steed away to bear the direful tidings of all that there befell, which eke his bloody helmet did but too plainly tell. 192. When to the men of Denmark the dreadful news was told, how that their king was taken, they scarce their grief could hold. And when they told his brother, he fell to rave like mad, in uncontrolled fury, so great the grief he had. 193. So Ludgast the warrior was captive made, and then led from the field by Siegfried, and give end to Gunther's men. To Hagen's care they gave him, and when they heard the truth, that 'twas the king he brought them, they did not grieve, forsooth. 194. The banner of Burgundia was fixed its staff unto. Come on, my men, cried Siegfried. Here have we more to do, before the day be ended. If God preserve my life, there'll weep among the Saxons full many a comely wife. 195. Give ear, ye Rhine-born heroes, unto these words I say. To Ludger's host I, truly, can show ye straight the way. Ye'll see some helmet hewing by heroes' hands, I trow. And, ere we turn us homewards, what grief is some shall know. 196. To horse did Gernot hasten, as eke did all his men. Aloft upbore the banner the stalwart minstrel thane, the high-born noble Volker. Before the host he rode, and eke the camp-folk, following, proudly to battle strode. 197. They had no more, all counted, than just 1,000 men, and 12, with those of Siegfried. The dust gone rising then upon the streets and roadways, as through the land they rode. One saw their lances shining, and many a good shield glowed. 198. Now also had the Saxons come forth in great array. Their swords were finely sharpened, as I have heard men say, and keen they were and deadly, wielded by heroes' hands. Therewith they, from the strangers, would castle guard and lands. 199. The marshal of the Rhine men led on his warriors then, and Siegfried followed closely with the 12 valiant men, whom he had brought as comrades from out the Netherland. That day in blood of battle was stained many a hand. 200. For Sindold's might, and Hunold's, and Gernot's had laid, in course of that fell combat, full many a hero dead, ere they had time to reckon the valor of the foe, and many a winsome lady that day must weep for woe. 201. Sir Volker and Sir Hagen, and also Ortwine, dimmed in that strife the light that from many a helm did shine, with damp of blood downpouring. These battle-valiant men, Sir Dankwart's prowess also, wrought many a marvel then. 202. And also they of Denmark did well their weapons wield. And many a thrust resounded on many a polished shield. And the sharp sword strokes echoed, death dealing, blow on blow. The warlike Saxons likewise did harm enough, I trow. 203. As now the bold Burgundians pressed forward in the fight. By them was many a sword wound, wide cleft, a ghastly sight. And streaming o'er the saddles, one saw the reeking blood. Thus fought they for dear honor, those valiant knights and good. 204. One heard there, loud resounding, from every hero's hand, the clashing of keen weapons, whilst they of Netherland dashed after their bold leader into the thickest fray. Right valiantly they followed, where Siegfried showed the way. 205. For him the Rhenish heroes could never come anigh. One might have seen downflowing red streamlets bloodily beneath the glittering helmets, cloven by Siegfried's hand, until he saw King Ludger before his warriors stand. 206. 3 several times he traversed the host, from end to end. And now, to help him, Hagen his steps did thither bend. Right well in fight assuaged they the fierceness of their mood. Through them that day must perish full many a warrior good. 207. When Ludiger the stalwart saw Siegfried near him stand, and how aloft he wielded the good sword in his hand, the mighty weapon Balmung, and what a host it slew, the king waxed very wrathful, and fierce his anger grew. 208. Then was a mighty thronging, and clang of swords as well, as on each side the warriors on their opponents fell. The chieftains sought each other, mettle and strength to gauge. The hosts began to waver, then waxed the hate and rage. 209. The leader of the Saxons was well aware, I trow, his brother was a captive, and therefore grieved enow. He knew too that the captor was Siegelinda's son. 'Twas first set down to Gernot, but soon the truth was known. 210. So fierce was Ludger's onslaught, and eke of such fell force, that under Siegfried's saddle staggered his battle horse. But soon it did recover, and, as the turmoil grew, the aspect of bold Siegfried was terrible to view. 211. Hagen he had to aid him, and Gernot too was by, and Dankwart and Sir Volker the dead around did lie. There fought the bold Thane Ortwine, and Sindold, and Hunold, who, on the field of battle, left many a warrior cold. 212. In combat undivided, these noble princes were, and o'er their helmets, harmless, flew many a well-aimed spear between the glittering targets from each opposing knight. And blood-stained were the bucklers that whilom shone so bright. 213. And, in the stress of battle, full many an eager knight dismounted from his charger. Thus, hand to hand, did fight Siegfried the bold, and Ludger, who each did each defy. One saw the broken splinters of shafts and lances fly. 214. Fast flew the shield clasps, severed by mighty Siegfried's hand. He thought himself the victor, this prince of Netherland, over the dauntless Saxons. So many wounded lay. Ha, how the bright mail armor at Dankwart strokes did fray. 215. Just then the Saxon Ludger espied upon a shield a kingly crown emblazoned, which Siegfried's arm did wield. Then knew he, of a surety, that 'twas the mighty man. The chieftain to his comrades loudly to call began. 216. Forgo your fighting, warriors. My lieges, all is done. For here have I seen Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son. Siegfried the mighty hero. Mine eyes have seen, I trow, sent by some evil devil to work us Saxons woe. 217. Then lowered were the ensigns at Ludiger's command. For peace he sued, which, ere long, was granted to his band. Though he as Gunther's prina must go to Burgundy. Bold Siegfried's hand alone 'twas that won this victory. 218. By general agreement, the combat then was stopped, and many a battered buckler was by the fighters dropped, and many a helm, whatever was found upon the land, bore on it blood-red traces of some Burgundian hand. 219. They captured whom they listed. All had they in their power. And King Gernot and Hagen, of chivalry the flower, had the sick borne on litters. And, with them, took they then, as prisoners to the Rhineland, 500 goodly men. 220. Meanwhile the vanquished warriors to Denmark rode away. Nor could the Saxons boast of much better luck than they, that any one need praise them. Sore vexed these heroes were. The friends, too, of the fallen bewailed them, in despair. 221. They had their arms and weapons unto the Rhine conveyed. How well now all had ended, with his brave warriors' aid. Siegfried the prince had done it, as he did all things, well, which even Gunther's liegemen were bound in truth to tell. 222. To Worms a message firstly the gallant Gernot sent, to let his friends and kinsmen know how the matter went, and what success had crowned them, him and his lieges all. For honor had they striven, and gallantly withal. 223. The young esquires ran quickly, and soon the news was told, and they for joy exulted, whom grief before did hold, at these all welcome tidings, which to the city came. And many were the questions asked by each noble dame. 224. How had they fared, the warriors of the most noble king? One of the squires they, straightway, before Kriemhilda bring. But this was done in secret. She took no open part, though there was one among them, to whom was pledged her heart. 225. And when she saw the envoy into her chamber led, Kriemhild, the beauteous maiden, in voice most kindly said, Now tell me the dear tidings, and gold I'll give to thee. And tell'st thou with no lying, a friend thou hast in me. 226. How fared my brother Gernot amid the fight, she said, and other friends and kinsmen? Have we left many dead? And who did best of any? Fain would I hear of thee. Then outspake that bold herald, of cravens none had we. 227. Yet, in the thick of battle, rode ne'er a man so well. O, princess high and mighty, since I the truth must tell, as did the noble stranger, who came from Netherland. Full many a wondrous deed was wrought by bold Siegfried's hand. 228. For what great feats soever in battle may have done Sir Dankwart and Sir Hagen, and many another one, how they fought for honor, it all was idle wind, compared with Siegfried's doings. The son of Siegfried. 229. Though in the strife of battle, full many a hero fell, the wonders wrought by Siegfried, no man hath words to tell, nor all his deeds of daring, when he to battle rode. Through him, for fallen kinsmen, the women's tears have flowed. 230. And many a girl's betrothed one ne'er rose from off that ground. Upon the brazen helmets, one heard his blows resound, and from the death wounds spurted hot streams of crimson blood. In all his acts is Siegfried, a gallant knight and good. 231. What doughty deeds were wrought by Ortwine, of Metz the lord. However many foemen he came at with his sword, there did he leave them lying. The better part were dead. And yet no less of Gernot, your brother, might be said. 232. For he did work such ruin as ne'er was seen in fight. In truth, one must confess here, of each well-proven knight among the proud Burgundians, that they all bravely bore themselves, and kept their honor untarnished evermore. 233. Full many an empty saddle their handiwork did show, and with their bright swords clashing, loud did the field echo. The Rhenish heroes truly so fell a riding maid. 'Twere better for their foemen if they at home had stayed. 234. The two bold knights of Tranche did work much dire distress. What time the charging armies did one another press, and many a warrior perished beneath bold Hagen's hand. There's much to tell of him yet, here in Burgundian land. 235. Sindold and Hunold also, who were King Gernot's men, and the bold warrior Runold. Such doughty deeds did then, that Ludiger the Saxon must rue, until he die, that ever he thy kinsman did on the Rhine defy. 236. Yet still the best achievement that on that field hath been, or any, from the youngest to the oldest man hath seen, was done in knightly fashion by Siegfried's own right hand. Rich hostages he bringeth here, into Gunther's land. 237. These by sheer strength he vanquished, the brave and goodly wight, and Ludgast of Denmark hath suffered great despite, and Ludiger his brother, who from the Saxons came. Now hearken to my tidings, most rich and noble dame. 238. They twain were taken prisoners, and that by Siegfried's hand. Never so many captives were brought into this land, as to the Rhine are coming. Only for Siegfried's part, no news could have been dearer to Lady Kriemhild's heart. 239. Unwounded captives bring they, 500 men and more, and then the deadly wounded, of bloody biers fourscore, full 80 blood-stained stretchers. My lady, understand, the better part of these were slain by bold Siegfried's hand. 240. They who, thus overweening, have flouted us on Rhine, must now, as battle prenes, in Gunther's kingdom pine. Yea, even now they bring them with joy unto our land. Then sweetly flushed her fair face, as she did understand. 241. Her lovely face, with pleasure, became all rosy red. For, by good luck, delivered out of the direst need, had been her goodly warrior, the young man, Prince Siegfried. For all her friends rejoiced she, as she was bound, indeed. 242. Then spake the winsome maiden, Well hast thou said, and now thou shalt have costly raiment. For guerdon, that I owe. And 10 good golden marks too. They shall be brought thee here. Such tidings to rich ladies a man would gladly bear. 243. They gave him for his guerdon the raiment and the gold. Then to the windows hastened the fair maids, to behold the horsemen up the street come. And, watching eagerly, they saw the gallant riders come home to Burgundy. 244. They came, the hale and hearty. The wounded also came. They heard the neighbors' greetings, and need not blush for shame. The host rode forth rejoicing to meet his guests again. It was a joyful ending to all his anxious pain. 245. He welcomed home his warriors, and all the strangers too. To the great king 'twas fitting not otherwise to do than graciously to tender his thanks to those who came, who had in fight defended the honor of his name. 246. Then Gunther asked for tidings that he to hear was fain of those who had returned not, their comrades who were slain. But 60 men were missing, and he had lost no more. For these they might cease mourning, as for the brave of yore. 247. The men who were unwounded brought many a battered shield, and many a dinted helmet, to Gunther from that field. Before the royal palace dismounted all the men, and, with a shout of gladness, were welcomed home again. 248. 'Twas ordered then to billet the warriors in the town. The king bade that his guests be well treated, as his own. The wounded must be cared for, and granted quiet rest. E'en for his foes his kindness the king did manifest. 249. To Ludgast of Denmark he said, be welcome here. Though, through your fault, much damage we have incurred, I fear. But that will be repaid me, if I have luck, quoth he. May God reward my brave friends, who fought so well for me. 250. And you do well to thank them. King Ludiger outspake. For never king before did such high-born prisoners take. The honorable usage shall well rewarded be, which unto us, your foemen, you've granted graciously. 251. I'll let ye both, cried Gunther. Here, on the spot, go free. If all the other prenes swear to remain with me, for these I will have pledges, that they leave not my land, without my given warrant. Thereon each gave his hand. 252. All were to rest and comfort. Within the hostels brought, they put to bed the wounded, with kindly care and thought. While to the hale and hearty, good wine and mead they gave. A gayer time and gladder the folk could never have. 253. The battered shields were taken, and put away in store. Of blood-besprinkled saddles were there enough and more. The men were told to hide them, in case the women wept. Still many a wayworn horseman into the city crept. 254. For his guests the king provided, with kindness wonderful, with strangers and indwellers. The land was very full. Those who lay sorely wounded, he greatly cared for, too. 'Twas thus the good king humbled his proud and haughty foe. 255. To all well skilled in leechcraft, no guerdon was denied. Unstinted store of silver, and shining gold beside, if they could heal the heroes who wounded were in fight. To load his guests with presents was eke this king's delight. 256. If any there were minded to journey home again, they, in most friendly fashion, were bidden to remain. And then the king took counsel how to reward his men, who had his will accomplished, with honor and with pain. 257. The warrior Gernot counselled, let these now homeward ride. In 6 weeks' time we'll bid them, if nothing should betide, return with us to join in a great festivity. By then may they be healed, who sorely wounded lie. 258. For leave asked Siegfried likewise, the lord of Netherland. But when the royal Gunther his wish did understand, he lovingly entreated his dear friend not to go. Though, but for Gunther's sister, he would have gone, I trow. 259. Though Siegfried was too wealthy to care for the king's pay, right well had he deserved it. He was his friend alway, and eke of all his kinsmen. For had their eyes not seen how by his strength in combat the victory had been. 260. For love of the fair maiden, he thought he still would stay. Perchance he yet might see her, which came to pass one day. Just as he most desired, he learnt to know the maid. Thereafter to his country right joyously he sped. 261. Each day in knightly contests, the host would prove his men, which willingly were practiced by many a proud young thane. Then had he seats erected by worms upon the strand, for those whom he awaited in his Burgundian land. 262. About this time, when well nigh the coming guests were due, the beauteous Kriemhilda heard what he had in view, that he, with friends, was meaning to keep high festival. Then was a great commotion among the fair dames all. 263. As to the robes and ribbons, 'twere best for each to wear unto the rich queen Ute the tidings straight they bear of the proud stranger warriors, who now were on their way. Then from her presses took she rich clothes and raiment gay. 264. For love of her dear children, she had these garments made, wherewith were soon adorned full many a dame and maid, and many a bold young hero of the Burgundian land. For many strangers, likewise, rich clothes she did command. Adventure. Chapter 5. How Siegfried first saw Kriemhilda. 265. One saw them daily riding to Worms upon the Rhine, the guests who to the revels did joyously incline, those whom the love of Gunther unto his kingdom brought, were freely offered horses and raiment richly wrought. 266. Seats, ready for all comers, were well and duly made, fit for the best and highest, as hath to us been said, for 32 princes at that festivity, for which fair dames bedecked them in merry rivalry. 267. Then busiest of the busy was Giselher the lad, for kinsmen and for strangers a welcome kind he had, receiving them with Gernot, and every knight and squire was greeted by these warriors as honor did require. 268. Full many a gilded saddle to Worms these riders brought, with richly chased bucklers and garments finely wrought. They brought them to the Rhineland to grace the festival, and many of the wounded were merry enough withal. 269. For those who on their pallets lay wounded, in distress, must needs, though death were grievous, forget its bitterness. And all the sick and ailing must drive dull care away, and join in the rejoicings for this great holiday. 270. Was ever such gay living and hospitality, delights, beyond all measure, and boundless jollity, were shared by all the people, and found on every hand. And there was joy and gladness throughout King Gunther's land. 271. 'Twas on a Whitsun morning. One saw them all go by, all festively apparelled, and mounted gallantly, 5,000 men, and upwards, to join the revels ride. And many a pleasant contest began on every side. 272. The host was not unmindful, and well did understand how heartily and truly the Prince of Netherland love-bound was to his sister, whom yet he had not seen, a match for whom in beauty no maiden yet had been. 273. Then to the king did Ortwine the Thane his thought unfold. If you, with fullest honor, this festival would hold, you should allow our brave guests, our winsome maids to see, who are, in truth, the glory and pride of Burgundy. 274. For where would man's delight be, and what could charm his life, if there were no fair maidens, and ne'er a comely wife? Now, therefore, let your sister before your guests appear. This was a pleasing counsel to many a hero's ear. 275. Most gladly will I do this, replied the king, straightway. And all who heard his answer had merry hearts that day. He sent to summon Ute, and eke her daughter fair, and bade them with their maidens at once to court repair. 276. Then in their presses sought they for all their garments gay, and all the goodly raiment that had been stored away, the gold lace and the bracelets that there to hand were laid, and with all care bedecked her, full many a lovely maid. 277. And many a knight on that day had younger gladly been, that he might be of women more favourably seen, instead whereof he'd care not a kingdom rich to own. And gladly did they gaze on these damsels yet unknown. 278. Then the rich king commanded that with Kriemhild should go 100 of his liegemen, her service pledged unto of his and her own kinsmen, who carried sword in hand. Such were the court attendants of the Burgundian land. 279. The rich queen mother Ute with her fair daughter came, and in her train brought with her full many a comely dame, 50 of them moreover, all royally arrayed. Her daughter, too, was followed by many a winsome maid. 280. From out the women's quarters one might have seen them go. There was a goodly thronging of heroes eke, I trow, for this of all things eager, if it perchance might be that they should have the fortune the noble maid to see. 281. Then came the lovely maiden, even as morning red, from sombre clouds outbreaking, and many a sorrow fled from him whose heart did hold her, and eke so long had held. When thus the winsome fair one before him he beheld. 282. Upon her raiment glittered full many a precious stone, her rosy blushing color with lovely radiance shone. though any would deny it. He could not but confess that on this earth he never had seen more loveliness. 283. Just as the moon in brightness excels the brightest stars, and, suddenly outshining, athwart the clouds appears, so seemed she now, compared with dames of fairest guise. Then did our gallant hero feel his bold spirits rise. 284. One saw before her marching the chamberlains, in state, but the high-mettled warriors, their order would not wait. They thronged to where, in passing, the fair maid they could see. The while Sir Siegfried suffered both joy and misery. 285. Sadly he thought within him, how can it ever be? It is mere foolish dreaming that I should marry thee, yet to be still a stranger. Then were I better dead. And, thinking so, his colour did change twixt white and red. 286. There stood the son of Siegmund. As winsome did he look, as if his form were limned upon a parchment book, by hand of cunning master. And all men said of him, that there was no man like him, so fine and fair of limb. 287. They who the maid attended now strove to clear the track, and keep the throng from pressing. And many a knight drew back, and manly hearts beat quicker for joy, in many a breast, as passed each high-born lady, in splendid raiment dressed. 288. Then outspake gallant Gernot, the prince of Burgundy, to him, who such good service so late hath done to thee. Thou Gunther, dearest brother, shouldst haste to do the same, in sight of all thy warriors. I say it without shame. 289. If thou wouldst bid Sir Siegfried unto my sister go, that the fair maid may greet him, much good might come, I trow. She, who ne'er greeted warrior, may by her greeting cheer, and thus this goodly hero be bounden to us here. 290. Then some of the host's kinsmen went where the knight did stand, and thus spake to the warrior, who came from Netherland. The king his leave hath granted, that you to court should go. His sister there shall greet you, they would you honor show. 291. At this the knight's mood changed again from grave to gay, and in his heart love reigned, and grief had fled away, for the fair Eude's daughter. At last his eyes would see. Right soon she greeted Siegfried with winning modesty. 292. When the high-couraged warrior she saw before her there, her cheeks were lit with crimson. Then spake the maiden fair, be welcome here, Sir Siegfried, thou good and noble knight. And when he heard her greeting, his heart grew wondrous light. 293. He bent him low before her. She took him by the hand. How lover-like the knight did by the fair maiden stand. Each looked upon the other with many a tender glance, this hero and his lady, and yet they looked askance. 294. Was that white hand, I wonder, in lover's fashion pressed, in sign of tender wooing? In sooth, 'twas ne'er confessed, but scarce can I believe that such chance had been let go, for she her kindness to him did very quickly show. 295. In the full bliss of summer, and in the fair Maytide, within his heart could never again such joy abide, as now did fill his bosom, the while he there did stand, and her whom he desired was holding hand in hand. 296. And many a warrior murmured, "Ah, if it only were my lot to walk beside her, as I have seen him here, or at her side to lay me. What bliss would mine have been! Never served hero better. Methinks, to win a queen." 297. Whatever might be the country, the strangers called their own. None had an eye for any, save for this pair alone. And when they let her kiss him, the goodly man and brave, in all this world he never a greater joy could have. 298. Then rose the king of Denmark, and suddenly did cry, to bring about this greeting. How many wounded lie! Too well have I observed it. And all by Siegfried's hand. Forfend him, God, from coming again to Danish land. 299. On one side and the other, they bade the folk make way for beauteous Lady Kriemhild. Then saw one an array of valiant knights who churchward did bear her company. Then could her goodly gallant no longer near her be. 300. For she went to the minster, with all her dames beside. So fair a sight and queenly was she in all her pride, that the high vows of many whilom forgot to rise. And many a hero feasted his soul upon her eyes. 301. Hardly did Siegfried's patience last till the mass was done. Yet might he thank his fortune that he such grace had won, that she to him inclined, whom in his heart he bore. Therefore it was but fitting that he should love her more. 302. As she came from the minster, which he had left before, the gallant thane was bidden to join the dame once more. Then, first, began to thank him the winsome maid, that he, beyond all other warriors, had fought so gloriously. 303. Now God reward you, Siegfried. Thus spake the child so fair. Right well have you deserved that all the warriors here do love and serve you truly, as they themselves avow. Right tenderly began he to look on Kriemhild now. 304. Forever will I serve you, declared the warrior. Henceforth my head I'll never lay down to rest before your least wish be accomplished. If life be granted me, all this, my lady Kriemhild, for your dear sake shall be. 305. Then, for the space of 12 days, on each new dawning day, one saw the lovely maiden beside the knight alway. As often as to court she before her friends must go, unto the knight this service did her great love allow. 306. All kinds of mirth and pleasure, and mighty noise withal, were seen and heard forthcoming daily from Gunther's hall, without and inside also, from many a gallant man, Sir Ortwine and Sir Hagen. Right wondrous feats began. 307. Whatever games were started, these jocund heroes were always among the foremost, a skilled and ready pair, whereby these warriors soon were well known to every guest. Of such kind were the jewels that Gunther's land possessed. 308. Those who had long lain wounded, one saw, at last, appear. They too would share the pastimes, would fence and throw the spear. Among the king's retainers, well pleased to find at length that they could do as others, they had renewed their strength. 309. The host would have them treated well, at his festal board. Theirs was to be the best food. Thus managed he to ward the slightest breath of scandal, which oft a king doth reach. From guest to guest on went he, with kindly words for each. 310. He said, All ye, good warriors, before ye ride away, I pray ye take my presence. 'Twas in my mind alway, to recompense your service. My goods despise not ye, I fain would share them with you. This do I willingly. 311. Then did the lords of Denmark thus answer, out of hand. Before we ride hence, homewards, unto our fatherland, we fain would have a treaty. Of peace we knights have need. We've lost dear friends in plenty, who, through your knights, lie dead. 312. King Ludgast of Denmark was healed now of his wound, and eke the Saxon leader was once more whole and sound. Albeit many dead men they left in alien land. Then went the royal Gunther to where Siegfried did stand. 313. And to the warrior spake he, Advise what I shall do, for early on the morrow our foes intend to go, and crave abiding pledges of peace, from mine and me. Now counsel me, Thane Siegfried, what seemeth good to thee? 314. What ransom they have offered, thou shalt be truly told. So much as Mares 500 can carry of pure gold. This will they give me gladly, if I will set them free. Then Siegfried answered stoutly, That would unworthy be. 315. Free, and without a ransom. Hence shouldst thou let them fare. And that these noble warriors henceforward may beware how they come hither, riding as foemen to our land. Of this in full assurance let both kings give their hand. 316. This counsel will I follow. So saying, forth they went. A message to the foemen was soon thereafter sent. The gold that ye have offered doth no man care to keep, while for the strife-worn warriors at home their dear ones weep. 317. Then many a shield with treasure piled high they carried there. Enough, although he weighed not, for every friend to share. 500 marks well counted. Yea more, he gave to some. This counsel to King Gunther had from bold Gernot come. 318. Then took they leave, for all were impatient to be gone. But first, before Kriemhilda the guests filed, one by one. There sat Dame Maud also, the queen, who bade God speed. Never before were warriors sped half so well, indeed. 319. The hostels were left empty when they had ridden away. Only at home remained the king, in state array, with all his friends and kinsmen, full many a noble knight. These, day by day, were gladdened by Dame Kriemhilda's sight. 320. Now Siegfried, the good hero, did also sue for leave, not hoping more to win her, to whom his heart did cleave. The king o'erheard the saying, that he would fain away. 'Twas Giselher who urged him his journey to delay. 321. Now whither, noble Siegfried, is it thy will to ride? Stay rather, I beseech thee, and with our warriors bide. Remain with our King Gunther, and with his men and me. Are there not here fair women, whom thou hast leave to see? 322. Then spake the stalwart Siegfried, So bide the steeds in stall, for I have changed my purpose. I will not ride at all, and bear the bucklers hence too. I hope to see my land, but Giselher's true friendship I know not to withstand. 323. Thus did the gallant hero remain for friendship's sake. And in no other country could he a sojourn make, that to his soul were sweeter. And so it happed that he, on every day thenceforward, did fair Kriemhilda see. 324. For her surpassing beauty, he was content to stay, and spend the days in pastimes, which whiled the hours away. Although her love constrained him, it gave him grievous pain. Through it the brave knight, later, was miserably slain. Adventure. Chapter 6. How Gunther went to Iceland after Brunhilda. 325. Fresh rumors now were coming from over Rhine, for there, as all the folk were saying, was many a maiden fair. Of these was good King Gunther, now thinking one to woo, and high his knightly ardor rose, as this purpose grew. 326. There was a great queen, dwelling somewhere beyond the sea, whose like none had seen ever, and ne'er again would see. She was of matchless beauty, and strong with all of make. She shot with ready warriors, and made her love the stake. 327. A stone she hurled far from her, then after it would spring. He, who her love did covet, must, without wavering, win 3 games in succession from her, the high-born maid. And if he failed in any, his head was forfeited. 328. Thus many a time and often the maid was wont to do. 'Twas one day heard in Rhineland by a good knight and true, who turned his thoughts towards her, and sought to win the dame, through whom full many a hero to death foredoomed came. 329. Up spake the lord of Rhineland, I'll go down to the sea, and visit this Brunhilda. How were it fare with me? For love of her I'm ready to venture limb and life. I am content to lose them, if she be not my wife. 330. From that would I dissuade you. In answer Siegfried said, in sooth this queen hath customs so terrible and dread, that whosoever woos her must pay a price too high. Seek not to take this journey, I counsel earnestly. 331. Now I would fain advise you. Thus Hagen to him spake, to bid Siegfried go with you, and half the burden take, and share your risk and danger. I counsel this in faith, since he such good acquaintance with Brunhild's customs hath. 332. Quoth Gunther, wilt thou help me? In very truth, Siegfried, to woo and win this fair one? Ah, if thou dost indeed get her for my betrothed, my own, my noble wife, then, for thy sake, I'll venture mine honor and my life. 333. For answer gave him Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son, givest thou to me thy sister? Behold, it shall be done. Give me the lovely Kriemhild, the high and noble queen. No guerdon for my labor, save this I care to win. 334. That swear I to thee, Siegfried, cried Gunther, on thine hand. And if the fair Brunhilda doth come here to this land, I'll give my sister to thee, to have and hold for wife. So mayst thou, with thy fair one, I lead a joyous life. 335. By solemn oath they swore it, the noble warriors twain. But they had toilsome labor, and grief enough, and pain. Before the high-born lady, home to the Rhine they brought. The gallant knight's achievement must be with sorrow wrought. 336. Siegfried his hood of darkness. Tarnhelm yclept, must take. The same that the bold hero, after hard fight, did make. His own, from a dwarf wrested, whose name was Alberich. The bold and mighty warriors sped on their journey quick. 337. Wiener the gallant Siegfried, the wondrous Tarnhelm wore. A hidden strength was in him he had not known before. He had the strength of 12 men, joined to his own, 'twas said. And cunningly he plotted to win the noble maid. 338. Now this same hood was fashioned in such a wondrous way that any man who wore it could carry out straightway whatever thing he wanted, whilst no man could him see. Therewith he won Brunhilda, whence mickle woe had he. 339. Now answer me, Thane Siegfried, ere yet our way begin. How shall we, with due honor, across the water win? Should we not take our warriors unto Brunhilda's land? Full 30,000 have I, who soon may be to hand. 340. How many folks soever we take there, Siegfried said. This queen doth cherish customs so terrible and dread, that they will all fall victims to her o'erweening mood. I'll give thee better counsel, thou fearless knight and good. 341. Let us, as plain knights errant, go sailing down the Rhine, and I will name unto thee the knights will take of thine. Besides us two others shall go, none else at all. So shall we win the lady, whatever may befall. 342. I one of these 4 comrades, another shall be thou. The third had best be Hagen. We should do well enow. And let the 4th be Dankwart. He hath a dauntless hand. 1,000 others dare not in fight us 4 withstand. 343. I would I had some knowledge. The king said, verily, ere we from hither journey, 'twould much enhearten me. In what apparel should we before Brunhild appear? What would be right and fitting? That, Siegfried, would I hear. 344. Whatever be most handsome is worn, I understand, by every man, at all times, in Queen Brunhilda's land. Therefore should we go finely before this haughty dame, that when men talk about us, we need not blush for shame. 345. Then cried the good king, surely I will myself go ask my own dear, gracious mother, that she do set the task to her fair maids, to make us such garb, wherein arrayed we may appear with honor before the royal maid. 346. Then Hagen, knight of Tronje, in courtly fashion spake, why trouble you your mother with things to undertake? Let your fair sister hear now all that you have in mind. Her aid, in this state journey, you will of service find. 347. So sent he to his sister, saying, he fain would see her face, as would Sir Siegfried. But, long ere this, had she put on her goodliest raiment, and stood, so fair a maid, I trow that at their coming she was not much dismayed. 348. Also her court attendants, arrayed were as was meet, when princes twain were coming. And as she heard their feet, straight from her chair upstanding, right modestly she went to greet the noble comers with fitting compliment. 349. Right welcome is my brother, and his companion eke, But fain would I have knowledge. Thus did the maiden speak. What is your lordship's pleasure? That ye at court appear? With you two noble warriors. How stands it? Let me hear. 350. Then spake King Gunther, Lady. To you the truth I'll tell. Although we have high courage, yet have we cares as well. For we would go a-courting far in a foreign land. And now, unto this journey, fine raiment would command. 351. So sit you down, dear brother. Bade the king's daughter fair. And who may be the ladies? For I would rightly hear whom you would go a-wooing. In other rulers' land, these favored knights the lady did take now by the hand. 352. And with them straight returned to where she sat afore. Rich mattresses, I doubt not, were spread upon the floor, with pictures fair embroidered, set off with golden thread. Then must they with the ladies a pleasant time have had. 353. And friendly mutual glances, and looks that were not loath, caused many a thought to waken within the hearts of both. He in his heart I bore her, dear as his very life. And soon, by steadfast service, he won her for his wife. 354. The rich king spake unto her. O dearest sister mine, this thing that we have purposed fails without help of thine. In Queen Brunhilda's country, some pleasure we desire, and need, in ladies' presence, the goodliest attire. 355. Then did the maiden answer. Beloved brother mine, ready am I, at all times, to serve, in need of thine. Of that thou mayst be certain. It is Kriemhilda's part. Should any one deny thee, 'twould vex her to the heart. 356. Nor shouldst thou, noble hero, beg of me anxiously. Thou shouldst command my service in lordly style and free. For whatsoever please thee, for that I'm ready I, and gladly will I do it. The maiden sweet did say. 357. 'Tis our desire, dear sister, in goodly garb to stand, which you may help provide us with your own noble hand. So set your women working, that all may be well done. For we about this journey will be gainsaid by none. 358. Then spake again the maiden. Now mark what I shall say. I have the silk already. See that we get, straightway, some gems from off your bucklers. We'll work them on the cloth. Then Gunther and Sir Siegfried obeyed her, nothing loath. 359. And who may be the comrades? Inquired the royal maid. Who shall to court go with you, thus gorgeously arrayed? I and 3 more, he answered. And 2 my men will be Sir Dankwart and Sir Hagen. These go to court with me. 360. And mark you well, dear lady, and list to what I say. We 4 companions must have enough for 4 days' stay. 3 shifts of clothing daily, of good stuff all of it, that we Brunhilda's country without disgrace may quit. 361. With kind farewells the heroes soon after did depart. Then, of her maidens, 30, well skilled in needle art, did the young Queen Kriemhilda call from their room, in haste. These all for such like labours had wit beyond the rest. 362. Arabian samite was there, white as new-fallen snow, and Zaesmang silks also. So green doth clover grow, whereon they wrought the jewels. Fine clothes, in sooth, they were. The peerless maid, Kriemhilda. Herself the cloth did shear. 363. Of foreign fish skin made they. The linings, good and rare. For stranger folk to stare at. As many as there were. And these with silk were covered. As then the mode did hold. There might be many a marvel. Of this bright raiment told. 364. From far Morocco's borders. And from the Libyan shore. The very choicest samite. That e'er enriched the store. Of any king soever. This had they. And to spare. Right plainly showed Kriemhilda. To whom she kindness bare. 365. Since they on this state journey. Determined to set forth. Plain ermine furs they reckoned. Of insufficient worth. So over them fur trimmings. Of coal-black hue they set. On high days such like garments. Brave knights right well befit. 366. Amidst Arabian goldwork. There glittered many a gem. So careful were the women. Naught was too small for them. In 7 weeks the raiment was all prepared aright. And eke the weapons thereto. For every gallant knight. 367. When this was all made ready. Upon the banks of Rhine. Was diligently fashioned. A little vessel, fine. And strong. Which down the river. Should bear them to the sea. The noble maids by this time. Were of their tasks weary. 368. 'Twas told unto the warriors. That all things were to hand. That they were to take with them. All their apparel grand. Such as they had desired. It all was now complete. So would they on the Rhine bank. No longer stay their feet. 369. Therefore, to fetch their comrades. A messenger was bade. That they should come and look on. This raiment newly made. It might be, for the heroes. Too long, or else too small. But, 'twas of the right measure. They thanked the ladies all. 370. For all who came and saw it. Were bounden to confess. In all the world they never. Had seen more noble dress. They might be proud such clothing. In any court to wear. Of finer knight's apparel. In sooth, knew no one there. 371. Thanks manifold and hearty. Their judgment did receive. And then these joyous warriors. Desired to take their leave. This did the noble comrades. With knightly courtesy. Bright eyes were then, with weeping. All sad and watery. 372. She said, my dearest brother. You still have time to stay. And woo some other woman. 'Twould be the better way. You would not then endanger your body and your life. Here might you find, much nearer. As highly born a wife. 373. Her heart, I ween, foreboded. What, later, did befall. As every word was spoken. They fell to weeping all. The gold upon their bosoms. Was tarnished with the tears. Which rained from their eyelids. By reason of their fears. 374. Again she spake, Sir Siegfried. Let me commend, I pray. Unto your truth and kindness. My brother dear alway. That no mischance befall him. In Queen Brunhilda's land. The gallant hero swore it. Upon Kriemhilda's hand. 375. The mighty Thane thus answered. So long as I shall live. You, to his safety, lady. No anxious thought need give. I safe and sound will bring him. Home to the Rhine, he said. That know now of a surety. The fair maid bowed her head. 376. Their gilded shields were carried straight down unto the shore. And to the ship was taken of clothing their whole store. They bade men bring their horses. They hasted to be gone. Then was by beauteous women much bitter weeping done. 377. There, standing, at the windows, was many a lovely child. A high wind fair was blowing. The ship's sail soon was filled. The gallant band of heroes on Rhine were floating free. Then spake the royal Gunther, who now shall skipper be? 378. That will I be, cried Siegfried. For I can down the flood right well and safely steer you. Doubt not, ye heroes good. The proper water channels I well do understand. Then joyously they parted from the Burgundian land. 379. Sir Siegfried took a boat hook and stoutly did it grip. And, leaning on it strongly, from strand he shoved the ship. The mighty man, King Gunther, did likewise seize an oar. And soon these worthy heroes had cleared them from the shore. 380. They carried costly viands and plenty of good wine, the best that had been vintaged. Upon the banks of Rhine their horses stood right firmly. They had a well-found stall. Their vessel voyaged smoothly. Small ill did them befall. 381. Then they unfurled the sailcloths. The stout sails, strained and tight. And 20 miles they sailed, or ever it was night, with a good wind to help them. Downstream, toward the sea, their steadfast toil was later. Those brave ones woe to be. 382. Upon the 12th day morning, as we have heard men say, the wind had borne the vessel far distant, and away toward Iceland the fortress, in Queen Brunhilda's land. To all of them, save Siegfried, it was an unknown strand. 383. Now, when the royal Gunther so many towers did see, and eke so wide a marchland, he spake all suddenly. Tell me, my good friend Siegfried, if it be known to thee, whose are these many castles, and this fair land we see? 384. Then answered Siegfried, truly, it is to me well known. This people and this country doth Queen Brunhilda own, and Iceland's her fortress, as you have heard me say, and many comely women you well might see this day. 385. I'll give ye heroes counsel, all of one mind to be. Agree in all your discourse, so seemeth best to me. If we today, as may be, before Brunhilda go, we shall need all our prudence to deal with her, I trow. 386. When we behold that fair one, attended by her train, one speech, and but one only, ye heroes must maintain. King Gunther is my chieftain, and of his men I'm one. Thereby what he hath purposed shall all be duly done. 387. They ready were to promise whatever he asked of them, with all their pride o'erweening. None did his word contemn. They vowed whatever he wanted, so better did they fare. What time the royal Gunther beheld Brunhilda fair. 388. This not so much for thy sake, I do, Sir Siegfried said, as for love of thy sister, the ever-beauteous maid. She's as my soul unto me, and as my very life. I'll gladly do this service, so her I win to wife. Adventure. Chapter 7. How Gunther won Brunhilda. 389. Now, while all this was passing, their ship had neared unto the castle walls, so closely that the king's eyes could view above them, at the windows, full many a winsome maid, that he knew none amongst them, made Gunther passing sad. 390. Then questioned he Sir Siegfried, his brave companion, of all those lovely maidens, dost thou in truth know none, who now are gazing downward at us upon the flood? Who are their lord and master? They be of noble blood. 391. To him replied Sir Siegfried, now look you, secretly, amidst the maids there standing, and then confess to me, which you would take among them, if you thereto had might. That will I do, cried Gunther, the bold and valiant knight. 392. Yonder, within that window, I see one of them stand, all in a snow-white garment. She's fairest of the band. 'Tis her mine eyes have chosen. So fair she is to see. Had I the power to wed her, my wife she needs must be. 393. The judgment of thine eyesight hath done for thee right well. That is the noble Brunhild, the maiden beautiful, whom all thine heart desireth. Thy senses, and thy mood, in all ways did her bearing seem to King Gunther good. 394. The queen her beauteous maidens did thereupon command to leave the windows straightway. They ought not there to stand, a gazing stock for strangers. They readily obeyed. And what the ladies next did hath since to us been said. 395. They decked themselves for sake of the visitors unknown, as comely women ever since days of old have done. Then to the narrow windows they quickly came again, whence they could see the heroes, and gazed with might and main. 396. There were of them 4 only, who came unto the land. Bold Siegfried now was leading a horse along the sand. The comely dames beheld him across the window shelf, whilst Gunther thought with pride that they gazed upon himself. 397. He held it by the bridle, the shapely animal. It was so sleek and handsome, so big and strong withal, until the king had mounted, and in the saddle sat. Thus Siegfried did him service, which he ere long forgat. 398. Then Siegfried fetched his own steed, which in the ship did stay. Such service had he rendered, but seldom till that day, to stand at a man's stirrup, until he was astride the fair and noble ladies. This from their lattice spied. 399. These 2 high-mettled heroes, to one ensample clad, white chargers and white raiment, like snow new fallen had, each matching with the other. Their solid bucklers bright shone, on the left hand hanging, of either goodly knight. 400. Bejewelled were their saddles. Their saddle-bows were small. So rode they in their glory before Brunhilda's hall. The bells upon their harness were wrought of bright red gold. They came unto that country as bound on venture bold. 401. With spearheads newly sharpened, with swords well wrought and keen, which hung down to the rowels of these 2 goodly men. Such weapons bore the bold ones, with broad and sharp-edged blade. 'Twas all marked by Brunhilda, the great and noble maid. 402. With them came also Dankwart and Hagen of Tronje. These warriors were apparelled as ancient legends say. Alike, in costly raiment, and raven black of hue. Fair were their shields and mighty, and strong and broad thereto. 403. The jewels that adorned them from India's land were brought, and glittered on their garments. As these the sunshine caught, their little vessel left they, unguarded, on the flood. So rode they to the castle, these heroes brave and good. 404. Full 86 turrets they saw within the wall, 3 palaces far stretching, and 1 fair, well-built hall, compact of precious marble, as meadow grass all green. And here, amid her court folk, awaited them the queen. 405. The castle gate unlocked was, the doors were open thrown. Brunhilda's liegemen hasted to meet these guests unknown, to welcome these newcomers unto their lady's land. They bade men take their horses and bucklers from their hand. 406. A chamberlain said to them, yield now your swords to us, and eke your shining hauberks. Nay, it shall not be thus, cried Hagen, lord of Tronje. These we ourselves will bear. Then Siegfried had to teach him what were the customs there. 407. The fashion in this castle, as you must understand, is that no guest shall carry a weapon in his hand. So let them hence be taken. In sooth, 'tis fairly meant. Then Hagen, Gunther's liegeman, did grudgingly consent. 408. Wine for the guests was ordered, and lodgings good prepared. And to and from the palace, swift-footed warriors fared, all clad in princely raiment. They ever came and went, and on the stranger heroes were wondering glances bent. 409. Then unto Queen Brunhilda someone the news declared, that certain unknown warriors had suddenly appeared, in glorious apparel, by ship across the flood. Whereon began to question the maiden fair and good. 410. I would that someone told me. So spake the maiden queen. Who are these stranger warriors, that ne'er afore were seen, and now stand in my castle, with such a noble grace? And for whose sake these heroes have voyaged to this place? 411. Then spake one of her people. Lady, I must avow, not one of these same warriors I e'er beheld till now. But there is one among them, much like unto Siegfried. You must give him good welcome. That is in sooth my rede. 412. The other his companion, who is so praiseworthy. If he the power had, either some rich king he might be, or have the jurisdiction o'er some wide princely lands. One sees beside the others how royally he stands. 413. The third of these companions, he is of aspect grim, yet, mighty queen, right comely he seems, and fair of limb. From those his rapid glances that he around him throws, his mien, if I mistake not, a gruesome temper shows. 414. The youngest knight among them seems worthy of all praise, as gentle as a maiden, yet knightly are his ways. How winsomely he stands there, with what a high-born mien. And yet, if he were thwarted, we'd rue the hour, I ween. 415. How blithe soe'er his bearing, and beautiful his form. There's many a goodly woman, and he began to storm, that he could bring to weeping. His body fashioned is to excel in manly virtues. A brave, bold thane is this, 416. Then spake the queen, now bring me my raiment and my gear. And if the mighty Siegfried to win my love is here, and therefore to this land comes, 'tis like to cost his life. In sooth, I do not fear him enough to be his wife. 417. Ere long, the fair Brunhilda was fittingly arrayed. With her there came full many a beauteous serving maid, 100, perhaps, or over, attired in all their best. These comely dames were eager to see the stranger guest. 418. With these there went, in order, the thanes of Iceland, the warriors of Brunhilda, each with his sword in hand, 500 men, or over, whereat their hearts misgave. Then from their seats uprose they, the heroes bold and brave. 419. When first the queen Brunhilda perceived the knight Siegfried, ye would, perchance, be told of the words the maiden said. Be welcome, quoth she, Siegfried, here unto this our land. What meaning hath your journey? I fain would understand. 420. I proffer, Dame Brunhilda, my hearty thankfulness, that you have deigned to greet me, most generous princess, before this noble warrior, who stands beside me now, seeing that he my lord is. Such grace I disavow. 421. By birth he is of Rhineland. And what shall I say more? His love for thee, 'tis only that brings us to this shore. My lord doth seek to wed thee, whatever may befall. Of this, in time, bethink thee, he will not change at all. 422. The name he bears is Gunther. He is a mighty king. If haply he may win thee, he asks no other thing. 'Twas this good warrior bade me upon this journey come, and I had dared deny him, I'd fain have stayed at home. 423. She spake, since he's thy master, and thou his vassal art, I'll stake a venture with him, if he dare play his part. And if he gain the mastery, then will I be his wife. But should I be the winner, ye all do risk your life. 424. Then Hagen spake, of Tronje. O lady, let us see this mighty game you play at. Before a victory, you score off my lord Gunther. It will go hard enow, for such a beauteous maiden. He'll count to win, I trow. 425. The stone he must throw boldly, then leap to where it lies, then hurl the javelin with me. So be ye not unwise. Who knows? Each may be losing his honor and his head. You must bethink you therefore, the winsome fair one said. 426. On this, the gallant Siegfried unto King Gunther went, and bade him tell the princess his purpose and intent. He might be for the issue. Without anxiety, I shall be there to shield you with all my craft, quoth he. 427. Then spake the royal Gunther. Most high and mighty queen, declare your task unto me. And had it harder been, for sake of your fair body, I everything would stake. My very head I'd venture you for my wife to take. 428. As soon as Queen Brunhilda his will and meaning knew, she bade the games be hastened, as seemed to her but due, and ordered them to bring her wonted gear for fight, a ruddy golden breastplate, and buckler round and bright. 429. A silken fighting doublet drew over all the maid, such as, in closest combat, would turn the sharpest blade. Of Libyan stuff 'twas woven. And it was deftly done. A bright embroidered trimming upon the border shone. 430. Meantime the stranger warriors were eyed somewhat askance. And Dankwart and Sir Hagen ill brooked this arrogance. And how the king would fare, too, did weigh upon their mood. They thought, unto us warriors, our journey bodes no good. 431. The while these things were doing, Siegfried, the crafty one, had, unperceived of any, back to the vessel gone, and found his hood of darkness, where hidden it had lain, and swiftly slipped it on him. Thus he became unseen. 432. Then back again he hastened, to where the queen he found, her fateful game arranging, with many knights around. Invisibly he joined them. So cunningly, 'twas done, that, midst the whole assembly, he was discerned by none. 433. The ring was marked out clearly, wherein the games should be, in presence of bold warriors, who came the sport to see. 700 men and over. One saw, who weapons bear. Which of the two was winner? The heroes must declare. 434. Ere long appeared Brunhilda, in all her warlike gear, as if she meant to conquer all kingdoms far and near. Above her silken vestment was twisted golden twine. One saw thereunder ever her lovely color shine. 435. And then came her attendants, who in their hands did hold a mighty round-rimmed buckler, all wrought of ruddy gold, with steel-like clasps upon it, many, and broad, and bright. And underneath its shelter the lovely maid would fight. 436. The maiden's shield sustainer a noble baldric was, wherein were gems embroidered, as green as air was grass. Their ever-changing brightness was mirrored in the gold. He who would win such lady must needs be warrior bold. 437. Her shield beneath the bosses, as we have heard declare, was 3 good spans in thickness. And this the maid could bear, with steel and gold inlayings. So richly 'twas beset. Her chamberlains, 4 of them, could scarcely carry it. 438. When now the sturdy Hagen beheld this shield brought in, the wrathful lord of Tronje did thus to speak begin. How now, King Gunther? Truly, we're like to lose our life. She, whom you would be wooing, must be the devil's wife. 439. Hear more now of her raiment. She had a wondrous store, a warrior's silken mantle. From Azagog she wore a noble, costly garment, from which the flash was seen of many a splendid jewel, pertaining to the queen. 440. Then bore they to the lady, and weighty 'twas, I trow, a giant spear well sharpened, which she was wont to throw. Most strong and monstrous was it, and mighty too, and broad, and with its keen twin edges, right terribly it gored. 441. Of that spear's weight, now hearken, and hear the wonderment. 4½ good measures of metal to it went. 3 of Brunhilda's liegemen could scarce uphold its weight. When noble Gunther saw it, his courage did abate. 442. And in his heart he pondered, whate'er will be the end? If she be a hell devil, who can the matter mend? Were I alive and safely once more in Burgundy, here, rid of love and wooing, She long might wait for me. 443. Then outspake Hagen's brother, the valiant Dankwart. Alack that we did ever on this state journey start. But knights we still are, surely. And it were very shame to perish in this country, o'ermastered by a dame. 444. I do regret right sorely that ere I saw this land, had but my brother Hagen his weapon in his hand, and I had mine. Methinketh they'd be a whit more mild, with all their pride and boasting, these vassals of Brunhild. 445. For, know now of a surety, each one of you I warn, no oath of peace should bind me, had I 1,000 sworn, ere I fordone before me, my master dear shall see, this maid her life shall forfeit, however fair she be. 446. We, without let or hindrance, could surely leave this land, said Hagen, Dankwart's brother, had we good swords in hand, and eke the armor on us, that we in battle need. Then would this haughty woman soon change her tone indeed. 447. Full well the noble maiden heard what the warrior said. With smiling mouth, half turning, she o'er her shoulder bade, thinks he himself so valiant? Bring them their armor then, and let these heroes handle their keen-edged swords again. 448. When they received their weapons, at the proud maid's command, for joy did Dankwart redden, to hold his sword in hand. Now play your games, and welcome, shouted the fearless thane. Gunther need fear no danger. We have our swords again. 449. The strength of Queen Brunhilda. It was a fearsome thing. They brought her for the contest. A stone into the ring. A monstrous one and heavy. So mighty, and so round. 12 stalwart heroes scarcely could heave it from the ground. 450. Weener she threw the javelin. She next would hurl this stone. Then did the stout Burgundians within their spirit groan. God help us, cried Sir Hagen. What bride our king hath wooed? Hell were her proper sojourn. She's of the devil's brood. 451. Around her snow-white arms she began her sleeves to wind, and on her hand she fastened the buckler to her mind. Then high she poised her javelin, and so began the fight. Gunther, and Siegfried likewise, did dread Brunhilda's spite. 452. And were it not for Siegfried, who came unto his aid, the king's life had been forfeit unto the doughty maid. The knight, unseen, approached him, and twitched him by the hand. But Gunther quailed, his cunning he did not understand. 453. What was it that did touch me? The bold man thought, and he looked round and sought on all sides, but not a soul could see. A voice said, It is Siegfried. 'Tis I, your trusty friend. As to this queen, I pray you, let fear be at an end. 454. He said, Unhand the buckler, and let me carry it. And what thou hearst me tell thee, mark well with all thy wit. Thine must be all the gestures, but I will do each deed. When Gunther understood him, his heart grew light indeed. 455. See thou conceal my cunning, and tell no man thereof. The queen will little glory win from thee, though she scoff, and though it be her purpose to add unto her fame. See how she stands before thee, fearless, the noble dame. 456. With all her strength of body, her spear the glorious maid against a new shield hurled. 'Twas broad and stoutly made, which on his arm was bearing the son of Siegfried. Bright fire sparks from the steel flew, as driven by the wind. 457. The blade of her stout lance head clean through his shield did crash, and from his close-ringed hauberk the fire was seen to flash. The shock of the encounter so drave the stalwart men, that, saving for the Tarnhelm, they both had there been slain. 458. Out of the mouth of Siegfried, the bold knight, gushed the blood. But soon again upsprang he. Then gripped the hero good the spear which she had hurled, that through his buckler went, and back it flew upon her, by Siegfried's strong hand sent. 459. He thought, I will not shoot her, this maid who is so fair. And so he turned behind him the sharp head of the spear, and with the shaft he smote her upon her vest of steel, so that the blow re-echoed that his stout hand did deal. 460. The fire broke from her armor, as driven by the wind. Hard were the spear thrusts dealt by the son of Siegfried. So much King Gunther never had done with his own hand. With all her strength, the maiden such blows could not withstand. 461. The beauteous Brunhilda, how soon she up did bound. I thank thee, noble Gunther, thy shot its mark hath found. She thought that he had done it by his own strength alone. But no, there slipped behind him a far more mighty one. 462. Away she sped full swiftly, and wrathful was her mood. The stone aloft she lifted, this noble maid and good. Then from her hand she hurled it, with all her might and main. And after it she leapt while her armor rang again. 463. The stone fell 12 good arms' lengths beyond her standing place. But further yet the maid sprang, and cleared the stone apace. Then came the noble Siegfried to where the stone did lie. 'Twas Gunther that did lift it, 'twas Siegfried let it fly. 464. So bold a man was Siegfried, so mighty and so tall. He threw the stone still further, and leapt beyond its fall. His subtle arts had given such wondrous power of limb, that, in the leap, King Gunther he bore along with him. 465. Thus was the leaping over, and hurling of the stone, and they who looked saw no one save Gunther there alone. The beauteous Brunhilda, all red with wrath became, for Siegfried had prevented King Gunther's death and shame. 466. Unto her courtfolk turning, she loudly spake, as she across the ring, the hero all safe and sound did see. Come hither, quick, my kinsmen, and my good lieges all. Ye must now to King Gunther be underlings and thrall. 467. Then laid these stalwart warriors their weapons from their hand at Gunther's feet, the rich king from the Burgundian land. Then bent to do him homage. Full many a dauntless knight, they thought that he the contest had won by his own might. 468. He gave her gentle greeting, for he was courtly bred. Then by the hand she took him, that famous maid, and said she would henceforth allow him the rule and power to hold. Right glad thereat was Hagen, the warrior brave and bold. 469. She bade the noble hero along with her to go into the wide-roomed palace. Which being done also, more fittingly was service paid to the noble knight. Dankwart and Hagen glad were to see such pleasant sight. 470. Meanwhile, the ready Siegfried wisely his plans did lay. He took the hood of darkness and hid it safe away. Then the great hall he entered, where many ladies sat, and fell to question Gunther, and artfully did that. 471. Wherefore, my lord, delay you? When doth the game begin? At which the queen so often hath challenged you to win. Let us behold and quickly in what wise it is done. As though he knew not of it, behaved the crafty one. 472. How can it e'er have happened? Thereon inquired the queen. That you, most noble Siegfried, not of the game have seen, wherein I have been worsted by mighty Gunther's hand. Then answered her Sir Hagen, of the Burgundian land. 473. He spake, yourself, O lady, did much disturb our mood. So to the ship departed Siegfried, the hero good. What time our lord of Rhineland did win the game from you? Therefore he knows not of it, said Gunther's liegeman true. 474. Now welcome are these tidings, quoth warrior Siegfried, that thus your pride hath fallen. Doth please me well, indeed, that someone there is living, who may your master be. Now must you, noble maiden, go with us o'er the sea. 475. Then spake the noble fair one. This may not yet befall. My kinsman first must hear it, and my good liegemen all. I may not thus so lightly desert my land, I trow. My chief friends must be sent there, ere I myself shall go. 476. Then sent she heralds riding here, there and everywhere, to bid her friends and kinsmen and lieges all repair to Iceland the fortress. Nor would she take excuse, and bade that costly raiment be given for their use. 477. So daily came they riding, from early hours till late, unto Brunhilda's castle, like to an army great. Now, by my faith, cried Hagen, see now what we have done. With fair Brunhilda's liegemen, we'll trouble have anon. 478. While thus in power and numbers, they throng throughout the land. What is the queen's intention? We cannot understand. What if she be against us, so wroth that we be lost? The noble maiden surely was born to our great cost. 479. Then spake the sturdy Siegfried. All this will I forestall. The danger you are dreading, I will not let befall. I must go hence, and succor. Bring quickly to this shore a band of chosen warriors, ne'er known to you before. 480. Ye must not seek to find me. I go across the sea. May God meanwhile preserve you from all indignity. I'll come back quickly, bringing 1,000 men with me, the very best of warriors that ever one could see. 481. Be not too long gone from us. The king in answer said, in this our need we shall be right glad to have your aid. Said he, I'll come back to you ere many days be spent. And you must tell the queen that by you I have been sent. Adventure. Chapter 8. How Siegfried went to fetch the Nibelungs. 482. So thence went Siegfried unto the haven on the strand, clad in his hood of darkness, to where a boat did stand. Therein he stood, all hidden. This son of Siegmund brave. He steered it quickly seaward, as 'twere the wind that drave. 483. Though no one saw the steersman, fast sped the bark along, urged by the strength of Siegfried. In sooth his arms were strong. Men thought that she was driven by some strange, mighty wind. No, it was Siegfried drave her, the son of fair Sieglind. 484. When he a day had voyaged, and likewise through a night, he came unto a country, by dint of main and might, from one end to the other, 100 leagues or more. The Nibelung land, where kept he the mighty hoard in store. 485. Then, all alone, the hero steered to an eyot broad, and ran his skiff alongshore, and left her safely moored. Then climbed he to a mountain, on which a castle stood, and, like a wayworn traveller, for shelter sought and food. 486. So came he to the gateway, which, locked, before him stood. They guarded well their honour, as folk at this day would. Then straight he fell a knocking, like any man unknown. The gate was kept well guarded. He saw within it soon. 487. A monstrous giant warder, whose sentinel did stand, and kept at all times ready his weapons close at hand. He called, "Who cometh knocking so loudly at the door?" Then answered the bold Siegfried, but changed his voice therefore. 488. And said, "I am a warrior. Undo me now the gate, ere I arouse to anger some one, though it be late, who rather would sleep softly, and in his chamber bide." It angered the gatekeeper, that Siegfried thus replied. 489. Soon had the doughty giant girded his armor on, set on his head his helmet, and quickly seized upon, and swung aloft his buckler, and opened wide the gate. How straightly then on Siegfried he rushed, with scowl of hate. 490. How had he dared awaken so many a gallant man? And straight upon the question his hand to smite began. The noble guest prepared him a bold defence to make. But, at the porter's onset, his very shield clasps break. 491. Smashed by a bar of iron, the knight was sore distressed, and somewhat was he fearful that death would end his quest. Seeing the huge gatekeeper did smite so sturdily, which yet his master Siegfried was not ill pleased to see. 492. So mighty was their combat, that all the castle rang. Throughout the halls of Nibelung, men heard the crash and clang. At last he threw the giant, and bound him foot and hand. The tidings soon spread over the whole of Nibelung land. 493. The noise of fierce strife sounded deep through the mountain side, where Alberich the bold one, a wild dwarf, did abide. With speed he seized his weapons, and ran to where he found this brave and noble stranger, as he the giant bound. 494. A fierce wight was this Alberich. Of strength he had good store, a helmet and a hauberk he on his body wore. A weighty whip, gold-handled, he carried in his hand. With all his swiftness ran he to where Siegfried did stand. 495. 7 knots, both hard and heavy, hung down in front of it, with which the bold man's buckler so ruthlessly he hit, as in his hand he held it, that it in pieces fell. Then was the goodly stranger In fear for life as well. 496. The shield, that now was broken, he from his hand did throw, and thrust into its scabbard. His sword, 'twas long enow. His treasure he would not, and he could help it, slay. His breeding he forgat not, as was his righteous way. 497. With his strong hands for weapons, at Alberich he ran, and by the beard he gripped him, that old and grisly man. So ruthlessly he pulled it, that loud the old man cried. The grip of the young hero could Alberich ill abide. 498. Loud was the bold dwarf's outcry. I prithee now, have done. And I could be the liegeman of any knight, save one, to whom I have sworn fealty. To be his vassal I, rather than die, I'd serve thee. The crafty one did say. 499. But Alberich was bound as the giant had been bound, and by the strength of Siegfried much pain and trouble found. The dwarf began to question. How are you called, quoth he. He said, My name is Siegfried. I should be known to thee. 500. That is a goodly hearing, said Alberich the dwarf. Now know I of a surety what mettle you are of, and know you have good reason to lord it in the land. If you my life will leave me, I'll do what you command. 501. Thus spake the hero Siegfried. Then must thou straightway go, and bring me of the warriors the best we have, I trow. Of Nibelungs 1,000 I fain would here behold. But wherefore these he wanted, that was to no man told. 502. Of Alberich and the giant, the fetters he unbound. Then Alberich ran quickly to where the knights he found. The Nibelungs he wakened from sleep right cautiously, and said, Up now, ye heroes, to Siegfried hasten ye. 503. Then sprang they from their couches, all ready at his call. 1,000 active warriors, equipped stood in the hall. So went they unto Siegfried, who by himself did stand, and fairly did he greet them. Some knelt to kiss his hand. 504. They lit full many a taper, pure wine for him they poured. He thanked them all for coming so promptly at his word. Then spake he, Ye must yonder with me across the flood. For this he found them ready, those heroes bold and good. 505. Full 300 warriors had come at his behest. From out their numbers took he 1,000 of the best. To these were brought their helmets, and all their gear to hand, because he fain would lead them unto Brunhilda's land. 506. He spake, Ye good knights, hearken to that which now I say. Your raiment should at court be exceeding rich and gay, for many a lovely woman will look on us, I trow. So make your bodies handsome with good clothes ere we go. 507. All on a morning early, the bold knights rode away. What gallant comrade Siegfried had got himself that day. They all had good war horses, and garments rich and grand. With knightly mien and bearing, they came to Brunhild's land. 508. Upon the turret standing was many a winsome maid. Then spake the queen, Doth any know who be these, she said, whom I see sailing hither from o'er the sea so far? Their sails be richly woven, whiter than snow they are. 509. And the Rhine king made answer, My warriors are they, whom I did on the journey Bid near at hand to stay. I sent to fetch them, lady. And here they come, I see. Whereon the noble strangers were eyed all wonderingly. 510. For plainly saw they Siegfried upon the foredeck stand, arrayed in costly raiment, with all his warrior band. Then said the queen, now must you, my lord king, counsel me. Shall these new guests be welcomed? Or shall I let them be? 511. He spake, without the palace. To meet them you should go, as if we saw them gladly, that they may take it so. Then did the queen according unto the king's behest. Though, in her greeting, Siegfried she severed from the rest. 512. A lodging was found for them. Their goods were put in store. And now so many strangers had landed on that shore, that great the throng of folk was. Whichever way one went, the knights on sailing homewards to Burgundy were bent. 513. Then spake the queen Brunhilda. Right thankful should I be to him who could my silver and gold divide for me between my guests and Gunther's. An ample store I have. Then Dankwart said, the liegeman of Giselher the brave. 514. Most noble queen and lady, let me now have the key. I trow I can divide it. If shame should fall on me, so let it be mine only. Thus spake the doughty thane. That he a gentle knight was from his bearing plain. 515. As soon as Hagen's brother the key had at command, so many gifts and costly dispensed the hero's hand to those who one mark needed. Such bounty did he give, that all the poorest, henceforth, in comfort well might live. 516. Pound pieces by the hundred he, without reckoning, gave. In clothing rich, full many, that royal hall did leave, who ne'er such splendid raiment before that time had worn. This vexed the queen right sorely. It was not to be borne. 517. She spake, in her vexation. Sir King, it seems to me, this chamberlain of yours is, with all my goods so free, he soon will leave me nothing. He throws my gold away. I shall be beholden to him who this can stay. 518. Such rich gifts doth he lavish. The thane must sure believe. I've sent for death to take me, but I would longer live. Whatever my father left me, I trow I well can spend. On such a spendthrift treasurer did never queen depend. 519. Then Hagen spake of Trange. Fair lady, have no fear. The king of the Rhine river hath gold enough, and gear, to lavish just as freely. And well may we forego to take Brunhilda's treasure, when hence we homeward go. 520. Nay, for mine own sake, hear me. The queen said, for I will take with me 20 coffers, which I with gold will fill, and silken stuffs, which also I'll give with mine own hand, when we come over yonder unto King Gunther's land. 521. With precious stones and jewels they did her coffers lade, her own lords of the chamber to help therewith she bade, for she would put no trust in the men of Giselher. Gunther, therefore, and Hagen began to laugh at her. 522. Then spake the queen Brunhilda. To whom leave I my land? That first must be determined by thine and mine own hand. The noble king made answer. Let him forthwith appear. Who best thereto would please you? We'll leave him steward here. 523. One of her noblest kinsmen. The lady to her Bade. It was her mother's brother. To him the maiden said, to you be now entrusted my castles and the land, until they come directly under King Gunther's hand. 524. Then did she of her people choose 200 men, who with her to the Rhineland must make the voyage then, beside the 1,000 warriors who came from Nibelung land. Then all to start made ready. They rode down to the strand. 525. Of women 86. Along with her she took, and eke 100 maidens, who comely were in look. Then they delayed no longer. They wearied to be gone. But those they left behind them, these wept, aye, many a one. 526. With seemly grace the lady fared from her fatherland. She kissed her nearest kinsmen, who stood on either hand. With kindliest leave-takings, they came unto the shore, to her forefathers' country. The lady came no more. 527. One heard of games of all kinds, to pass the time away, and make the journey shorter. 100 pastimes gay they had, too, for their voyage. A right good sailing wind, with merriment and laughter. They left their land behind. 528. Not once upon the journey did she embrace her lord, until they reached his palace. Their pleasure was deferred. At Worms they, in the castle, their wedding feast would hold, where they, ere long, with gladness, came with their heroes bold. Adventure. Chapter 9. How Siegfried was sent to Worms. 529. When they 9 days had travelled upon their homeward way, spake Hagen, lord of Trange. Now hark to what I say. We yet have sent no tidings to Worms upon the Rhine. Your heralds should be, surely, in Burgundy long sign. 530. King Gunther made him answer. Lo, what you say is right. And for this errand, surely, there is no better knight than you yourself, friend Hagen. So ride now to my land. Our journey no one better can make them understand. 531. Whereto made answer Hagen. Small use should I be there. Let me look to the cabin. Whilst on the flood we fare, I'll stay beside the women, and to their gear attend, until we bring them safely into Burgundian land. 532. Bid Siegfried rather do it, and him your envoy make. His mighty strength will aid him the task to overtake. Should he decline the going, you must, with kindliness, for love of your fair sister, the journey on him press. 533. He sent to fetch the warrior, who came at his command. Quoth Gunther, since we're nearing our home in mine own land, I ought to send a message unto my sister dear, and eke unto my mother, that we the Rhine draw near. 534. This ask I of thee, Siegfried. The favour grant, I pray, that I may ever thank thee. The warrior good did say, but Siegfried did withstand him. He was so bold a man, until King Gunther sorely to plead with him began. 535. To ride thou shouldst be willing. For my sake, Gunther said. And likewise for Kriemhilda's, the beautiful young maid, that we may owe thee service. The noble maid and I. When Siegfried heard that saying, he could no more deny. 536. Whatever thou wilt command me, I cannot say thee nay. For love of that fair maiden, I'll do what thou dost say. How could I aught deny her, who owns my heart alone? For her sake that thou askest, is all as good as done. 537. Go then and tell my mother, Ute, the noble queen, that we anent this journey in joyous mood have been. And let the kings, my brothers, know each how we did fare. And all our friends must also the happy tidings hear. 538. And from my beauteous sister, I pray thee not reserve, but say that I and Brunhild will her right gladly serve. And tell unto the court folk, and all my serving men, that what my heart had yearned for, full well did I attain. 539. And tell to gallant Ortwine, that nephew dear of mine, that he have seats erected by Worms upon the Rhine. And all my other kinsmen, they also should be told, that I, with Queen Brunhilda, high festival will hold. 540. And tell unto my sister, as soon as she hath learned, how, with my guests so shortly, I shall be home returned, that she to my betrothed one a welcome good must give. So shall I to Kriemhilda, for I beholden live. 541. Then did the noble Siegfried a courteous farewell take of the lady Brunhild, as did beseem him well, and of her courtiers likewise. Then to the Rhine rode he. No messenger were better in all the world than he. 542. With 24 horsemen, he into Worms did ride. Without the king he cometh, was heard on every side. And all the folk lamented, and stirred were with the dread, lest in that foreign country they'd left their master dead. 543. They from their steeds dismounted, right happy was their mood. And Giselher hastened to them, the youthful king in good, and eke his brother Gernot. How eagerly spake he, when he the kingly Gunther did not with Siegfried see. 544. Be welcome, Siegfried, cried he. But, pray you let me know, where you have left my brother, who forth with you did go. If Queen Brunhilda's prowess have robbed us of our king, methinks your high-aimed wooing hath been an evil thing. 545. Forgo your fears, quoth Siegfried. My noble comrade sends his loyal love and greeting to you and all his friends. In rare good health I left him. I came at his command to bring you, as his envoy, tidings to this your land. 546. You must see to it quickly, however it may be, that I the good queen mother and your fair sister see. For they must hear the message which I was bade to tell, from Gunther and Brunhilda, with both of whom 'tis well. 547. Then Giselher the lad said, Go then to her you've won, since for my sister's favour such service you have done. Great trouble doth she suffer about my brother's fate. The maid will see you gladly, I'll warrant me of that. 548. The noble Siegfried answered, And I can serve the maid right faithfully and gladly. That service shall be paid. Now who will tell these ladies that them I fain would see? 'Twas Giselher the comely, his messenger would be. 549. Swift Giselher the tidings unto his mother told, and eke unto his sister, when he did them behold. To us the hero Siegfried Of Netherland hath come. Him hath my brother Gunther here to the Rhine sent home. 550. He bringeth us full tidings of how the king doth fare. Now must ye give permission that he to court repair. From Iceland brings he hither a true report, I trow. Yet soon these noble ladies much sorrow were to know. 551. To get their robes they hastened, and did themselves array. And then they summoned Siegfried to come to court straightway. Which did he, willing-hearted, too happy her to see. The noble maid Kriemhilda spake to him graciously. 552. Be welcome, my lord Siegfried. Thou worthy knight, she cried. Where doth my brother Gunther, the noble king, abide? Of him, by Brunhild's prowess, I ween we are forlorn. Oh, woe is me, poor maiden, that ever I was born. 553. Then spake the gallant hero. Now pay me herald's fee. For know, O beauteous ladies, no need to weep have ye. In lusty health I left him. Of that ye may be sure. To tell you both these tidings, he sent me on before. 554. They send to you their duty, he and that bride of his, with all true love and kindness. Most noble queen, it is high time to leave off weeping, for they will soon be here. For many a day she had not heard tidings half so dear. 555. Then with her snow-white kerchief she wiped her lovely eyes, that were all wet with weeping, and in her gracious wise began to thank the bearer for the good news he brought. And so her grief and sorrow were turned to pleasant thought. 556. She bade him to be seated, whereof right glad was he. Then spake the lovesome maiden. Rejoiced should I be, could I for herald's guerdon give all my gold away. Too rich for such meed are you. I'll be your debtor I. 557. Said he, if for my portion I 30 kingdoms had, I would, by your hands given, of any gift be glad. Well, said the gracious lady, it shall be given to you. Her chamberlain was bidden to fetch the herald's due. 558. Full 24 buckles, set with bright stones and good, she gave him for his guerdon. And yet the hero's mood allowed him not to keep them. He handed them around unto her nearest ladies, that in the room he found. 559. Her mother gave him greeting in kind and courtly way. I have yet more to tell you. The valiant man did say, of what the king requireth, when to the Rhine comes he. If, lady, you will grant it, he'll I beholden be. 560. The noble guests he bringeth, I heard him this desire. He wishes you to welcome, and eke he doth require that you ride forth to meet him outside Worms, on the strand. This doth the king, at your hands, in all good faith demand. 561. Then spake the lovely lady. Ready am I alway. Howe'er I can to serve him, I cannot say him nay. All shall in loyal kindness, as he desires, be done. Whereat her cheek, for gladness, a heightened color won. 562. No prince's herald ever a better welcome had. And had she dared to kiss him, she would have been right glad. How winsomely the gallant then from the dames withdrew, as noble Siegfried counselled, did the Burgundians do. 563. Sir Sindold and Sir Hunold. And eke Rumold the Thane, to whom the charge was given, must work with might and main, to have the seats made ready. By worms upon the sands, one saw the royal stewards, they're working with their hands. 564. Or twine and gear would not, that ought be left undone. They sent unto their kinsfolk, on all sides, every one. They told them of the wedding, which was about to be. The beauteous maids adorned them for the festivity. 565. The palace was made splendid, and decked was every wall, in honor of the guestfolk. King Gunther's royal hall was all right well upholstered by many a foreign man. And so this mighty wedding right merrily began. 566. Then all along the highways, throughout the countryside, were seen the three kings' kinsmen, who bidden were to ride, and wait the guests' arrival, who soon were to appear. While from the stores was taken abundance of rich gear. 567. Ere long was spread the rumor that certain folk had seen Brunhilda's friends approaching, at which there did begin great stir among the people in the Burgundian land. Ay me! What gallant warriors were seen on either hand. 568. Then spake the fair Kriemhilda. Ye maids attending me, who would at this reception fain bear me company, go, seek from out my presses the richest robes and best, that thereby praise and honor we gain from every guest. 569. The warriors came shortly, who ordered to be brought the saddles nobly fashioned, with finest gold inwrought, on which should ride the ladies at Worms upon the Rhine. One never saw horse trappings more fitting or more fine. 570. Ha! What a golden gleaming from these gay palfreys shone, and how the bridles sparkled with many a precious stone. The footstools eke were golden, on carpets bright and good, placed for the ladies' mounting. Right joyous was their mood. 571. The women's mares were saddled, and in the court did stay, for the young maids of honor. As I erewhile did say, small saddle bows and silken. One saw these palfreys bear the finest silk, I warrant, of which you e'er could hear. 572. Then 86 matrons out of the palace went, and on their heads were wimples towards Kriemhilda bent. Each beauteous dame her footsteps in garments bright arrayed, and no less well apparelled, came many a comely maid. 573. In number 54. Damsels of Burgundy, the best they were and fairest that ever I could see. One saw their flaxen tresses with bands of ribband bright. What Gunther had desired was done with zeal aright. 574. The richest stuffs then wore they, the best one e'er could find, before the stranger warriors. Good clothes of many a kind, so that each several beauty might have a setting fit. Whoso were discontented must be of little wit. 575. Of sable and of ermine was many a costume there, and many an arm and hand too were made to seem more fair, with buckles and with bracelets on the silk stuffs they wore. Should any try to tell you, his task would ne'er be o'er. 576. With many a fine wrought girdle, so rich, and long, and gay, hanging o'er shining raiment, The women's hands did play. Their skirts of Ferrandine were, and stuff of Araby. Among those noble maidens was gladsomeness and glee. 577. In stomacher bejewelled was many a maiden fair, most winsomely enlaced. And sad indeed it were, did not her bright complexion outshine her dress in hue. No other king had ever so fair a retinue. 578. As now those lovely ladies in full attire were seen, the knights who should escort them appeared upon the scene. High-couraged warriors were they, of mighty strength and craft. And each, beside his buckler, did bear an ashen shaft. Adventure. Chapter 10. How Brunhilda was received at Worms. 579. Now, on the further Rhine bank, came with a numerous band the king and his guests with him, and drew nigh to the strand. One saw, too, by the rein led, full many a maiden steed. For those who should receive them, to wait they had no need. 580. For when the folk of Iceland unto the ship were led, and eke the Nibelung people, who Siegfried followed, they put across the water, with quick, unwearied hand, to where, upon the quay side, they saw the king's friend stand. 581. Now hearken to my story. I'll tell you how the queen, Ute, the rich queen mother, was with her maidens seen, forthcoming from the castle, whence she herself did ride. Then many an acquaintance twixt knight and maid was tied. 582. Kriemhilda's palfrey led was by Gear the Margrave, as far as the fort gateway, where Siegfried, warrior brave, must thenceforth wait upon her. She was a lovely maid, and he by this fair lady was, later, well repaid. 583. Alongside Lady Ute, o'ertwine the bold road he, with many knights and maidens, who bear them company. Ne'er at a great reception, we must confess, had been so great a throng of ladies as here together seen. 584. And many a fair encounter took place amid the train of praise-deserving heroes. They could not well refrain before the fair Kriemhilda, until the ship they reach. Then from their palfreys lift they the well-dight ladies each. 585. The king had now crossed over, and many a guest of worth. Hey! What stout shafts were shivered for these fair ladies' mirth. One heard the hurtling tumult, as lance on buckler rang. Aye, and the rich shield bosses, that in the press did clang. 586. The fair ones now were standing the landing place upon, with all his guests had Gunther up from the vessel gone. He led the lady Brunhild with his own royal hand. Then shone against each other bright gems and garments grand. 587. With courtly grace Dame Kriemhild did thereupon repair to where the lady Brunhild and all her courtiers were. One saw them push their chaplets with their white fingers by what time they kissed each other. 'Twas done in courtesy. 588. Then spake the maid Kriemhilda, and fittingly spake she to us in this our country. Right welcome may you be to me, and to my mother, as unto every friend whom we as faithful reckon. Then each did lowly bend. 589. The dames each other greeted with clasp of hand and arm no one had ever heard of. A welcoming so warm. As soon as the two ladies, the bride for certain wist, Dame Ute and her daughter, her sweet mouth often kissed. 590. When all Brunhilda's ladies had lighted on the strand, they tenderly were greeted, and taken by the hand. For many a well-dight woman, there was a warrior good, and many beauteous maidens, with Dame Brunhilda stood. 591. Before their greeting ended, a good long hour had sped. Ay, and the lips, like roses, were kissed of many a maid. Still stood by one another those two kings' daughters bright. To many a valiant hero, they were a lovely sight. 592. With their own eyes beheld they, who often told had been, that no such peerless beauty had ever yet been seen as that of these two ladies. It now was plain to view. One saw, too, on their bodies, not in the least untrue. 593. Those who could judge of women, and on fair forms decide, did laud and praise for beauty the royal Gunther's bride. But others, they were wise men, with more discerning eyes, said, that from Dame Brunhilda, Kriemhilda won the prize. 594. Now dame and maid were walking, each other opposite, and many a lovely body one saw right nobly dight, and many a rich pavilion and silken tent were there. The plain that worms surrounded was crowded everywhere. 595. The kinsmen of King Gunther came thronging thereunto. Brunhilda and Kriemhilda were thither bade to go, and take with them their ladies, where they in shade could stand. There, with them, came the nobles of the Burgundian land. 596. Meanwhile upon their chargers, the guests were all a-field, and many a doughty lance thrust was caught upon the shield. The plain with dust was smoking, as though the very earth in flames would soon be bursting. Now heroes showed their worth. 597. Upon these knightly doings looked many a maiden's eye. I doubt not that Sir Siegfried full many a time rode by the tents, as with his liegemen he back and forward sped. 1,000 gallant warriors from Nibelung he led. 598. Then Hagen, lord of Tronje, at his host's bidding went, and courteously the hero did close the tournament, lest by the dust besprinkled the beauteous maids should be. This order by the guests was obeyed good-humoredly. 599. Then spake the noble Gernot, let now the horses rest. As soon as it grows cooler, we knights will do our best to please these lovely ladies. Before the palace wide, let everyone be ready. We near the king will ride. 600. When all the wide field over, the tournament was stayed. For pastime went the heroes beneath the tall tent's shade, to parley with the ladies, on mirth and pleasure bent. Thus, till 'twas time for riding, their leisure hours were spent. 601. But when it grew towards even, and near the sun's last ray, seeing the air was cooler, they would no more delay. Then many a knight and lady toward the castle rode. On many a beauteous woman were loving looks bestowed. 602. And now they raced for raiment, such as good knights do wear. These highly mettled warriors, as was the custom there, until they reached the palace. There did the king dismount, and they the ladies aided. as gallant knights be wont. 603. Now, too, the royal ladies did from each other part. Queen Ute and her daughter together did depart, with all their court attendants, unto a chamber wide. Then shouts of joy and laughter were heard on every side. 604. The seats being set in order, the royal Gunther would go with his guests to supper. 'Twas seen how by him stood the beautiful Brunhilda, and now a crown she wore, as queen in her king's kingdom. Well worth was she therefore. 605. Fine seats were set for many, by tables broad and good, as we have been assured, laid with abundant food, of all that they could wish for. How little lack was seen, and with the king was many a guest of lordly mien. 606. The host's own body servants, in ewers of red gold, did fetch and carry water. If you should e'er be told that at a prince's wedding the service was more fit, 'twould trouble me but little. I'd put no faith in it. 607. Before the great Rhine ruler did of the water take, Sir Siegfried went unto him a due request to make, to warn him of his promise, which he by his right hand pledged, ere he saw Brunhilda at home in Iceland. 608. He spake, you must remember, you swore by your right hand, if ever Dame Brunhilda should come to this your land, you'd give to me your sister. Now what hath got your oath? Much trouble with your journey. I've taken, nothing loath. 609. Then to his guest the king said, thou didst right well to speak. What on my hand I swore you, that oath I will not break. As best I can, I'll help you to bring about this thing. Then was Kriemhilda summoned to court before the king. 610. With all her beauteous maidens, she came unto the hall. Then, from a dais springing, young Giselher did call, bid all these other damsels return, for verily no other than my sister here with the king shall be. 611. They brought the lady Kriemhild to where the king did stand, with noble knights around him, from many a prince's land. In the wide hall they bade her stand quietly alone. Meanwhile the lady Brunhild had to the banquet gone. 612. Thereon did speak King Gunther. Dear sister, noble maid, I trust unto thy goodness to let mine oath be paid. I've pledged thee to a warrior, should he become thy lord. By thy true faith and duty, thou wilt have kept my word. 613. Then spake the noble maiden, beloved brother mine, thou shouldst not thus beseech me. My will is ever thine, to do as thou commandest. What thou hast willed, shall be. I'll take, my lord, for husband him whom thou givest to me. 614. At her dear eyes' kind glances, all red grew Siegfried's face. At Dame Kriemhilda's service, the knight himself did place. They twain then must together within the circle stand. They asked if she were willing to take this hero's hand. 615. A little was she shamed with maiden modesty, but yet, so blessed was Siegfried, and eke so lucky he, that she did not refuse him. At once and out of hand, to wife he swore to take her, that king of Netherland. 616. So he to her was plighted, and unto him the maid. And now the loving damsel no longer was afraid Within the arms of Siegfried. In sweet embrace to rest. And then, before the heroes, his beauteous queen he kissed. 617. The crowd in twain divided. And, soon as this was done, lo, there was Siegfried seated upon the second throne. And, by his side, Kriemhilda. Many on them did wait. One saw the Nibelungs thronging around where Siegfried sate. 618. The king was likewise seated with Brunhilda the maid. But when she saw Kriemhilda, she ne'er had been so sad. By noble Siegfried sitting, a weeping she began, her many hot tears falling adown her bright cheeks ran. 619. Then spake the country's ruler. What ails you, lady mine, that you should dim with weeping those bright and shining eyne? You rather should be joyful. That subject unto you my land is, and my castles, and many a bold man, too. 620. Good cause have I for weeping, replied the beauteous maid. In sooth about thy sister, my very heart is sad. I see her sitting next to yon vassal of thine own. Needs must I ever mourn it, if she be thus undone. 621. King Gunther whispered to her. I prithee, silent be. At some more fitting season, I'll tell this tale to thee. And wherefore unto Siegfried I did my sister give. In sooth she, with this warrior, right happily may live. 622. She said, I must pity her beauty and her grace, and gladly would I hide me, did I but know a place, that it might ne'er befall me, to lay me by your side, unless thou tell'st me wherefore. She must be Siegfried's bride. 623. The noble king said to her. This much then understand. He hath as many castles as I, and broader land. That know now of a surety. A mighty king is he. And therefore this fair maiden gave I his wife to be. 624. Whatever the king said to her, she troubled was in mood. Now hasten from the tables. Full many a warrior good. So lusty was their tilting. It made the fortress ring. The host amid his guests was distraught and wearying. 625. He thought how sweet would rest be by that fair woman's side. His heart was never free from this longing for his bride. He from her wifely duties much love must surely win. Then tenderly Brunhilda to I did he begin. 626. The guests of knightly pastimes were bid to make an end. The king unto his chamber would with his spouse ascend. Before the great hall stairway Kriemhild and Brunhild met. They looked upon each other with naught but kindness yet. 627. Then came their court attendants. There was no lingering. The chamberlains rich suited the taper lights did bring. The warriors were divided to either king his men. 'Twas plainly seen how many did follow Siegfried then. 628. Unto their wedding chambers thus both the heroes came, and each of them was thinking how he by love would tame his lovely lady's scruples, and tender was his mood. To Siegfried was his pastime beyond all measure good. 629. For when the lordly hero held Kriemhild to his heart, and comforted the maiden with every loving art, amid his noble wooing, she seemed his very life. Not for 1,000 others had he foregone his wife. 630. Of how he wooed his lady, I nothing more will tell. But hearken to this story. To Gunther what befell. Along with Dame Brunhilda. Methinks the comely Thane. On many a softer pillow. With other dames had lain. 631. The serving folk had vanished. Women as well as men. The door of the bride chamber was quickly closed then. He thought he should be clasping her sweet form presently. The time was still far distant when she his wife would be. 632. In shift of snow-white linen she came unto the bed. Then thought the noble warrior, now have I compassed all that I ever yearned for. Through all my livelong days her beauty had bewitched him. 'Twere no unlikely case. 633. The noble king did firstly quench with his hand the light to where the dame was lying. Then ventured that bold knight. He stretched himself beside her. His joy could not be told, as in his arms the hero the lovely one did fold. 634. All loving customs was he right ready to fulfill, if but the noble lady had let him have his will. But she so full of wrath was, that sorry was his state. He thought to meet with kindness, and found unfriendly hate. 635. She spake, O knight most noble, you best had let me be. For that which might content you, you ne'er will get from me. I will remain a maiden. You may be sure of that. Until I learn the story that made her Gunther hate. 636. He tried to wring love from her, and, striving, tore her dress. Whereat she seized a girdle. This masterful princess. It was a cord well twisted, which round the hips she wore. Then to the king full measure she gave of anguish sore. 637. His feet and hands together she fastened therewithal. Then to a nail she bore him, and hung him on the wall. Because her sleep he hindered, to him she love forbade. Her strength, in sooth, was such that his death he well nigh had. 638. Then fell he to beseeching, who master should have been. Loose now my bonds, I pray you, most good and noble queen. I'll take an oath, fair lady, you never to constrain, and never will I lay me so nigh to you again. 639. She little recked how fared he, so she but softly lay. He needs must stay there hanging all night until the day, until the light of morning athwart the lattice shone. If e'er of strength he boasted, that strength was well nigh gone. 640. Now say to me, Lord Gunther, would you not be afraid to be found tied and hanging? Questioned the beauteous maid. By your own body servants? Bound by a woman, too? The noble knight made answer, 'Twould evil bode for you. 641. I, too, should win small honor. The worthy man did say, I pray you of your goodness to let me by you stay. And since it seems my wooing doth anger you so much, 'twill long be ere my fingers shall dare your robe to touch. 642. Then speedily she loosed him, and led him to his feet. Again into the bride bed he to his wife did get. Yet so far did he lay him, that he her raiment fair thenceforth could scarcely ruffle. Of that she took good care. 643. In came then their attendants, and brought them fresh array, of which a mighty store was all ready for that day. How gay soe'er the world was, Right gloomy had he grown. The country's noble ruler, who wore, by day, a crown. 644. According to old custom, which rightly men obey, King Gunther and Queen Brunhild no longer must delay to go unto the minster, where holy mass was sung. There, likewise, came Sir Siegfried, and mighty was the throng. 645. As kingly rank demanded, in readiness did wait whatever they had need of, their crowns and robes of state. Then were they consecrated, and, after that was done, all four were seen in gladness to stand, each with a crown. 646. Then many youths were knighted, 600, maybe more, in honor of the crowning. Of that ye may be sure. And great rejoicing was there throughout Burgundian land. One heard the lances splinter in every new knight's hand. 647. The fair maids in the windows sat, and o'erlooked the field. They saw below them flashing full many a polished shield. King Gunther kept aloof from his liege's revelry, whatever the rest were doing. A mournful man was he. 648. How great was the unlikeness of his and Siegfried's mood! And well he knew what ailed him, that noble knight and good. Unto the king he hastened, and straight to question fell. How fared you yestereven? To me you this should tell. 649. Then to his guest the host spake. A foul disgrace 'twill be. I've brought the very devil home to the house with me. For when I sought to woo her, she bound me tight withal. Then to a nail she bore me, and hanged me on the wall. 650. There hung I in mine anguish all night until the day, before she would unbind me. How softly, too, she lay. This, trusting in your friendship, I tell you secretly. Then cried the stalwart Siegfried. This grieves me, verily. 651. I'll see if I can help you. So put your grief away. I'll manage that this evening. She'll let you by her stay. She shall not even flout you, nor scorn your love again. This saying was to Gunther. Sweet comfort after pain. 652. And further spake Sir Siegfried. Thou yet mayst prosper well. Right different, I ween, was the luck that us befell. To me your sister Kriemhild is dearer than my life. This same night Dame Brunhilda shall be your willing wife. 653. He said, Unto your chamber I'll come this very night, clad in my hood of darkness, unseen of any wight, that ne'er another person my artifice may know. So let your chamber servants unto their hostel go. 654. The lights the pages carry I'll suddenly put out, and this will be the token that you may have no doubt. But I am nigh to aid you. Yea, I will tame your wife, that you this night can woo her. Thereon I stake my life. 655. Then, quoth the king, be careful. Thou yieldest not to love. She is mine own dear lady. The rest I do approve. Do with her what thou choosest. If thou shouldst take her life, methinks I would o'erlook it. She is a fearsome wife. 656. I do agree, cried Siegfried. And, by my faith, I swear, I will not seek to woo her. Is not thy sister dear? Before all other women I have set eyes on I. Right well believed Gunther what Siegfried then did say. 657. The merry games brought gladness. And also weariness. The tilting and the shouting were bidden soon to cease. For to the hall the ladies were shortly to depart. The chamberlains commanded the folk to stand apart. 658. The horses and the people were driven from the court. Each of the beauteous ladies a bishop did escort, when they in kingly presence must go to sit at meat. And many a goodly liegeman them followed to their seat. 659. The king, with hopes encouraged, in joyous humor sat. What Siegfried had assured him, his mind was full of that. To him this one day seemed as long as 30 days. Upon his lady's wooing, his thoughts were set always. 660. He scarcely could content him until the meal was done. Then was the fair Brunhilda at leisure to be gone, as also was Kriemhilda. Both to their rooms would go, the thanes around them thronging. Ha, 'twas a gallant show. 661. Sir Siegfried by Kriemhilda his beauteous wife still sate, and with her held sweet converse. With joy unmarred by hate, his hands she softly fondled, with hers that were so white, until, but how she knew not, he vanished from her sight. 662. As she with him was toying, and found he'd slipped away, she turned to his attendants, and thus the queen did say, I marvel what hath happened. The king, where hath he gone? His hands he but this moment hath taken from mine own. 663. She did not question further. Meanwhile he quickly came to where the chamber servants did wait with links aflame. He straight began to quench them, each in the page's hand. That it was done by Siegfried, Gunther did understand. 664. Well knew he what he wanted. He therefore bade begone the maids and dames who waited. As soon as this was done, the noble king was careful himself to lock the door. 2 strong bolts drew he quickly, and fastened there before. 665. Behind the tester hangings, he hid the taper's light, and then began a play piece, which ended not that night, betwixt the stalwart Siegfried and that fair maiden wife, which was unto King Gunther, with joy and sorrow rife. 666. When on the couch lay Siegfried, alongside of the queen, Take care, quoth she, Lord Gunther, though sweet it might have been, to love me, lest you suffer, as you have done before. The lady for bold Siegfried had bitter woe in store. 667. To hide his voice he failed not, and ne'er a word spake he. And so, 'twas plain to Gunther, although he could not see, that nothing sly or secret was passing 'twixt the twain. But little peace or comfort did either of them gain. 668. He bore himself as though he, the great King Gunther were, and in his arms clasped closely that maiden passing fair. But on a bench bystanding, she hurled him from the bed, so that against a footstool he loudly smote his head. 669. Arising, strong as ever, up leapt the gallant man. This time he would do better. But soon as he began to try and overpower her, again she wrought him woe. Ne'er wife hath made offending the like of that, I trow. 670. And when he gave not over, the maiden sprang upright. Full ill doth it beseem you, to touch my shift so white. Coarse are you and unmannered. Woe therefore you betide. You shall not soon forget it. The comely maiden cried. 671. She clasped the good knight tightly, with both her arms around, and would have laid and bound him, as she the king had bound, that she in peace and quiet might lie upon her bed. The ruffling of her raiment she vengefully repaid. 672. What did his valor serve him? And what his power of limb? When she essayed to show him that she could master him, by might and main she bore him. Not elsewise could it be. And, twixt the bed and cupboard, she crushed him cruelly. 673. Ah, woe is me! The knight thought. Am I to lose my life? And that through a mere maiden? If so be, every wife, from this day forth forever, with arrogance and pride, will treat her lawful husband, which else should ne'er betide. 674. The king could hear all plainly, and grieved for the man. Siegfried, full sore ashamed, to rage within began, his monstrous strength outputting. He with the maid did close, and strove with all his forces Dame Brunhild to oppose. 675. Long time it seemed to Gunther, ere he the maid did quell. She grasped his hands so tightly, that from each fingernail the blood burst from her pressure. Sad pain the hero bore, ere yet the noble maiden he made for evermore. 676. Renounce that will unruly, of which she was so proud. The king heard what was passing, but durst not speak a word. Against the bed he pressed her, until she cried again. His strength it was sufficient to cause her gruesome pain. 677. Then clutched she at the girdle she wore about her waist, and would have bound him with it. He stopped it with such haste and force, that all her body and joints cracked in the strife. Thus ended was the battle. She now was Gunther's wife. 678. She spake, O noble sovereign, now let my life go free, and all shall be atoned for that I have done to thee. Ne'er more I'll do despite to the love of thy true heart. Right surely have I proved that thou women's master art. 679. Sir Siegfried stepped aside then, whilst there the maiden lay, as though he had bethought him his clothes to put away. But first, from off her finger a golden ring he drew, so that the noble maiden naught of it ever knew. 680. He likewise took her girdle, a silken cord and good. I know not if he took it in arrogance of mood. Unto his wife he gave it, whence woe he one day had. Then lay each by the other, the king and his fair maid. 681. He wooed her as a lover, as was his right to do, and needs must she her anger, and eke her shame forego. So closely did he court her. Her cheeks grew somewhat pale. Ah me! How all her power was made by love to fail. 682. For now she was no stronger than any other dame, and all her lovely body his very own became. If she had tried to spurn him, what profit could it prove? This was the work of Gunther, by virtue of his love. 683. How full of fond endearments he by the lady lay, in tender love and kindness, until the dawn of day. Meanwhile, the noble Siegfried had gone again outside, and was right warmly welcomed By his own winsome bride. 684. He put aside the questions which did perplex her thought, and long from her kept hidden what he for her had brought, until, a queen and crowned, to his own land she went. What he was doomed to give her, he nowise could prevent. 685. The host upon the morrow was in a gayer mood than on the former morning, thereby a humour good spread through his lands, rejoicing. Full many a noble thane, whom to his house he summoned, and well did entertain. 686. The merrymaking lasted until the 14th day, and all the while the turmoil did not abate nor stay, with all kinds of rejoicing, which one and all must share. 'Twas all at the king's charges, and great in sooth they were. 687. For noble Gunther's kinsmen, as them the king had told, gave gifts to do him honor, of raiment and red gold, of horses and of silver, unto the outland men. They who for gifts were eager departed happy then. 688. And even the Lord Siegfried, from out of Netherland, with all his 1,000 lieges, of that apparel grand, which they had brought to Rhineland, to them did freely give. Fine horses, eke, and saddles. Right nobly could they live. 689. Ere all the costly presents were shared among the throng, those who would fain go homeward began to think it long, ne'er yet of like enjoyment had guests so had their fill. And so the wedding ended. Such was King Gunther's will. Adventure. Chapter 11. How Siegfried went home with his wife. 690. Now that the guests departing, all on their way were sped, Siegfried the son of Siegmund unto his people said, We likewise must make ready home to our land to go. Well liked his wife these tidings, when she the news did know. 691. She spake unto her husband, When must we needs set out? That I should go thus quickly, I very much misdoubt. For firstly must my brothers with me the kingdom share. 'Twas irksome unto Siegfried from Kriemhild this to hear. 692. The princes went unto him, and spake to him, all three. Now be assured, Sir Siegfried, that yours shall ever be our true and faithful service. Aye, even unto death. He bowed unto the princes, who pledged him thus their faith. 693. We would with you share also, said Giselher the young, the lands and eke the castles, which unto us belong. Whatever of this wide kingdom be subject to our rule, together with Kriemhilda, that shall you share in full. 694. Thereon the son of Siegmund said to the princes three, as soon as of these nobles the goodwill he did see, your heritage, God grant it, for ever blessed be, and eke the folk within it. But, for my dear wife, she 695. Gladly foregoes the portion that ye to her would give. A crown she'll soon be wearing, and, if we both should live, she'll be, in sooth, far richer than any living bride. In aught else at your service I'll loyally abide. 696. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, though not my land you deem, Burgundian thanes should never stand in such small esteem, to lead them to his country. Right glad a king might be. I let my own dear brothers e'en share in all with me. 697. Then spake the noble Gernot. Take whom thou hast a mind. Of those who would ride with thee, thou here wilt plenty find. Of 300 warriors, 1,000 will give thee, to be thine own attendants. Then Kriemhild speedily. 698. For Hagen sent, of Trange. And likewise for Ortwine. Will ye and eke your kinsmen? She asked, be men of mine. But Hagen, when he heard it, cried in a mood of wrath. Nay, Gunther may not give us to anyone on earth. 699. Let others of your household attend you on your way. Well might you know by this time the customs of Trange. Upon the king attending, at court we choose to stay. Whom we thus far have followed, we still would serve alway. 700. 'Twas therefore so decided. To start they did prepare. As noble court attendants, Dame Kriemhild took with her of maidens 32, besides 500 men. Sir Eckwart, the Margrave, went with Kriemhilda then. 701. Then was a great leave-taking of squire as well as knight, of maiden and of matron, as was indeed but right. Friend kissing friend at parting was seen on every hand. Right gaily they departed from out King Gunther's land. 702. Their kinsmen did escort them far out upon the way, and camping grounds were fixed on, where they the night should stay, wherever seemed good to them. Throughout the king's domain, swift messengers to Siegmund the tidings bear amain. 703. That he and Dame Sieglinde might straight be made aware how that their son was coming with Euda's daughter fair, the beauteous Kriemhilda of Worms on the Rhine strand. No dearer news and better could e'er have come to hand. 704. Ah, well for me, quoth Siegmund, that I this day have known, when beauteous Kriemhilda comes hither for a crown. Mine heritage I reckon thereby a worthier thing. My son, the noble Siegfried, shall here himself be king. 705. Then gave the lady Sieglinde much velvet of red hue, and weighty gold and silver. That was their herald's due. So much the news rejoiced her, which she had heard that day. With zeal her waiting maidens now donned their best array. 706. Folks talked of who was coming with Siegfried to their land. They bade men raise a platform with benches close at hand, wherefrom his friends might see him, as with his crown he rode. King Siegmund's men went forward to meet him on the road. 707. If any better welcome to heroes I befell than in this land of Siegmund, it is not mine to tell. To meet the fair Kriemhilda, Sieglinde herself did ride, with many a lovely lady, and gallant knights beside. 708. After a whole day's journey, at length the guests they spied, both native-born and strangers, did weary of the ride. Before they reached a fortress, a castle large and strong, 'twas Santen height, and therein they wore their crowns ere long. 709. With smiling lips and loving Sieglinde and Siegmund too greeted the fair Kriemhilda with kisses not a few. They did the like to Siegfried. Now gone was all their pain. Their followers did likewise a hearty welcome gain. 710. They bade the guests be taken in front of Siegmund's hall, and there the beauteous maidens were holpen, one and all. to dismount from their palfreys. And there was many a man, who on these lovely women, to wait with zeal began. 711. How grand soe'er the wedding had been upon the Rhine. Here did they give the heroes apparel far more fine than they, in all their lifetime, had ever worn before. One might tell mickle marvels of all their wealth in store. 712. They sate in state and splendor, and had of all enough. What raiment wore their servants? Of golden-colored stuff, with broidered lace adorned, and precious stones inwrought. The noble Queen Sieglinde of this had taken thought. 713. Before his friends and kinsmen, then noble Siegmund spake. I charge all Siegfried's kinsfolk notice hereby to take, that he, before these warriors, my crown henceforth shall wear. This news the Netherlanders were glad in sooth to hear. 714. To him he gave his kingdom, his crown, and government. Henceforth he was their master, and his arbitrament, and rendering of justice, became abiding law. So that fair Kriemhild's husband was greatly held in awe. 715. In this estate of honor he lived, as all declare, and wore the crown and governed, until, in the 10th year, his comely wife in safety brought forth her firstborn son, whereat the royal kinsfolk were gladdened evrione. 716. They hastened to baptize him, and gave him for a name, after his uncle, Gunther, which could not bring him shame, were he but as his forebears. A brave man he would grow. They gave him careful training, as bounden so to do. 717. About the selfsame season, Dame Sieglinde passed away. Then noble Eude's daughter did over all hold sway, as doth beseem such ladies, who wealth and lands possess. That death the queen had taken, they mourned none the less. 718. Now yonder too, in Rhineland, so doth the story run, unto the wealthy Gunther there had been born a son, of beauteous Brunhilda, in realm of Burgundy. And, for the love of Siegfried, that hero's name had he. 719. With what great care unceasing that child was watched and taught. For him the noble Gunther caused teachers to be sought, to rear him in all virtues befitting man's estate. Alas! How in his kinsfolk he found an evil fate. 720. In legends old, the story hath many a time been told, of how those gallant warriors lived in the days of old, worthy of praise, at all times, in good King Siegmund's land. The like did also Gunther, and all his knightly band. 721. The kingdom of the Nibelungs was under Siegfried's sway. Among his wealthy kinsfolk there was no wealthier eye. And Shilbung's warriors also, and all their goods and gold. Well might the gallant warrior his head more highly hold. 722. The greatest of all treasures that ever hero won, save they that erstime held it, the gallant knight did own, which once upon a mountain he rested by his might. He did to death to gain it, full many a doughty knight. 723. He had his fill of honor, and had it not been so, in justice to the hero, one needs must own, I trow, that he among the best was, that ere on horseback sat. Men feared his strength of body, with reason did they that. Adventure. Chapter 12. How Gunther bade Siegfried to the festival. 724. Now Gunther's wife the meanwhile was brooding every day. Why bears herself Dame Kriemhild in such a lofty way? Is not her husband Siegfried a vassal of our own? Scant service hath he paid us in all these years agone. 725. Within her heart this kept she, and he took their anent. Yet that they came not ever did make her ill content, and that she got no service out of Sir Siegfried's land. And wherefore this should happen, she fain would understand. 726. So of the king inquired she, whether it might not be that she the lady Kriemhild yet once again might see. She privily spoke to him of what her mind thus teased. But when her lord had heard her, he was but half well pleased. 727. And how are we to bring them? Then said the mighty king, here into this our country. That were no easy thing. Too far from us their dwelling. To ask I am afraid. Then answered him Brunhilda with crafty air and said. 728. However high and mighty a king's man be, I say that he his lord's commandments should never dare gainsay. And to himself smiled Gunther, whilst she laid down the law. He had no thought of service. Whene'er he Siegfried saw. 729. She spake, my lord beloved, I pray thee, for my sake, lend me thine aid, that Siegfried may with thy sister take their journey to this country, that here we them may see. For nothing that could happen would be more sweet to me. 730. Thy sister's gentle breeding and well-contented mood, whene'er I think upon them, in sooth, it doth me good. How we did sit together when first I was thy wife. Right well hath she deserved bold Siegfried's love and life. 731. So long she thus besought him, until the king did say, be sure that guests more welcome could ne'er be any day. 'Tis easy to persuade me, and messengers of mine I'll send unto the couple, to bring them to the Rhine. 732. Then spake the queen yet further. Now also you must say, when you will send to fetch them, and at what time we may look for our well-loved kinsfolk to come unto our land, and whom you purpose sending, I fain would understand. 733. That will I do, the king said. 30 of mine own men will I send riding thither. These did he summon then, and by them sent his message unto Prince Siegfried's land. Dame Brunhild to content them gave much apparel grand. 734. Then said the king, this message ye'll take, my warriors bold, wherewith I now entrust ye. See that ye not withhold unto the mighty Siegfried, and to my sister dear, that in this world doth no one more kindness to them bear. 735. And pray that both do shortly come to us on the Rhine, for which we'll ever thank them, I and this lady mine. Before this next midsummer, he and his men shall see things done, which to his pleasure and honor great shall be. 736. And likewise to King Siegmund, my service take and say, that I and all my people be bound to him alway. Say also to my sister, that she must tarry not. More worthy entertainment shall never be her lot. 737. Brunhilda and Kriemhild, and every dame at hand, sent messages of service to all in Siegfried's land, unto the lovely women, and many a man of worth. Then by the king's good pleasure, the messengers set forth. 738. In travelling guise they journeyed. Their steeds and wearing gear were ready made beforehand. So from the land they fare, they made good progress onward, to where their goal did lie. The king came with an escort, to speed his embassy. 739. At end of 3 weeks' riding, they came into the land, wherein the Nibelung stronghold, where they were sent, did stand, on the Norwegian border. And there they found the Thane. Both steeds and men were weary with their long journey's pain. 740. Then was it unto Siegfried, and to Kriemhilda said, how knights had come on horseback, and so apparelled, as in Burgundian country. The fashion was that day. Straight from the couch up sprang she, whereon she resting lay. 741. And quickly to a window she bade a maiden go, who saw the gallant gear stand in the court below, him and the comrades with him, who had been thither sent, instead of all her heartache. How great was her content! 742. Unto the king then spake she, now look you down below, how they with doughty gear about the courtyard go, whom my good brother Gunther here down the Rhine hath sent. The stalwart Siegfried answered, we'll make them well content. 743. Then all the court attendants did hasten out to greet, and every one among them did speak a welcome meet. They gave unto the envoys the best words that they had. The old king Siegmund likewise was of their coming glad. 744. A lodging was appointed for Geir and his men. The horses too were cared for. The messengers went then unto the hall where Siegfried near to Kriemhilda sat. At court they had free entry, and therefore did they that. 745. The host rose with the hostess, and near to them did stand. Right well was Geir welcomed from the Burgundian land, with all his knightly comrades, King Gunther's men to wit. The noble Geir bade they upon the bench to sit. 746. Before we sit allow us to tell you of our news. Though weary with our journey, to stand the while we choose, we have to give a message, which unto you we bring, from Gunther and Brunhilda. And weighty is this thing. 747. And likewise what Dame Ute, your mother, sendeth you, and Giselher the young knight, and noble Gernot too, and all your nearest kinsfolk, from whom we have command to offer you their greeting, from the Burgundian land. 748. Now God reward ye, heralds, cried Siegfried, and I trust unto your truth and kindness, as towards friends we must. So likewise doth their sister. And now your tidings give, if still our friends beloved at home in gladness live. 749. Since we from them departed, hath no one evil done unto Kriemhilda's kinsman. Let that to me be known. My faithful help is ready in every time of need, until mine aid and service their foes shall rue indeed. 750. Then quoth the Margrave Geir, he was a warrior good. Right happily abide they in all good livelihood. They bid you to the Rhineland, to a high festival, Right gladly will they see you. Of that doubt not at all. 751. They pray my lady also, that she will thither wend, so soon as ere the winter shall come unto its end. Before this next midsummer, your faces would they see. Then spake the stalwart Siegfried. Nay, that can hardly be. 752. But further spake Sir Geir, from the Burgundian land. It is your mother Ute, who mocketh this demand. Eke Giselher and Gernot, ye must not them gainsay, that ye be so far distant. I hear complaints each day. 753. Brunhilda, too, my mistress, and all her maidens fair, rejoice at this my errand. If likelihood there were, that they once more might see you, happy would be their mood. Unto the fair Kriemhilda, this message seemed right good. 754. As Geir was her kinsman, the host then bade him sit. Wine for the guests he ordered, nor long they wanted it. And thither, too, came Siegmund, who had the herald seen. To the Burgundian heroes he spake with friendly mien. 755. Be welcome, Gunther's liegemen, ye warriors, every one, since it hath happed that Siegfried, my son to wife hath won. Kriemhilda fair, more often, ye would we gladly see. In this our land, if truly to us ye'll friendly be. 756. They said that if he wished it, they'd gladly come again. And so in pleasure vanished their weariness and pain. The messengers were seated, and food was brought them there. For guests so welcome Siegfried had plenty of good fare. 757. For 9 days' space and longer to stay they were constrained, until, at last, the horsemen, who would be gone, complained that back into their country they never more would ride. Meanwhile his friends King Siegfried had summoned to his side. 758. To ask them what they counselled. Would they go to the Rhine? He hath sent here to fetch me Gunther, that friend of mine. He and his kinsfolk bid us to keep festivity. I'd gladly go there, save that his land too far doth lie. 759. They also bid Kriemhilda to go along with me. Now counsel me, dear kinsman, how thither come shall she? If I through 30 kingdoms my men, for them, must lead, still Siegfried's hand to serve them must ready be indeed. 760. Then spake his chiefs unto him. If you've a mind unto the journey to this hightide, we'll counsel what to do. You with 1,000 warriors unto the Rhine shall ride. So may you with all honor in Burgundy abide. 761. Then spake the noble Siegmund of Netherland the Lord. Will ye unto this feasting, and tell me not a word? And if it will not shame you, I'll ride along with you. I'll take 100 swordsmen to swell your retinue. 762. Wilt thou in sooth ride with us, my own good father dear? Exclaimed the gallant Siegfried. Right gladly that I hear. Before 12 days are over, my fatherland I'll leave to all who did desire them. They steeds and raiment gave. 763. Now that the noble ruler was minded soon to start, the heralds swift were bidden straight homewards to depart, and unto his wife's kinsmen upon the Rhine to say that he would very gladly with them keep holyday. 764. Both Siegfried and Kriemhilda As doth the story say. More gifts gave to the heralds than could be borne away on their own horses homewards. A wealthy man was he. Their sturdy beasts of burden they drove right merrily. 765. Their folk were clothed by Siegfried and Siegmund worthily. And Eckwart the Margrave gave orders speedily to seek out women's raiment, the best that could be found, or anywhere be heard of, in Siegfried's lands around. 766. The saddles and the bucklers began they to prepare, and to the knights and ladies who should the journey share was given whatever they wanted, that they might fail in naught. Unto his friends full many a noble guest he brought. 767. The heralds did not loiter upon the journey home, and soon the gallant gear to Burgundy was come, where right well was he welcomed. They then alighted all from chargers and from palfreys before King Gunther's hall. 768. The youths went and the elders, as men are wont to do, to ask what might the news be. Then spake the good knight true, when to the king I've told it, the rest of you shall know. Then straightway with his comrades did he to Gunther go. 769. The king, in joy to see them, rose quickly from his chair, that they had come so swiftly. Also from Brunhild fair received they thanks, while Gunther unto the envoys spake. How fares it now with Siegfried? Much wrought he for my sake. 770. Then spake the gallant gear. For joy his face grew red, both his and your fair sisters. And ne'er was message sped from any man of honor unto his friends, more true than Siegfried and his father by me have sent to you. 771. Then thus unto the Margrave the noble king's wife spake. Say, now, is Kriemhild coming? And care doth she yet take to keep the outward fairness which she to foster knew? Aye, said the warrior gear. Doubtless she comes to you. 772. Then you to her presence the heralds did command, and by her question might one right plainly understand what she to hear was longing. Still well did Kriemhild fare. He told how he had found her, and that she'd soon be there. 773. Nor from the court retainers did they the gifts withhold that they had had from Siegfried, the raiment and the gold, in sight of all the liegemen of the three kings were spread. For their abundant largesse were many thanks repaid. 774. 'Tis easy, then said Hagen, for him such gifts to give. He could not spend his riches, did he for ever live. The treasure of the Nibelungs he holds within his hand. Ha, what if it should ever come to Burgundian land? 775. Then was there great rejoicing among the people all, that soon the guests were coming. From dawn till evenfall the three kings' craftsmen labored, with zeal untiring filled grand rows of seats in plenty. They then began to build. 776. The valiant Sir Hunold and Sindold too, the Thane, had little time for leisure. They too must work amain, as steward and cupbearer. The places they must set, and Ortwine helped them, wherefore they Gunther's thanks did get. 777. Rumold the kitchen master knew well to rule aright his underlings and scullions. Ay me! It was a sight To see the polished kettles and pots and pans at hand. For food must be made ready. When guests were in the land. Adventure. Chapter 13. How they journeyed to the festival. 778. Now in their stir and bustle. A while will let them be. And tell how Dame Kriemhilda and her fair company hence on their journey Rhinewards from Nibelungland did go. No horses of fine raiment e'er bore so grand a show. 779. When many sumpter coffers were ready for the way, then with his friend Sir Siegfried no longer did delay to ride forth with Kriemhilda, wherein they looked for joy. For all of them soon after it turned to sore annoy. 780. They left at home behind them Sir Siegfried's baby son, the firstborn of Kriemhilda. Not elsewise could be done. From out of their state journey arose much woe and pain. His father and his mother that babe saw ne'er again. 781. Thence also did Lord Siegmund together with them ride. Had he but known what evil thereafter would betide. At this same courtly banquet he ne'er had gone at all. To him by loss of kindred worse so could ne'er befall. 782. Heralds were sent before them the news betimes to say, and soon rode out to meet them in lordliest array many of Ute's kinsfolk and Gunther's gallant men. The host began to stir him his guests to welcome then. 783. He went unto Brunhilda, where seated was the dame. How did my sister greet you? Quoth he, when first you came. Even in the selfsame fashion you Siegfried's wife must greet. Said she, that will I gladly. I love her, as is meet. 784. Then spake the great king, early. Tomorrow are they due. If you would fain receive them, be quick in what you do, lest we have first to greet them in this our citadel. In all my days I have not had guests I loved so well. 785. Her maidens and her women she therefore straightway bade to go and seek fine raiment, the best that could be had, such as her own attendants might wear her guests before. This did they with much pleasure. Of that you may be sure. 786. King Gunther's men now hastened to tender service do. The host about his person had all his warriors true. The queen herself rode with him, all gloriously arrayed. To these well-loved guests was a royal welcome made. 787. With what unfeigned rejoicing the guests by all were met. 'Twas said that Dame Brunhilda did ne'er such greeting get in the Burgundian kingdom. On the part of Dame Kriemhild, they who had ne'er beheld her with happiness were filled. 788. By this time was arrived Sir Siegfried with his men. One saw the heroes riding forwards and back again in all parts of the meadows. A vast and shapeless host. None there could get away from the thronging and the dust. 789. Now when the country's ruler did gallant Siegfried see, together with King Siegmund, how courteously spake he. Ye are to me right welcome, and unto every friend I trow your royal visit in joy to us will end. 790. God prosper you, quoth Siegmund, that honor-loving man, since my son Siegfried's friendship for you and yours began. 'Twas I my hope and purpose one day your face to see, King Gunther said, I also am glad that it should be. 791. Then was Siegfried received, as well did him beseem, with every fitting honor, which none amiss did deem. And Giselher and Gernot did lend all courteous aid. Methinks to no guests ever were kindlier honors paid. 792. And now the two kings' spouses anigh each other came. Empty was many a saddle, as many a beauteous dame was by the hands of heroes dismounted on the grass. For those who loved fair women, no hittle work there was. 793. Then lovingly the ladies unto each other went, and many a knight who saw it was heartily content. That of these twain the greeting so handsomely befell. Then many a warrior saw one stand by each damosel. 794. The throng of noble people each other's hands did take, whilst men unto each other their courtly bows did make. The ladies fair were kissing each other lovingly, which Siegfried's men and Gunther's right joyous were to see. 795. No longer did they linger, but rode towards the town. The host meanwhile had bidden that every guest be shown how truly he was welcome to royal Burgundy. Then many a match was tilted for maidens fair to see. 796. And Hagen, too, from Tronge, and Ortwine also, that they were men of power, did all they could to show, and whatsoe'er they ordered, that durst no man gainsay. Unto the guests so welcome much service offered they. 797. The clang of shields resounded before the castle gate, from many a thrust and parry, and long thereby did wait the host and guests together, ere within doors they came. Aye, and the hours sped quickly with many a merry game. 798. Before the stately palace all joyously they rode, and many fine wrought housings of handsome stuff and mode were seen upon the saddles of many a well-dight dame, on either side low-hanging. Then Gunther's chieftains came. 799. The guests unto their chambers were taken presently. One saw how Lady Brunhild at times would cast her eye toward the Lady Kriemhild, who verily was fair. Her colour in bright beauty might well with gold compare. 800. At Worms was heard the turmoil on all sides of the town of these incoming strangers. King Gunther made it known unto his marshal, Dankwart, that he for these must care. So did he for the people good lodging room prepare. 801. Both out of doors and indoors they e'en might feast their fill. Aye, ne'er before were strangers welcomed with more goodwill. Whatever they desired was ready at their side. So wealthy was King Gunther, to none was aught denied. 802. Served were they in all friendship, and banished was all hate. The host himself at table with all the guest folk sate. Siegfried must now his seat take where he afore had done. There went to table with him full many a worthy one. 803. 1,200 gallant warriors were round the table seen, sitting with him and feasting. Then thought Brunhild the queen that ne'er a sovereign ruler could ever have more wealth. Still leaned she so towards him, she could but wish him health. 804. And verily that evening, while the king sat there yet, right many a costly garment was by the wine made wet. As the cupbearers quickly around the table went. The servants there were many, and all right diligent. 805. As long had been the custom, when festival was made, unto the maids and matrons, a fair good night they bade. To whomsoever came there, the host a welcome gave. In kindliness and honor, they all enough could have. 806. As soon as night was ended, and the next daylight shone, the packing chests were opened, and many a precious stone shone bright on goodly raiment, by lady's hand shone forth. Then was to sight unfolded full many a robe of worth. 807. Ere yet it was broad daylight, the knights and squires came out before the hall in numbers. Again began the rout, or ever early mass had before the king been sung. Then thanks for featly riding he gave the heroes young. 808. Soon shrill and loud resounded full many a trumpet blast, from drums and pipes together. There was a noise so vast, that Worms, the great, wide city, loud echoed to the call. Upon their chargers mounted the haughty heroes all. 809. Throughout the land began then a mighty tournament, where many a good knight tilted, and there too many went, whose youthful hearts and eager beat high in gallant mood. Behind their shields one saw them, gay warriors and good. 810. And at their windows seated, looked down the stately dames, and beauteous, well-dight maidens, intent to watch the games, and see the merry jousting of the bold knights below. The host amongst his lieges himself would riding go. 811. Thus were the hours beguiled, and none did deem them long, until the minster belfry did call to evensong. Then were brought round the palfreys, the dames to ride began. The noble queens were followed by many a gallant man. 812. Alighting at the minster, they stood down on the grass. Unto her guests Brunhilda so far right friendly was. Into the wide cathedral, wearing their crowns of state, they went, ere long love changed to jealousy and hate. 813. When they to mass had listened, they left the church, and so rode off with many honors. One saw them later go all gaily to the banquet. Their pleasure knew no stay, and all was merrymaking until the 11th day. Adventure. Chapter 14. How the queens railed at one another. 814. Before the hour of vespers, one day the tumult loud was heard, of many warriors, who in the court did crowd. Their nightly feats they practiced, to pass the time away. And many a man and woman ran up to watch the play. 815. The noble queens were seated together, side by side. They thought of two bold warriors, renowned far and wide. Then said the fair Kriemhilda, I have indeed a lord, who rightly is the ruler of all this kingdom broad. 816. Then cried the lady Brunhild, Howe'er could such thing be, unless there were none living, but only thou and he? Beneath his rule the kingdom might fall in such a case. So long as Gunther liveth, it could not come to pass. 817. But then again said Kriemhild, There stands he, dost thou see, how he before the warriors doth walk right royally, just as the moon all brightly above the stars doth shine. Good cause have I for wearing this happy mood of mine. 818. Then Lady Brunhild answered. Comely as is thy lord, and gallant too and handsome, thou must the meed award unto thy brother Gunther, the noble warrior, who, be it known, is truly all other kings before. 819. But yet again said Kriemhild, mine is a man so rare, that not without good reason his praises I declare. By many deeds great honor he hath won, far and near. Thou wilt allow, Brunhilda, he well is Gunther's peer. 820. I pray thee now, Kriemhilda, take it not ill of me. I, too, have grounds for saying what I have said to thee. I heard them both allow it, when them I first looked on, and, as he would, against me, the king my wager won. 821. What time my love he gained in such a knightly siege, Siegfried himself confessed it, that he was Gunther's liege. Therefore I hold him vassal. I heard him that allow. Then spake the fair Kriemhilda, for me 'twere ill enow. 822. How could my noble brother have handselled so for me, that of a mere retainer the good wife I should be? I do beseech thee, Brunhild, in all true friendliness, oblige me of your kindness, and let these cavils cease. 823. Thereon the king's wife answered, I will not let it be. Why should I yield my claim to so many a good knight's fee, who, like the thane, thy husband, doth suit and service owe? At this the beauteous Kriemhild began with wrath to glow. 824. The thought thou must abandon, that he to thee did err. Oh, any kind of service, he is far worthier than is my brother Gunther. Right noble though he be, withdraw me now this saying, that I have heard from thee. 825. I cannot choose but wonder, since he thy vassal is, and thou o'er our two persons hast mastery like this, that he his dues unto you hath set so long aside. With right do I demur to thine overweening pride. 826. Thou ratest thyself too highly. The king's wife answered then, now will I gladly prove me, whether thou hast of men as much respect and honor as they accord to me. By this time both the ladies were wrathful as could be. 827. Then cried the lady Kriemhild, this must at once be seen, if that my lord's thy vassal, as thou hast sworn, O queen. Today must I the liegeman of both the kings let know, whether before the king's wife to church I dare to go. 828. This very day I'll show thee that I am fealty free, and that my man's more worthy than ever thine will be. And I myself, moreover, will not be slighted so. Thou shalt today be witness how I, thy vassal, go. 829. To court before the warriors of royal Burgundy. I'll prove myself more worthy than e'er was known to be any princess whatever, who here hath worn the crown. Thus hate enough and envy betwixt the dames was sown. 830. Dost thou deny, cried Brunhild, that thou our vassal art? So must thou with thy women keep from my train apart, when I and my attendants unto the minster go. To that Kriemhilda answered, in truth, it shall be so. 831. Now robe yourselves, my maidens, commanded Siegfried's wife, For we no shame must suffer, whilst here we live our life. That ye have rich apparel, ye must let all folk see. She shall repent at leisure what she hath said to me. 832. There was small need to urge them. They sought their richest gear, and many a dame and maiden, right well dight did appear, when came with her attendants the noble Gunther's dame. Then also in fine raiment the fair Kriemhilda came. 833. With 43 maidens, whom she to Rhine had brought, who wore fine woven silk stuffs, in Araby wrought. So came unto the minster the comely maidens all. They found all Siegfried's liegemen waiting before the hall. 834. The people fell to marvel how it had come about that these two royal ladies had plainly fallen out, and went no more together, as erewhile they were fain. Therefrom befell hereafter sore woe to many a thane. 835. King Gunther's wife stood waiting before the minster door, the while much pleasant pastime had many a warrior, with the fair waiting women, whom she with her did bring. Then came the noble Kriemhild, with her brave following. 836. Such costume as the daughters of noble knights might wear, compared with what her maids wore, was common as the air. In gear she was so wealthy, that 30 queens had shown no such display of raiment as this fair queen alone. 837. Had anyone been wishful, he never could have said that any richer clothing had e'er been worn of maid than on that day adorned her noble company, except to vex Brunhilda. Kriemhild had let it be. 838. The two queens came together before the minster wide, and thereupon the hostess, by hatred moved and pride, with evil voice and gesture, Kriemhilda bade to stay before the queen a vassal shall ne'er take right of way. 839. Then spake the fair Kriemhilda, and wrathful was her mood. Couldst thou but have been silent, for thee it had been good. Thou hast disgraced thy beauty, and stained thy purity. How should a shameless wanton a king's wife ever be? 840. Whom art thou calling wanton? In answer cried the queen. That call I thee, quoth Kriemhild. Thy body fair hath been wooed first, not by thy husband, but by my lord, Siegfried. I trow, 'twas not my brother who won thy maidenhead. 841. Where hadst thou left thy senses? It was a trick of his. Why didst thou let him woo thee? Who but thy liegeman is? I hear thee, said Kriemhilda, without all reason scold. Now this, in truth, cried Brunhild, shall be to Gunther told. 842. And why should that annoy me? Thy pride hath thee betrayed, to cite me to thy service. By word thou hast essayed. This know now, of a surety. I grieve that it be so. All confidence is over, for I betwixt us two. 843. Brunhilda wept, but Kriemhild no longer tarried there. Before the king's wife passing, with all her maidens fair, she went into the minster. Such hate did this beget, that many bright eyes later were sore bedimmed and wet. 844. How much soe'er they worshipped, by service and by song, unto the queen Brunhilda, the time seemed all too long, so full she was of trouble, in body and in mood, for which hereafter suffered bold warriors and good. 845. Brunhilda with her women stayed by the minster door. She thought, now must Kriemhilda let me hear something more of what she railed so loudly. The scolding, sharp-tongued wife. If Siegfried hath been boasting, 'twill stand him in his life. 846. Forth came the noble Kriemhild with many gallant men. Dame Brunhild called unto her. Now stand you still again. You said I was a wanton. That shall you prove to me. That word of yours, be certain, hath stung me bitterly. 847. Thereto said Dame Kriemhilda, 'twere best to let me fare. By this gold ring I'll prove it, which on my hand I wear. 'Twas brought to me by Siegfried, when by your side he lay. Ne'er yet had Queen Brunhilda outlived a sadder day. 848. She spake, this golden jewel was from me stolen away, and hath from me most wrongly been hidden many a day. I now at last discover who stole my ring from me. By this time were both ladies in direst enmity. 849. Yet spake Kriemhilda further, I will not pass for thief. Thou mightst have kept thy counsel. To thee were honor lief. This girdle be my witness, that round my waist I wear, that I am not a liar. I, Siegfried, was thy dear. 850. The girdle she was wearing was silk from Nineveh, with precious stones for fastening. Right good it was to see. When Dame Brunhild beheld it, to weeping she did fall. It must be told to Gunther, and to his lieges all. 851. Then spake the queen in answer, go hence, and bring to me the sovereign prince of Rhineland, and from my lips shall he hear how his sister flouts me, and slandereth my life, by openly declaring I have been Siegfried's wife. 852. The king came with his warriors, and when the weeping eyes he saw of his beloved one, he spake, in kindly wise, now tell me, dearest lady, who hath done aught to thee? Unto the king she answered, I joyless must I be. 853. Kriemhilda of mine honor would like to cozen me, and, seeing she's thy sister, I make complaint to thee. She swears I've played the wanton with her own man, Siegfried. Then answered the king Gunther, she doth an evil deed. 854. She weareth here my girdle, which I so long have lost. My ring of red gold likewise. To me 'tis bittermost, that ere my mother bore me, and thou wilt not disprove, O king, this grievous scandal. No longer thee I'll love. 855. Then up and spake King Gunther, Siegfried shall now appear. If he hath played the braggart, he shall the truth declare, or else deny the slander. This knight of Netherland then did Kriemhilda's husband right soon before them stand. 856. As soon as he had looked on these dames discomfited, not knowing of the matter, the noble Siegfried said, why are these ladies weeping? That am I fain to hear. And wherefore I am bidden before the king to appear. 857. Then spake to him King Gunther, right sorrowful am I. To me my wife Brunhilda hath told a history, that thou thyself hast boasted her first love to have won. Thy wife, Kriemhild, declareth that thou, Thane, this hast done. 858. Then spake the noble Siegfried, and if she so hath said, before I rest I'll see that. For this she be repaid. In face of all your lieges. I'm ready to aver. By oath of mine most solemn. I never told it her. 859. Then spake the king of Rhineland. Give proof of that must thou. The oath which thou dost offer. If thou canst take it now. From every untrue dealing. I'll hold thee clear and free. Then in a ring around him. Stood they of Burgundy. 860. His hand the gallant Siegfried. Outstretched the oath to take. Then spake the mighty sovereign. So certain do I make. Of thy great innocency. That I will thee acquit. Sure what my sister charges. Thou never didst commit. 861. Yet once again spake Siegfried. And if she joy doth find. In that she hath so troubled. Brunhilda's peace of mind. My sorrow, of a surety. Too deep were to be told. Then looked at one another. These ready knights and bold. 862. So should one train one's women. The hero Siegfried said. That such like haughty speeches. Should I be left unsaid. Unto thy wife forbid them. To mine I'll do the same. Such ill-advised behavior. Doth fill my heart with shame. 863. By this dispute were many. Fair women kept apart. Brunhilda still the matter. So sorely took to heart. That needs must Gunther's warriors. Feel pity for the dame. Then Hagen, knight of Tronje. Unto his lady came. 864. He bade her say what ailed her. Finding her weeping sore. Then told she him the story. And unto her he swore. That either Kriemhild's husband. Must for the lie repent. Or he himself thereafter. Would never live content. 865. Ortwine and also Gernot. In council joined the twain. And there the heroes plotted. How Siegfried should be slain. And Giselher came likewise. The noble Uta's son. When he had heard their saying. He spake, the faithful one. 866. Alack! Ye gallant warriors! Now wherefore do ye that? I trow that never Siegfried deserved such like hate. That he, by reason of it, should need to lose his life. Aye, very trifles are they. That make an angry wife. 867. Are we to harbor cuckoos? Cried Hagen, answering. To gallant knights as we are. Scant honor that would bring. That he of my dear lady hath bragged so scurvily. His life shall make atonement. Or I myself will die. 868. The king himself spake, saying. Naught hath he to us done. Save what is good and worthy. So let his life alone. What matter though the warrior were hateful now to me? He hath been ever faithful. And that right willingly. 869. Then spake the warrior Ortwine. Who came from Metz, and said. His great strength, of a surety. Shall give him little aid. If now my lord allow me. Short shrift of him I'll make. Thus, without cause, the heroes. The part of foes did take. 870. But none went any further. Save Hagen, who for aye was pressing upon Gunther. This counsel day by day. That, if King Siegfried lived not, to him would subject be the broad lands that he governed. The king heard ruefully. 871. They let the matter rest, then. To jousting did they take. Ha! Many a sturdy lance shaft. For Siegfried's wife they brake. In shadow of the minster. Up to the royal hall. Yet were some men of Gunther's but ill content withal. 872. The king spake, lay aside now this murderous hate and scorn unto our weal and honor. He verily was born, so fierce his strength is also. This marvellous bold knight, had he of this an inkling, none durst withstand his might. 873. He'll never know, quoth Hagen, save thou should let it out. I trow that I in secret can bring it so about, that for Brunhilda's weeping sore reckoning he shall pay. Yea, verily is Hagen his enemy for aye. 874. Then spake the royal Gunther, and how may that be done? And Hagen said in answer, that will I now make known. Will bid 2 unknown envoys to ride as from afar unto our land, for all men to challenge us to war. 875. Then thou, before the guests, wilt declare that thou must go to battle with thy liegemen. And when he that doth know, he'll offer you his service, so shall he lose his life. I'll seek to learn his secret from the bold warrior's wife. 876. Unto his vassal Gunther, in evil hour gave ear, with treason foul to tamper. Ere any grew aware, began those chosen warriors of chivalry the boast. By wrangling of 2 women was many a hero lost. Adventure. Chapter 15. How Siegfried was betrayed. 877. Upon the 4th day morning came 32 men unto the king's court riding. And word was carried then to Gunther, the most mighty, that he was called to war. The lie cost many a woman much grief and sorrow sore. 878. When leave to them was granted, before the king they went, and said that they were under King Ludger's government, who vanquished was aforetime by doughty Siegfried's hand, and brought by him a captive unto King Gunther's land. 879. Then greeted he the heralds, and bade them seated be. But one among them prayed him, Sire, let us stand, till we our message have delivered, and errand duly done. Know then that thou art hated by many a mother's son. 880. King Ludgast and Ludger do challenge you to war, of whom you were aforetime the bloody conqueror. They're coming with their armies to ride thy country through. At this the king feigned anger, as if to him 'twere new. 881. They took these counterfeiters to hostile presently. How then could Siegfried where be of any treachery? Could he or any other suspect they played a part? Unto themselves hereafter befell the pain and smart. 882. The king with his advisers were whispering without cease, nor would Hagen of Tronje e'er let him be at peace, though many a lord would gladly have given up the plot. Yet Hagen from his counsel would never swerve a jot. 883. One day it chanced that Siegfried came on this scheming band, and straight began to ask them, the Lord of Netherland, why goes the king so sadly, thus brooding with his men? Hath any done him mischief? I'll help avenge it then. 884. Then up and spake King Gunther, 'Cause have I sad to be, for Ludgast and Ludger have straitly challenged me. The eyes of all shall see them here riding in my land. Then cried the gallant hero, right soon shall Siegfried's hand. 885. As doth beseem your honor, this business undertake. To break these warriors' power. As it erewhile I break. Their strongholds shall be ruined. Their land be ravaged. Ere I with them have ended. Thereon I stake my head. 886. You may with all your warriors. At home stay quietly. And let me ride to battle. With those who came with me. That willingly I serve you. You very soon shall know. Your foes by me shall suffer. As ne'er before, I trow. 887. This is to me good hearing. The king in answer said. As if he were in earnest. Well pleased to have his aid. Before the knight low bowed he. The false and faithless knave. Then said the noble Siegfried. No care you need to have. 888. With their esquires and liegemen. They planned the journey then. 'Twas done for the deceiving. Of Siegfried and his men. He bade them all be ready. His men of Netherland. And soon had Siegfried's warriors. Their fighting gear at hand. 889. Then spake the gallant Siegfried. My father Siegmund, pray. Remain thou here behind us. We shall not long delay. If so be that God speed us. We'll come back to the Rhine. So with the king abiding. Shall happy days be thine. 890. The banner they unfurled. As though they fain would start. Of Gunther's liegemen present. There were a goodly part. Who not knew of the message. Nor what it all did mean. A mighty throng of people. Round Siegfried there was seen. 891. Their helmets and their breastplates. On horses they did stow. And many a stout knight hastened. To leave the land and go. Then went Hagen of Tronje. To where Kriemhild did stand. And prayed for leave of absence. Since they would quit the land. 892. Thrice happy I, cried Kriemhild. That I have got for lord. One who to my dear kinsman. Such succor can accord. As doth my dear lord Siegfried. Unto my kindred here. Therefore, the queen said, will I. Be now of right good cheer. 893. But you, my good friend Hagen. One thing remember still. That I would gladly serve you. Nor e'er have done you ill. For this you can requite me. To my dear lord one day. If I've done aught to Brunhild. For that he must not pay. 894. For since then I have rued it. The noble lady said. He therefore hath my body. Most sorely punished. If I did ever utter. Ought to enrage her mood. Right well hath he avenged her. The hero bold and good. 895. You yet shall be forgiven. In days to come, quoth he. Kriemhilda, my dear lady. Now must you tell to me. How through your husband Siegfried. To serve you I may try. I'll gladly do it, lady. To none more willingly. 896. I should have no misgivings. Replied the noble wife. Lest any one in battle. Should jeopardize his life. If he were not so reckless. And over-rash of mood. He I might be in safety. My gallant thane and good. 897. Thereon said Hagen, lady. If you have any fear. Lest any one should wound him. 'Twere best to let me hear. The arts that I must practice. If any ill betide. For I will ever guard him. Whether I walk or ride. 898. She spake, thou art my kinsman. As I, in sooth, am thine. Therefore to thee I'll trust him. This darling love of mine. That thou mayst guard him for me. This husband of my own. Then told she him the story. 'Twere well he had not known. 899. She spake, bold is my husband, and strong enough thereto. When he upon the mountain erstwhile the dragon slew, in the brute's blood he bathed him, the goodly warrior. And since that day, in battle, no steel can cut him more. 900. Yet, no less am I anxious, when he in fight doth stand, and javelins fly around him, from many a hero's hand, lest by mischance I lose him, and mourn my husband dear. Alas, what sorrow have I, for Siegfried's sake to bear. 901. I'll tell it as a favor, my dearest friend, to thee, in faith that thou maintainest the pledge thou gav'st to me, where, only, may be wounded this husband dear of mine, I'll let thee hear, confiding unto no ear but thine. 902. When from the dragon's death wounds came pouring the hot blood, and therein he was bathing himself, the warrior good, there fell between his shoulders a large-sized linden leaf. On that spot one may wound him. 'Tis this doth cause my grief. 903. Then spake Hagen of Tronje, upon his garment sew a little token for me, that I the spot may know, where I have got to shield him, when we stand in the strife. She thought to save the hero, by this he lost his life. 904. She spake, with fine silk will I upon his garment sew a little cross unnoticed, that so thy hand may know, O hero, where to guard him, when into fight he goes, and in the stress of battle he stands before his foes. 905. That will I do, quoth Hagen, my lady dear. Whereon the lady thought some vantage she for her lord had won, and yet Kriemhilda's husband was by this means betrayed. His leave then took Sir Hagen, and went away right glad. 906. The king's men and retainers were all of cheerful mood, and yet, I ween, no warrior within his breast e'er could hide heart so false and perjured, as he in his did hide, upon whose faith and promise Kriemhild the queen relied. 907. Upon the next day morning, with his own 1,000 men, rode forth the gallant Siegfried, and joyful was he then. He thought he would take vengeance for his friend's injury. To him rode Hagen closely, that he his coat might eye. 908. When he espied the token, 2 of his following, he sent away in secret another tale to bring, how peace should not be broken towards King Gunther's land. They had but come as envoys by Ludiger's command. 909. How loth turned Siegfried homewards. He rode unwillingly, sad that his friend's annoyance thus unavenged should be. Hardly could Gunther's warriors bring him to turn his ranks. Unto the king straight rode he. His host began his thanks. 910. Now God reward thy goodwill, my noble friend Siegfried, that thou didst go so gladly to help me in my need. I shall be thy debtor, as I of right should be. Beyond all friends and kinsmen, I build my faith on thee. 911. Now that this expedition will trouble us no more, I fain would go a-hunting the wild bear and the boar at Waskenwald, yonder, as I so oft have done. This was the plan of Hagen, the false and faithless one. 912. To all guests in my palace, due notice shall there be, that I will ride forth early, Those who would hunt with me must hold themselves all ready. Those who would rather stay to loiter with the ladies have my good leave alway. 913. Then spake the stalwart Siegfried with noble courtliness. If you will ride a-hunting, I'll gladly do no less. A huntsman you must lend me, and sundry hounds also. Then gladly to the forest along with you I'll go. 914. And dost thou want one only? The king said thereupon, I'll lend thee, if it please thee, for men to whom are known the forest and the coverts, the quarry most frequent, so that the tryst in seeking thy time be not misspent. 915. Home to his wife then rode he, the goodly warrior bold, and quickly faithless Hagen unto the king had told how he could get the vantage of the brave thane. 'Twere shame such treason foul should ever disgrace a noble name. Adventure. Chapter 16. How Siegfried was slain. 916. King Gunther now and Hagen, those knights exceeding bold, had treacherously plotted a woodland hunt to hold, with lances sharp pursuing the boar in forest free, the wild bull and the bear too. What bolder sport could be? 917. With them rode Siegfried also, in honorable mind. They carried food, too, with them, and that in diverse kind. Hard by a cool spring was he, foredoomed to lose his life. And this was by the counsel of Brunhild, Gunther's wife. 918. First went the bold thane thither, where he Kriemhilda found, already on pack horses. His hunting gear was bound, and that of his companions. To cross the Rhine they meant. Kriemhilda ne'er before had such reason to lament. 919. And then his own beloved he on the mouth did kiss. God grant that I may find thee, my wife, safe, after this, and that thine eyes may see me with good friends, till I come. Beguile the time of waiting, I may not bide at home. 920. Now thought she of the secret she had to Hagen told. She did not dare to own it, nor longer could withhold. The noble queen lamenting that she had e'er been born, for thus with grief unmeasured did Siegfried's fair wife mourn. 921. She spake unto the warrior, Ah, let your hunting be. Last night I had an ill dream. 2 wild boars I did see, that chased you o'er the moorland. The flowers grew red as blood. If I do weep thus sorely, 'tis that I bode no good. 922. I have a sore misgiving that there may be some plot, whether some grudge be owed us for service rendered not, which may be bringing on us dire hate and enmity. Go not, dear Lord, I beg thee, in truth and honesty. 923. My love, in but a few days again I shall be here, nor know I of these people one who ill will doth bear. To me at all times friendly are all thy kith and kin, nor by these warriors elsewise entreated have I been. 924. Nay, nay, my dear Lord Siegfried, I bode thy fate too well. Last night my evil dreaming told how upon thee fell 2 mountains in the valley. I saw thee never more. If thou wilt thus forsake me, 'twill wound me to the core. 925. His wife so good and loving, he in his arms did press, and cherished her fair body with kisses numberless. then took his last leave of her. And tore himself away. Alas, no more she saw him alive after that day. 926. Now rode they forth and came to a deep and shady wood, for sake of sport. And many a warrior bold and good did follow after Gunther, and with his sportsmen roam. But Giselher and Gernot, they too remained at home. 927. And many horses, laden with stores of bread and wine, provided for the huntsmen, went forward o'er the Rhine. Both fish and flesh they carry, and many another cate, such as a king so wealthy might duly have to eat. 928. They ordered their encampment, these hunters proud, hard by the greenwood skirts, where mostly the quarries' runs did lie, which they to hunt were minded. 'Twas on an eyot broad, and thither too came Siegfried, as straight the king had word. 929. The hunters then appointed the watchers where to take their places at the openings. Then he, the bold man, spake, Siegfried the ever stalwart, who leads us through the wood, to show us where the game is. Ye valiant thanes and good. 930. Suppose we part, quoth Hagen, or ever we begin to beat about the forest, to see what is therein, that I and these my masters may reason have to know, who are the better sportsmen, that on this chase do go. 931. The beaters and the hounds too will evenly divide, thus each his choice may follow, where'er he please to ride. Then he who is best sportsman shall have our thanks therefore. So spake he, and the hunters together stayed no more. 932. Then said the noble Siegfried, the hounds I value not, save but a single setter, who such a scent hath got, that he the track will follow, where'er the game hath led. Here's to a merry hunting. Kriemhilda's husband said. 933. Thereon an aged huntsman took with him a sleuth hound, and brought the noble hunters to where much game they found. Without too long a seeking, the comrades then did hunt whatever broke from covert, as sportsmen keen are wont. 934. Whatever the setter marked him, that slew with his own hand Siegfried the doughty hero, who came from Netherland. His steed so swiftly bore him, that naught could him outrun. Praise above all the others. Upon this chase he won. 935. In all he put his hand to, alert he was enow. Of all the beasts, the first one that he to death did do. An ox was, strong and savage, that with his hand he felled. And then he, on a sudden, a lion grim beheld. 936. E'en as the hound aroused it, he with his bow let fly, on which a sharpened arrow he'd fitted hastily. After the shot the lion but 3 bounds further ran, whereon his hunting comrades to thank Siegfried began. 937. Thereafter he an elk slew, and then a buffalo, and then 4 sturdy bisons, a savage stag also. His steed so swiftly bore him, that naught could get away. Of harts and hinds scarce any there were he failed to slay. 938. A huge wild boar the sleuth hound had routed from his lair, and when to flee he turned him. Right in his path was there the hero of the hunting, all ready for the fight. The savage brute did straightway charge at the valiant knight, 939. This bore Kriemhilda's husband. Then with his broadsword slew. The like no other huntsman so easily could do. And when he thus had felled him, they put in leash the hound. His goodly spoils were talked of all Burgundy around. 940. Then spake to him his huntsman. If 'tis for us to say, leave us, we pray, Lord Siegfried, a few live beasts to slay. Today thou hast made empty for us both wood and wold. Thereat he fell to smiling, that worthy thane and bold. 941. Then suddenly, on all sides, were heard great noise and cries, from dogs and men together. Such tumult did arise, that all the woodland echoed, and eke the mountainside. For 24 leash hounds the hunters had untied. 942. Then many a forest creature must unto death be done, since every hunter fancied that he might be the one to win the prize for hunting. But no award could be, until beside the campfire stout Siegfried they did see. 943. The hunting, though 'twas over, was not yet brought to end. For some, with burdens laden, to camp their way did wend. Of beast fells bringing many, and game a goodly store. What piles of it for cooking the king's camp servants bore. 944. Then to the high-born hunters the king would have it known that he to dine was ready. Then all at once was blown a hunting horn, right loudly, that all might know around that now the noble princes would at the camp be found. 945. Quoth one of Siegfried's huntsmen, Sir, I have heard but now, by sounding of a horn, that 'tis time for us to go back to the camp. In answer, I will my bugle wind. Then went the loud blasts flying, their followers to find. 946. Then spake the noble Siegfried, now let us leave the wood. His hunter bore him smoothly, and all in haste they rode. They startled, with their clatter, a grisly brute and grim, a savage bear. Then, turning to those who followed him. 947. The thane cried, now our comrades a little fun shall share. Loose from the leash the setter. Yonder I spy a bear. I'll see that he goes with us from here unto the camp. He never can escape us, however fast he tramp. 948. They loosed the hound, and swiftly the bear before them hied. Then thought Kriemhilda's husband close after him to ride. But to a ground rift came he, whereby it could not be. The sturdy beast made certain 'twas from the huntsman free. 949. The proud knight, from his charger, sprang down upon the sward, and straight began to chase it. The beast was off its guard, and could not now outrun him. The hero clasped it round, and, in a trice, unwound it. He held it tightly bound. 950. The man it was not able to scratch or bite one jot. He bound it to his saddle. Then promptly up he got. Unto the camp he bore it, a prize of hardihood, which all was but a pastime to that knight bold and good. 951. How noble was his bearing, as into camp he rode. His spear was very mighty, and thereto stout and broad. Right down unto the rowel a handsome long sword hung, and a fair horn around him of ruddy gold was slung. 952. Of better hunting habit, I never have been told. In tunic of black velvet. There was he to behold. A riding cap of sable. Handsome enough, he wore. Ay, and what broidered fillets he on his quiver bore. 953. Upon it there was fitted a cap of panther's hide. Because of its sweet odor. He carried at his side a bow, such that it needed to draw it to the full a hand winch, when another save he himself did pull. 954. And then his nether garments of otter skin were made. From head to foot his raiment with tufts was overlaid. And, mid the sleek fur, many a thread of golden twine of this bold champion hunter on either side did shine. 955. And Balmung bore he also a handsome blade and broad, that was so sharp, moreover its edge was never scored, when helms by it were dinted, and either edge was keen. Ne'er had that noble huntsman of gayer spirit been. 956. Since I have undertaken the story to declare, I must tell how his quiver was filled with arrows rare. The shafts of them were golden, the points a handbreadth wide. Whatever with them he pierced, surely and swiftly died. 957. So rode the noble hero in all his hunting gear, and Gunther's men espied him. As he to them drew near, they hurried out to meet him, and led his horse along. There lay across his saddle the bear so huge and strong. 958. As soon as he alighted, he loosed the binding thong from off its paws and muzzle. Then yelpings loud and long of hounds arose, so soon as afoot the bear appeared. The brute would to the forest. The folk were fairly scared. 959. The bear, through all the shouting, into the kitchen ramped. Hey, how the fright scullions from round the fire decamped. The kettles toppled over. The burning sticks were drowned. Hey, what a store of victuals lay in the ashes round. 960. Quick from their seats up sprang they, the masters and the men. The bear began a growling. The king gave orders then to let loose all the hound pack that in their leashes lay. Had it herewith but ended, that were a merry day. 961. With bows and spears provided, they stayed no longer there, but off the swift one started to follow up the bear. Yet no one shot so closely. The dogs were thronging round. The shouting of the people made hill and dale resound. 962. With all the pack behind him, the bear began to race. But, save Kriemhilda's husband, no one could match its pace. He quickly ran upon it, and with a sword stroke slew. Then to the campfire, slaughtered the grisly brute they drew. 963. And all who saw, were saying, he was a mighty man. The hunters proud were summoned. And then the feast began. Upon a fair green meadow, a goodly crowd they sate. Ha, 'twas a royal banquet these haughty hunters ate. 964. The cupbearers still came not. Who were the wine to bring? No heroes ever better deserved such offering. Had there not been in secret such treacherous intent, then free had been those warriors of all disparagement. 965. Then spake the noble Siegfried, I marvel much her eat, since from the kitchen plenty of food they send to eat. Why come not the cupbearers to bring us also wine? Let them treat hunters better. Or, 'tis no sport of mine. 966. I have deserved that people more care of me should take. The king then from the table, in answer, falsely spake. However we have blundered, we'll mend it by and by. 'Tis all the fault of Hagen, who'd have us all go dry. 967. Then Hagen spake, of Tronje. My dear lord, list to me. I reckoned that the hunting today was fixed to be right over in the Spessart. So sent the wine flasks there. If we today go thirsty, next time I'll take more care. 968. Then answered the Lord Siegfried. Small thanks, methinks, are thine. 7 sumpters' burden should they of mead and unmixed wine have hither sent to meet us. Or were that hard to do, they should have pitched our quarters more nigh the Rhine unto. 969. Then spake Hagen of Tronje. Ye noble knights and bold, I know that here hard by is a spring of water cold. Pray be ye not offended. 'Tis thither we should go. To many a thane this counsel was fraught with mickle woe. 970. With pangs of thirst was Siegfried, the warrior sorely smit. The sooner than the table he gave them word to quit, along the hillside would he unto the fountain wend. Thus what the knights had plotted drew on towards its end. 971. The game that had been slaughtered by Siegfried's cunning hand, they bade men pile on wagons and carry through the land. And everyone who saw it his praise and honor spake. Right grievously did Hagen his troth to Siegfried break. 972. Whilst to the shady lindens they were upon their way, cried Hagen, Lord of Tronje, oft have I heard men say that to Kriemhilda's husband no one a match could be. When he would show his paces, aye, will he let us see. 973. Then spake the Netherlander, Siegfried, the valiant. Now is the time for trying. If ye a wager want, from here unto the fountain, so soon as it be done, the onlookers shall settle which is the foremost one. 974. Now verily we'll try it, the warrior Hagen said. Then quoth the stalwart Siegfried, if ye come in ahead, before your feet I'll lay me full length upon the grass. When Gunther heard the promise, how glad at heart he was. 975. Then spake the bold thane further, yet something more I'll say. I'll carry all the clothing that I have worn today, my spear and eke my buckler, and all my hunting gear. His sword and quiver bound he around him then and there. 976. But they, the king and Hagen, their upper clothes did doff. In 2 white shirts one saw them stand ready to be off. As fleet as 2 wild panthers, they through the clover ran. Yet at the spring bold Siegfried came in the foremost man. 977. In all he put his hand to, he won the prize from all. Straightway his sword he loosened, and let his quiver fall. Against a bough of linden he let his stout spear rest. Close by the flowing fountain now stood the stately guest. 978. And herein also Siegfried did manifest his worth. He laid his shield beside him, where flowed the fountain forth. But, greatly as he thirsted, the hero tasted not. Before the king had drunken, base thanks from him he got. 979. Cool was the spring of water, And clean, and bright, and good. And Gunther bent him downwards to the refreshing flood. As soon as he had quenched his thirst, away he came. Then ready was bold Siegfried, and would have done the same. 980. His courtesy and breeding then met with their reward. For Hagen to the background withdrew his bow and sword. Then back again ran quickly to where he found the spear, and looked to find a token. The hero's coat did bear. 981. And whilst the noble Siegfried drank of the rippling flood, he stabbed him through the crossmark, and through the wound his blood straight from his heart outspurted. And Hagen's shirt was wet. So foul a misdeed never befell a hero yet. 982. He left the lance within him, close to his heart stuck tight. And grimly then did Hagen betake himself to flight, as in his life he never from mortal man did flee. The stalwart Siegfried, feeling how sorely smit was he. 983. All madly from the fountain in rage and anguish sprang, whilst from between his shoulders a long lance shaft did hang. The chieftain thought to find there his bow, or else his sword. Then verily had Hagen not gone without reward. 984. But when the knight sore wounded his sword had failed to find, and saw that they had left him naught save his shield behind, he gripped it from the well side, and after Hagen ran, then vainly to escape him essayed King Gunther's man. 985. Though he to death was wounded, so mightily smote he, that from the hero's buckler there fell abundantly the precious stones that decked it. The shield itself did break. The noble guest his vengeance was fain enow to wreak. 986. Yet by his hand must Hagen lie stretched upon the ground. So hard, in sooth, his blows were, they made the glebe resound. Had he his sword had handy, then Hagen had been slain. The wound was burning sorely, and made him writhe with pain. 987. His cheeks had lost their color. No longer stand could he, and all his strength of body was failing utterly. Death's sign upon his forehead in pallid hue he bore. Fair women soon were mourning for him with weeping sore. 988. Then fell Kriemhilda's husband upon the flowery sward. One saw from out the lance wound how fast his life-blood poured. Upbraiding then began he, forced by his mortal pain, those who had thus betrayed him and treacherously slain. 989. Ye perjured, lying cowards, the dying warrior said, what hath availed my service, since thus ye strike me dead? To you was I faithful, and thus do ye repay. Your kith and kin shall suffer for what ye wrought this day. 990. The children born unto ye shall be, from this day forth, forevermore accursed. For ye have wreaked your wrath and vengeance all too sorely upon my body done. Now ye, with scorn and hatred, all worthy knights shall shun. 991. The knights all ran together to where he stricken lay. To many a man among them it was a joyless day. They who had aught of honor sore lamentation made. From all he well deserved it, this hero undismayed. 992. The king of the Burgundians mourned also for his death. Then spake the dying chieftain, small need is there, in faith, that he who worked the evil should grieve that it be done. Much blame he hath deserved. 'Twere better left alone. 993. Grim Hagen spake to Gunther. What art thou weeping for? For done is our vexation, and all our sorrows o'er. We shall find few henceforward, who 'gainst us dare to stand. Glad am I that his kingship hath perished by my hand. 994. 'Tis easy now to vaunt ye, said Siegfried, in reply. If I had known beforehand your deadly enmity, alone would I against ye have well maintained my life. For naught grieve I so sorely as for Kriemhild, my wife. 995. And now must God forgive me that I a son did get, whom folks shall taunt in future. And let him not forget that kin of his by some one was murderously slain. If that availed, said Siegfried, right well might I complain. 996. Yet once more spake the hero, in anguish nigh to death. If thou, O king most noble, art willing to hold faith with any living being, I fain would now consign unto your grace and favor that well-loved wife of mine. 997. And let her from this profit, that thou her brother art. If there is faith in princes, stand by her with true heart. My father and my liegeman must tarry long for me. Ne'er worse to any woman could loss of dear friend be. 998. All round about, the flowers were wetted with his blood, as now with death he struggled, nor long the strife withstood. Alas, the deadly weapon too well had done its part. Then mote he speak no further, that warrior of bold heart. 999. And when the nobles saw that the hero was quite dead, upon a shield they laid him, that was of wrought gold red. And straightway held they counsel, how they might best take heed from all to keep it hidden. That Hagen did the deed. 1000. Then divers of them counselled, woe hath befallen us, but ye must all conceal it, and tell the story thus. As Dame Kriemhilda's husband alone a hunting rode, some vagabond set on him, and slew him in the wood. 1001. Then spake of Tronge Hagen, myself I'll take him home. It matters not to me that the truth to her should come. Brunhilda's mind hath sorely by her been harassed. It troubles me but little what tears she now may shed. Adventure. Chapter 17. How Kriemhilda mourned for her husband, and how he was buried. 1002. Then waited they for nightfall, and o'er the Rhine did row. Ne'er to more direful ending could heroes hunting go. The quarry they had slaughtered mourned noble maids and wives, and many goodly warriors paid for it with their lives. 1003. Of arrogance o'erweening the tale ye soon shall hear, and of a fearful vengeance. Then Hagen bade men bear the body of dead Siegfried, the Nibelung lord of late, and lay it in a chamber wherein Kriemhild did wait. 1004. He had him laid in secret down close beside her door, that she might find him lying when she, as heretofore, went forth to matins early, ere daylight had begun, which duty Dame Kriemhilda but seldom left undone. 1005. The wonted bell was ringing, which to the minster bade. Then rose the fair Kriemhilda, and wakened many a maid. She bade them bring a taper, and fetch her all her gear. Then came a chamber servant, Who lit on Siegfried there? 1006. In red blood he was lying. And all his garb was wet. But that it was his master, he did not know as yet. Into the room he carried the candle in his hand. From him did Dame Kriemhilda some ill news understand. 1007. For, as she with her women would to the minster fare, the chamberlain spake to her. My lady, stay you there. Right opposite the doorway a murdered knight doth lie. Whereat began Kriemhilda to weep unmeasuredly. 1008. Before she knew for certain that 'twas her husband dead, unto her mind recalled she how Hagen questioned in what way he might guard him. Then first she was afraid, and he were dead, her pleasure was all to sorrow made. 1009. To earth down sank she swooning, and ne'er a word could say upon the hapless fair one. Men gazed as there she lay. The grief of Dame Kriemhilda was past all measuring. After her swoon, the chamber did with her wailing ring. 1010. Her people said unto her, what if it be a guest? But from her mouth came flowing the blood, by anguish pressed. Then spake she, 'Tis my husband, my own beloved Siegfried. It was Brunhilda's counsel, and Hagen did the deed. 1011. The lady bade them lead her where she her hero found. With her white hand she lifted his fair head from the ground. Red as he was with blood stains, well knew she him again. There lay the Nibelung hero, so pitifully slain. 1012. Then in her sorrow cried she, that fair and gentle queen, woe on mine evil fortune! Upon thy shield is seen no dint of any sword stroke. Thou liest murdered there, and wist I who hath done it. Of death mote he beware. 1013. Thereon all her attendants began to wail and weep with their beloved lady. Their grief indeed was deep about their noble master, of whom they were forlorn. Thus heavily had Hagen made good Brunhilda's scorn. 1014. Then sorrowfully spake she, go hence now, all of ye, and waken Siegfried's liegemen as quickly as may be. And unto Siegmund also my sorrow must ye tell, if so be he will help me to mourn brave Siegfried well. 1015. A messenger ran swiftly and found them where they lay, Siegfried's own band of heroes. From Nibelung land were they. He told the grievous tidings, and joy fled at his word. Yet would they not believe it, till they the wailing heard. 1016. The messenger sped further, to where he found the king, unto the noble Siegmund. That night no sleep did bring, his heart within foreboded what hap to him, I ween. How that his dear son living should never more be seen. 1017. Awake, arise, Lord Siegmund. Kriemhilda, my mistress, hath bidden me to fetch thee. To her a sore distress hath happed beyond all others, which cuts her to the heart. And thou must help her mourning, for thou in it hast part. 1018. Upstart Siegmund, crying, what grief hath happened unto the fair Kriemhilda, as thou just now hast said? Then spake the herald, weeping, I cannot it withhold. Siegfried hath been murdered, the Netherlander bold. 1019. Then spake the noble Siegmund, pray let this jesting be, and of such evil stories beware, for love of me. The like you tell to no man. How Siegfried hath been slain. In such case could I never live happily again. 1020. If thou wilt not believe me, when thou hast heard my tale, with thine own ears 'tis easy to hear Kriemhilda wail. For she and all her people are mourning Siegfried dead. Then sore afraid was Siegmund, and sad was he indeed. 1021. Straight from his couch up sprang he, with 50 of his men. They reached their hands in search of their weapons long and keen, and ran, grief-stricken, thither, to where they heard the cries. Then, too, the 1,000 warriors of Siegfried bold did rise. 1022. Whilst piteously the women were heard to weep and moan, some of the men bethought them that raiment they should don. Aye, scarcely for their trouble could they their senses keep. And bitter was the anguish that in their hearts lay deep. 1023. Soon came the royal Siegmund to where Kriemhild did stand. He spake, Woe on the journey that brought us to this land. Who hath thy husband taken, and reft me of my son? And, amidst friends and kinsmen, thus murderously done. 1024. Ah, if I only knew him! The noble wife did say. No mercy would I show him. In mind or body I. Such evil would I do him, that if his kith and kin had not good cause for weeping, 'twould be no fault of mine. 1025. Then in his arms did Siegmund the murdered prince enfold, whereat his friends their sorrow so little could withhold, that with their lamentation the palace rang and hall, and even through Worm's city the sounds of woe did fall. 1026. To none who strove to comfort did Siegfried's wife give heed. Meanwhile from out its clothing his body fair they freed. They washed his wounds with water, and laid him on the bier. The sorrow of his people right grievous was to hear. 1027. Then up and spake his warriors, the men of Nibelungland. With right goodwill shall vengeance be taken at our hand. Within this very fortress is he who did the deed. Then ran they all for weapons. The liegemen of Siegfried. 1028. These thanes, for valor chosen, each with his shield, were there. 1,100. Ready at hand they were to follow noble Siegmund, the murder of his son. He to avenge was eager. 'Twas needful to be done. 1029. Nor knew they gainst what foemen they had to strive withal, unless it might be Gunther and his bold liegemen all, with whom their master Siegfried did late a hunting go. Kriemhilda saw them arming, and grievous was her woe. 1030. However deep her sorrow, and dire as was her need, yet did she for the Nibelungs fear with such mighty dread death, by her brother's liegemen, that she would have them stay. She warned them in all kindness, as friends each other may. 1031. Thus spake the grief-lorn lady. My lord Siegmund, what dost thou think to take in hand now? Thou hast not weighed the cost. King Gunther hath so many bold warriors at command, that all of ye will perish, if ye his knights withstand. 1032. With shields already lifted, they needs must to the fray. The noble queen besought them, and even bade them stay, and seek not for a conflict. These knights of courage high Yet would they not forego it. Which grieved her verily. 1033. So said she, noble Siegmund. 'Twere best to let it be. Until a fitter season. Then will I readily avenge with you mine husband, whom he hath widow made. To him, when it is proven, shall evil be repaid. 1034. Hereby upon the Rhine strand dwells many a haughty knight. I cannot therefore counsel that you with them should fight. Full 30 warriors have they against our every one. God grant that they may prosper, as they to us have done. 1035. Ye must remain beside me, this grief with me to share. And, when the day is dawning, ye heroes bold prepare to help me in his coffin, my husband dear to lay. Then all the thanes made answer, it shall be as you say. 1036. No tongue could ever tell you the marvel of it, how from knights as well as ladies arose the cries of woe, so that throughout the city the noise thereof did sound. The noble burghers heard it, and quickly thronged around. 1037. They mourned with the strangers, for they themselves were sad. If fault had been with Siegfried, none told them that it had, nor why the noble warrior had forfeited his life. Then wept, too, with the women, each worthy burgher's wife. 1038. The smiths were bidden quickly a coffin to devise, of gold wrought and silver, strong and of mickle size. They bade them firmly bind it with tempered steel and good. Then truly all the people were sorrowful of mood. 1039. The night was spent, and daylight, 'twas said, would soon appear. The noble lady bade them unto the minster bear Siegfried their noble master, her husband well beloved. One saw his friends all weeping, as they the body moved. 1040. They brought him to the minster, and told was many a bell. On every side the chanting of priests was heard to swell. And thither came King Gunther, and all his folk with him, to take part in the mourning. And likewise Hagen grim. 1041. He said, my dearest sister, alas, indeed, for thee, that from thy sorrow's burden can none of us be free. We must bewail for ever the loss of Siegfried's life. That do ye without reason, answered the mourning wife. 1042. It never need have happened. If real your sorrow were, me must ye have forgotten. That may I well aver, when I was there bereft of my own beloved one. I would to God, said Kriemhild, it had to me been done. 1043. They clave unto their lying. Kriemhild began again. Whoso of you is guiltless, now let him make it plain. Let each before the people walk up unto the bier. Thereby the truth that's in him shall presently appear. 1044. It is a wondrous marvel that oft hath happened, that when one sees the slayer beside the murdered dead, the wounds afresh start bleeding. As here, too, came to pass, whereby men saw that Hagen the malefactor was. 1045. Again the wounds bled freely, as they had done afore. They who had mourned him sorely bewailed him now the more. Then spake aloud King Gunther, I tell you everyone, 'twas vagabonds that slew him. 'Twas not by Hagen done. 1046. These vagabonds, too surely, are known to me, she spake. By friendly hands, God willing, will vengeance on them take. Thou Gunther and thou Hagen have surely done this thing. By this time Siegfried's warriors for strife were hankering. 1047. Kriemhilda spake yet further. Now share with me my need. Then came those twain unto her, who found him lying dead. They were her brother Gernot and Giselher the youth, as many a man did later. These mourned for him in sooth. 1048. With all their hearts they mourned him, the husband of Kriemhild. Now masses must be chanted. The minster soon was filled with men, and wives, and children. From every side they came. E'en they who little missed him mourned Siegfried all the same. 1049. Gernot, and Giselher with him, spake, Sister dear to me, now, for this death, take comfort. As verily must be, we will atone unto you, as long as we shall live. Yet on the earth was no one who could her comfort give. 1050. His coffin was made ready, well nigh about midday. Then from the bier they raised him, whereon till then he lay. Fain would the noble lady have kept him from the grave, which unto her attendants sore trouble surely gave. 1051. In richly broidered vestment they wrapped the body round. And then, I ween, that no one unweeping there was found. With all her heart wept Ute, a noble woman she, and each of her attendants, the goodly corpse to see. 1052. When people heard the chanting within the church begin, and knew that he was coffined, they thronged to enter in, for his soul's weal and profit. What offerings were made! In sooth, among the foemen, good friends enough he had. 1053. Kriemhilda, the poor lady, said to her chamberlain, the love they bear towards me will be to them a bane, seeing they grudge him nothing, and hold me also dear. For Siegfried's will, 'tis fitting that they his gold should share. 1054. There was no child so little who any wit might have, but joined in the almsgiving ere he was laid in grave. More than 100 masses were sung ere day was done, and Siegfried's friends and kinsmen came thronging every one. 1055. When ended was the chanting, the people went away. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, ye must not let me stay alone to watch beside him this night exceeding brave. My joys are with his body all buried in the grave. 1056. 3 days and 3 nights longer here would I keep him still, until of my dear husband my heart has had its fill. Then what if God should order that death should take me too? Then would poor Kriemhild sorrows no longer trouble you. 1057. The people from the city now homewards went their way. The priests and monks Kriemhilda besought with her to stay, and eke her own attendants to watch beside the night. Forbidding was the darkness, and wearisome the light. 1058. From eating and from drinking did many a man abstain, if any cared to take it. To them it was made plain that they might have in plenty. Siegmund of that took care. And yet, full many a labor the Nibelung folk must share. 1059. For 3 whole days, unceasing, the story thus we hear. They who had skill in singing must needs the burden bear of chanting many an office. What alms to them folk paid They who were poor aforetime, now wealth in plenty had. 1060. Whene'er they found poor people, who nothing had to bring, they sent them to the minster, with gold for offering, from Siegfried's treasure taken, since life he could not have, of marks for his soul's welfare, they many thousand gave. 1061. The first fruits were divided in all the land around, wherever cloister houses or goodly folk were found, of silver and of raiment. The poor got ample store. Men did the like as showing what love to him they bore. 1062. Upon the third day early, just at the hour of Mass, the churchyard wide extending, that by the minster was, with country people's wailing, was filled from end to end. In death they did him service, as to a well-loved friend. 1063. In those 4 days of mourning, indeed, it hath been said, that marks full 30,000, or even more, were paid, for sake of his soul's welfare, and given to the poor. Laid low was all his beauty, his life was now no more. 1064. When God was served duly, and all the chants were sung, a dreadful cry of sorrow arose from out the throng. Out of the minster must they now bear him to his grave. Those who were loath to lose him, fresh tears and cries forth gave. 1065. With cries of lamentation, the people followed then. The faces all were joyless, of women and of men. Ere in his grave they laid him, they sang and read withal. Aye. And the priests were worthy, who gave him burial. 1066. Or ever Siegfried's widow had come unto the grave, her faithful heart with sorrow such bitter strife did have, that they must needs revive her with water from the spring. Her bitterness of sorrow was past all measuring. 1067. It was a mickle wonder that strength again she found, with cries of pity, helping. The women thronged around. Then spake the queen, O liegemen of Siegfried, hearken ye. I pray you of your fealty, a favour grant to me. 1068. That after all my sorrow, this small grace I may gain, and on his goodly features may set my eyes again. So long did she beseech them, with all her sorrow's strength, that they the splendid coffin must break apart at length. 1069. And then they brought the lady to where her love did lie, and she his fair head lifted with white hand tenderly, and in his death she kissed him, the noble knight and good. Her shining eyes, for sorrow, were weeping tears of blood. 1070. It was a piteous parting, if ever there was one. And so away they bore her. She could not go alone, for in a swoon and senseless, that noble wife lay low. Her life, for will appointed, was well nigh lost in woe. 1071. When now their noble master within his grave was laid, unmeasured was the sorrow that all his followers had, who from the Nibelung country had borne him company, and little joy or gladness in Siegmund was to see. 1072. Amongst them there were many, who, for their sorrow's sake, till those 3 days were ended, nor meat nor drink did take. Yet could they not their bodies abandon utterly. So feasting followed sorrow, as evermore will be. Adventure. Chapter 18. How Siegmund went back to his own land. 1073. Kriemhilda's husband's father had to her presence come. And to the queen thus spake he. We now would fain go home. I trow that we in Rhineland unwelcome guests must be. Kriemhilda, dearest lady, come to my land with me. 1074. Since that your noble husband, by treason underhand, hath from us all been taken, here in this very land, you must not overlook it. I will be kind to you, for love of my son Siegfried. Doubt not that this is true. 1075. Henceforward also, lady, to you the power I'll yield, that the bold warrior Siegfried did teach you how to wield. The land and the crown likewise shall subject be to you, and all of Siegfried's vassals will gladly service do. 1076. Then were the servants bidden, that thence they were to ride. It was a mighty business, the horses to provide, amidst their bitter foemen, to dwell were sorry cheer. They bade the dames and maidens to seek their travelling gear. 1077. And when King Siegmund also was ready forth to ride, the kinsman of Kriemhilda besought her to abide. Her place was with her mother, and there to stay ought she. Then spake the noble lady. Nay, that can hardly be. 1078. How could I bear forever him with these eyes to see, through whom to me, poor woman, hath come such misery? Then Giselher, the youthful, made answer, Sister dear, for duty's sake now shouldst thou bide with thy mother here. 1079. Of them who have distressed thee, and brought thee to despair, thou dost require no service. My fortune thou shalt share. But to the knight she answered, Nay, this can never be. I needs must die of sorrow, if I should Hagen see. 1080. I'll see that doth not happen. My sister dear, quoth he, with Giselher thy brother, in safety shouldst thou be. Amends will I make to thee for thy dear husband's death. Then spake the poor forlorn one, true need Kriemhilda hath. 1081. When this so kindly offer to her the young man made, Ute and also Gernot fell likewise to persuade, with all her faithful kinsfolk. They begged her not to go, for amongst Siegfried's kindred not many did she know. 1082. They are all strangers to thee. Gernot began to say, so strong is no man living, but he must die one day. Bethink thee then, dear sister, and comfort thy sad mood. Stay with thy friends and kinsmen. It will be for thy good. 1083. So Giselher she promised, that there she would abide. The horses all were ready for Siegmund's men to ride, who would be homeward riding unto the Nibelung land. The pack horses all laden with knightly gear did stand. 1084. Lord Siegmund came, and standing before Kriemhilda, then said he unto the lady, the whole of Siegfried's men await you by the horses. 'Tis time we rode away, for willingly I would not with the Burgundians stay. 1085. But Lady Kriemhild answered, my friends their counsel give, so many as are faithful, that I with them should live. For I have ne'er a kinsman within the Nibelung land. Sad was the heart of Siegmund when he did understand. 1086. Then answered her King Siegmund, let that be said by none. rather than to my kinsman. I'll give to you my crown. With power and might you'll wear it. As you have done before. You shall be none the worse that. Our hero is no more. 1087. Come back with us, if only it were for your child's sake. You surely will not, lady, the babe an orphan make. When once your son a man is, he'll comfort your sad mood. Meanwhile you'll have the service of many heroes good. 1088. She spake, Sir Siegmund, truly. I cannot with you ride. Whatever may happen to me, here must I still abide. Among my friends and kinsfolk. And mourn with me they will. The good knights at this answer began to take it ill. 1089. With one accord they answered. Then must we fain confess that for the first time, truly, our hearts knew bitterness. Since you indeed are willing here with our foes to bide. On such a grievous journey did heroes never ride. 1090. Said she, Ye may, God speeding. Without foreboding fair. Safe conduct shall be given. Of that I'll have a care. From here to Siegmund's country. As for my darling child, unto ye knights I trust him. And to your mercies mild. 1091. When they were well persuaded that thence she would not go, the lieges all of Siegmund did weep for very woe. How full of bitter sorrow was Siegmund when his leave he took of Dame Kriemhilda. Then knew he how to grieve. 1092. Woe be on these great doings. The noble king, quoth he, an ending worse of pleasure there ne'er again can be, to king or to his kinsfolk, than this to us has been. No more shall we henceforward in Burgundy be seen. 1093. Then loud, that all might hear them, the men of Siegfried spake. Yet once again the journey may we to this land make, when we shall have discovered who laid our master low. They'll have among his kinsfolk stout enemies enow. 1094. And so he kissed Kriemhilda, and mournfully did say, when as he saw for certain she had a mind to stay, now will we unrejoicing go home unto our land. My sorrow for the first time now do I understand. 1095. From Worms without an escort unto the Rhine they rode. Well might they, notwithstanding, be confident of mood, that if they should of foemen an onset have to ward, the hands of stalwart Nibelungs would serve them for a guard. 1096. Leave did they take of no man, ere they set forth to ride. But Giselher and Gernot were presently espied, all kindly coming towards him. His sorrow made them grieve. As soon these gallant heroes did bring him to believe. 1097. For then the princely Gernot right courteously said, Be God in heaven my witness, that Siegfried now is dead, is through no fault on my part, nor have I heard men tell who wished him any evil. So can I mourn him well. 1098. Then had they a safe conduct at Giselher's own hand, and carefully he led them in time from out the land. The king and all his warriors to Netherland got home. How little could their kindred rejoice to see them come. 1099. And what befell them after, I cannot rightly say. And still one heard Kriemhilda bewailing day by day that none could give her comfort in either heart or mood, but Giselher, who only was true to her and good. 1100. The beauteous Brunhilda still arrogantly sat. How her Kriemhilda fretted. She took no thought for that. And never more in goodwill did turn to her again. Ere long the dame Kriemhilda did wring her heart with pain. Adventure. Chapter 19. How the Nibelung horde was brought to Worms. 1101. Now when the noble Kriemhild, a widow, thus was made, Count Eckwart was with her. And in the land he stayed, with all his men, and daily he served her without fail, and helped his lady often, his master to bewail. 1102. At Worms, hard by the minster, they built for her a hall. 'Twas very wide and lofty, and richly decked withal. There, with her own attendants, all joylessly sat she. She loved the church's service, and went there willingly. 1103. From where her love lay buried, she seldom was away. With sorrow-laden spirit, she went there every day. She prayed to God Almighty to keep his soul aright, and faithfully and often bewailed was the night. 1104. Ute and all her women, to cheer her I were fain. Yet was the heart within her so sorely smit with pain. However they might comfort, she took not any heed. She had for her beloved such all-surpassing need. 1105. As for a well-loved husband, no other wife e'er found. Thus might one see how virtues in her did much abound. Unto her end she mourned him, as long as she had life. And soon a mighty vengeance took valiant Siegfried's wife. 1106. So after all this sorrow, 'tis truth, she did abide, until the 4th year's having, from when her husband died. Nor all this time 'twixt Gunther and her did speech arise. Nor did she once on Hagen, her enemy, set eyes. 1107. Then Hagen spake, of Tronje. Could you not so contrive, that you might with your sister in friendly fashion live? That so unto this country might come the Nibelung gold. If but the queen were friendly, your gain were manifold. 1108. He said, we must attempt it. My brothers are with her. We'll beg them so to urge her, that she be friendlier, until at last prevail we, that she thereto agree. Quoth Hagen, I misdoubt me, that will ever be. 1109. He presently bade Ortwine unto her court to go. Likewise the Margrave Geir. And both of them did so. And Giselher the youthful, and Gernot, too, they brought, who straightway Dame Kriemhilda in friendly wise besought. 1110. To her the valiant Gernot of Burgundy then said, too long hast thou, O lady, bewailed thy Siegfried dead. The king to you will swear that by him he was not slain. Still day by day one hears thee so bitterly complain. 1111. Said she, none doth accuse him. 'Twas Hagen's hand that slew, and where he might be stricken, from me alone he knew. How could I have believed that? Such hate to him he bore. More care would I have taken. The queen said furthermore. 1112. Ere any word of mine had his noble life betrayed, then little cause for weeping should I, poor wife, have had. No more can I have kindness for those who this have done. Then Giselher besought her, the brave and comely one, 1113. To greet the king I'm willing. She did at last declare. With his best friends before her. One saw him soon appear. But Hagen durst at no time within her presence go. His guiltiness well knew he. 'Twas he who wrought her woe. 1114. Since she her hate to Gunther was willing to forswear, 'twould better have beseemed him to kiss her then and there. Were't not that by his counsel her sorrows had been made, he might have met Kriemhilda with boldness undismayed. 1115. Ne'er was a reconcilement, when friend by friend was met, more tearfully accomplished. Her sorrow rankled yet, save only one amongst them. She pardoned every one. He ne'er were slain, if Hagen the murder had not done. 1116. Not very long thereafter, they brought it so about, that unto Dame Kriemhilda the mighty horde came out of Nibelungland, and safely was to the Rhine conveyed. It was her wedding dowry, and rightly hers was made. 1117. 'Twas Gernot who went for it, and with him Giselher, and 800 liegemen, who had commands from her to go and fetch the treasure from where it lay unseen, since Alberich its keeper with trusty friends had been. 1118. Now when they saw the Rhine men coming the horde to take, the ever valiant Alberich unto his comrades spake, we dare not keep the treasure withholden from her power, seeing the noble lady can claim it as her dower. 1119. Yet never would the matter have come to such a pass, had we not had, said Alberich, the evil luck, alas, the goodly cap of darkness, with Siegfried's self to lose, which fair Kriemhilda's husband was ever wont to use. 1120. Now evil unto Siegfried hath happened since the day that from our hands the hero the Tarnhelm took away, and all this land by conquest did to his service bind. Then went the treasure keeper straightway the keys to find. 1121. At the hill foot were waiting the Queen Kriemhilda's men, and sundry of her kinsmen. The treasure bore they then down to the lake shore, lading their vessel with the same. Then o'er the waves they took it, and up the Rhine stream came. 1122. Now may you of this treasure a wondrous story hear. It took a dozen wagons it from the mount to bear. For days and nights they ceased not to carry it away, and each must make the journey so laden, thrice a day. 1123. Naught else but gold and jewels within this treasure lay, and had one taken from it, what would the whole world pay? 'Twould not have seemed to eyesight of 1 mark's value quit. Aye, not without some reason did Hagen covet it. 1124. The gem of all lay lowest, a little rod of gold. Whoever understood it, he might the mastery hold in all the world's dominions, o'er every race of men. Of Alberich's kinsmen many did follow Gernot then. 1125. As soon as they had carried the hoard to Gunther's land, and thus the queen had taken the whole into her hand, the storerooms and the towers were full as they could hold. Never of such vast treasure the marvel hath been told. 1126. And even were the treasure increased 1,000-fold, And she once more might Siegfried in health and strength behold. Gladly to him would Kriemhild have empty-handed gone. For never could a hero a truer wife have won. 1127. Now that she had the treasure, she brought unto the land full many a stranger warrior. In truth the lady's hand her bounty gave so largely, the like had ne'er been known. This queen had many virtues that all the folk did own. 1128. To poor men and to wealthy she now began to give so much, that Hagen argued, if she perchance should live for long enough, 'twas likely so many would she win to stay there in her service, that 'twould go ill with him. 1129. King Gunther said, her own are her body and estate. What she shall do with either, how then can I dictate? Nay, hardly could I compass that she became thus kind. So let both gold and silver go as she hath a mind. 1130. But to the king said Hagen, no prudent man and wise would leave to such a woman a treasure of this size. In gifts will see her spend it, and squander the whole store. And then the bold Burgundians may rue it evermore. 1131. Then answered him King Gunther, to her an oath I swore, that I to her would never do any evil more. And that will I abide by, for she my sister is. But thereunto said Hagen, let me be blamed for this. 1132. The oaths that they had taken, they reckoned all for naught. And from the widow's keeping, the mighty hoard they brought. And quietly did Hagen of all the keys get hold. Wroth was her brother Gernot when he the truth was told. 1133. Then spake the noble Giselher, Hagen a deal of ill hath done unto my sister. Reckon with him I will. And were he not my kinsman, 'twould stand him in his life. Then once again to weeping fell Siegfried's widowed wife. 1134. Then up and spake Lord Gernot, ere we be troubled by reason of this treasure, we'll take it all away, and sink it in the Rhine stream. Then will it no man's be to Giselher her brother. Then went she woefully. 1135. She spake, beloved brother, thou must take thought for me of both my life and substance. The guardian thou shouldst be. Then spake he to the lady, this will I undertake. When we have home returned, we have a ride to take. 1136. The king and all his kinsmen now left their land behind. The best of all were taken, that one therein could find. None stayed save Hagen only. That did he for the hate he bore unto Kriemhilda. With purpose did he wait. 1137. Before the mighty king came back to his home again, Hagen had meanwhile managed the treasure great to gain. Down in the Rhine at Lochheim he sank it bodily. He hoped yet to enjoy it, but that was not to be. 1138. The princes came back shortly, and with them many a man of her great loss Kriemhilda to make complaint began, and all her maids and ladies. Great was their grief, in sooth. Ready with faithful service was Giselher the youth. 1139. They one and all said, Hagen hath done us a foul wrong. Then from the prince's anger he kept aloof for long, till he regained their favor. And so they left him free. Yet never to Kriemhilda could he more hateful be. 1140. Before Hagen of Tronge had hidden thus the hoard, they made a pact together, and with strong oaths assured that it should remain hidden as long as each should live. None for himself should take it, nor to another give. 1141. So now again with sorrow her heart was desolate, first for her husband's murder, and now that her estate had all been taken from her. Thus she became a prey unto her grief forever, until her dying day. 1142. After the death of Siegfried, as verily appears, with many troubles burthened, she dwelt for 13 years, and all the while could never forget the warrior dead. I was faithful to him, that all the people said. Adventure. Chapter 20. How King XVIII sent to Burgundy after Kriemhilda. 1143. Now on a time it happened that Lady Helga died. Then was King XVIII minded to woo another bride. His friends all bade him look to the land of Burgundy, towards a high-born widow. Kriemhilda named was she. 1144. Soon after the fair Helga departed had this life. Quoth they, if thou wouldst ever possess a noble wife, the highest and most worthy that king did ever have, then take this self-same lady, widow of Siegfried brave. 1145. How might that be accomplished? Then said the mighty king, seeing I am a heathen, and ne'er had christening, the lady is a Christian. She never would agree. A miracle must happen, if this should ever be. 1146. The ready ones made answer. What if perchance she should, with thy high name to help thee, and all thy substance good, to win the noble lady? One very well might try to woo so fair a person, would please you verily. 1147. Then said the noble sovereign, doth any one of you, the people of the Rhineland, and eke the country know? Good Rudiger made answer, who from Bechlaren came. I've known her from her childhood, this queen of noble name. 1148. King Gunther and King Gernot, the noble knights and brave, and Giselher, the third one, each ever doth behave in such wise as high honor and virtue too have taught, nor elsewise from aforetime have their forefathers wrought. 1149. But furthermore said XVIII, friend, I would learn of thee, if in my land she's worthy to wear the crown with me, and if she's fair of body, as has to me been said, then those to me most friendly need never be dismayed. 1150. Indeed unto my lady, in beauty likeneth she to Helga, the most mighty. I in this world could be, for any king whatever, never a wife more fair, to whom her love she plighteth. He may be of good cheer. 1151. He spake, then win her, Rudiger, if dear to thee am I, and if beside Kriemhilda it e'er be mine to lie, I will reward thee for it, as fully as may be, seeing thou wilt my wishes have compassed thoroughly. 1152. So much out of my treasure I'll have bestowed on thee, that thou and thy companions may live right merrily. Of horses and of raiment, whatever you may need, I will have for your journey. Made ready with all speed. 1153. Sir Rudiger made answer. A mighty margrave he. Did I thy riches covet? That were unpraiseworthy. Unto the Rhine thy message. To bear I shall be glad. At charge of mine own fortune. Which from thy hands I had. 1154. Then spake the mighty sovereign. Now when wilt thou fare hence? To seek this lovely lady? May God give thee defence. And honor in the journey. And eke this lady mine. May she to us, luck helping. A gracious ear incline. 1155. Then Rudiger spake further. Ere yet we leave the land. We must prepare both raiment. And weapons to our hand. That so before the princes. Due honor we may have. I'll lead unto the Rhineland. 500 warriors brave. 1156. So, me and mine beholding. The men of Burgundy. Shall every man among them. Be fain to testify. That ne'er from king in those parts. On such a journey went. So many men or better. Than thou to the Rhine hast sent. 1157. And be it not displeasing. By thee, great ruler, found. That, noble love obeying. She was in wedlock bound. To Siegfried, son of Siegmund. Him hast thou here beheld. In honor great he must be. In truth for ever held. 1158. Then said King XIII, though she was wife unto that knight. Yet was his noble body so precious in my sight, that on the queen I cannot e'er look disdainfully. By her exceeding beauty, right well she pleaseth me. 1159. Then spake to him the Margrave. The 24th day. From now, I dare to promise. Shall see us on our way. I'll send and tell Gottlinda, my dear wife, presently, that I myself will envoy unto Kriemhilda be. 1160. So thence unto Bechlaren sent Rudiger straightway. Both sorrowful and proud was the Margravine that day. A wife by him, he told her, must for the king be wooed. Still tenderly, as living, she thought of Helka good. 1161. For when her husband's letter the Margravine did spell, some little was she troubled, and straight to weeping fell. Would she another mistress like her have e'er again? And when she thought of Helka, it gave her heartfelt pain. 1162. In 7 days' space had Rudiger set forth from Hungary. A glad man was King Etzel, and gay at heart was he. Already in Vienna the travelling gear was made, nor would he that the journey should longer be delayed. 1163. Gottlinda at Bechlaren awaited Rudiger. The Margravine his daughter was also waiting there, and glad she was on seeing her father and his men, and many fair young maidens watched kindly for them then. 1164. Ere Rudiger the noble forth for Bechlaren went, from out Vienna city, all his accoutrement was perfectly made ready, and on the sumpters laid. They travelled in such fashion that nothing was waylaid. 1165. When they to Bechlaren within the town did fare, the host his fellow travellers bade kindly welcome there, and offered board and lodging. Good quarters each one had. The noble Godelinda to see him come was glad. 1166. Likewise his well-loved daughter the little Margravine, at her dear father's coming, could ne'er have gladder been. The heroes out of Hun's land, how glad she was to see. And them the noble maiden accosted merrily. 1167. Right heartily be welcome, my father and his men. And readily, to thank her, fair words were spoken then unto the Margrave's daughter, by many a worthy knight. Sir Rudiger's demeanor Gottlinda read aright. 1168. For when alone at night time, by Rudiger she lay, how lovingly besought him, the Margravine to say, whither the king from Hun's land had bidden him to go. Said he, my wife Gottlinda, I'll gladly let thee know. 1169. I for the king my master must seek another wife, now that the beauteous Helka departed hath this life. Therefore to fetch Kriemhilda unto the Rhine ride we. To Hun's land she is coming, a mighty queen to be. 1170. God grant, said Godelinda, that may come to pass, since we have heard, in honor, how much she doth surpass. She may replace my lady. Belike, in days to be, we'll let her wear in Hun's land the queen's crown willingly. 1171. Then said the Margrave to her, beloved wife of mine, the men who hence are riding with me unto the Rhine, all kindly must thou offer with them thy stores to share. When heroes fare right nobly, more stout of heart they are. 1172. She answered, there is no man who cares to take of me, to whom whatever beseemeth, I give not willingly, or ever hence depart ye, thou and thy fighting men. Then said to her the Margrave, so doth it please me then. 1173. Ay, and what noble garments they from the storerooms bear. For every noble warrior there was a plenteous share. All lined they were with peltry, downwards from throat to spur. What best his purpose suited was chosen of Rudiger. 1174. Upon the 7th morning, from Bechelaren rode the host with all his warriors, weapons and raiment good, they bore with them in plenty, through the Bavarian land, nor on the road were harassed by any robber band. 1175. Within a 12 days' journey, they to the Rhine did ride. The tidings of their coming, small chance there was to hide. Some to the king gave warning, and eke his men did tell, that stranger guests were coming. The host to asking fell. 1176. If they were known to any, that was he fain to know. One saw their sumpter horses so heavy laden go, that they were very wealthy, was plain enough to see. In the great town was found them a hostel presently. 1177. Now when the all unknown ones were given an abode upon these self-same nobles, vast was the heed bestowed. Men wondered whence the warriors to the Rhine had found their way. The host sent after Hagen, if haply he could say. 1178. Then spake the knight of Trange, I have not seen them yet. I doubtless may declare you, when sight of them I get, from whence they've come riding into this land. I trow they must indeed be strangers, if not of them I know. 1179. By this time every stranger a place of lodging had. Then forward came the envoy, in rich apparel clad, with all his noble comrades. And so to court they rode. Fine raiment were they wearing, right well devised in mode. 1180. Then quoth the ready Hagen, for all that I can tell, not having seen these nobles, for somewhat of a spell, such like is their demeanor, as Rudiger might have, out of the Hunnish country, a noble knight and brave. 1181. How am I to believe it? The king replied straightway, that he of Bechlaren is hither come this day, but as the royal Gunther from speaking did forbear, bold Hagen saw for certain that it was Rudiger. 1182. He and his friends to meet them did hasten everyone. One saw from off their horses 500 knights stand down. These messengers from Huntsland, right welcome were they made, and never yet were envoys so gallantly arrayed. 1183. Then Hagen spake of Trange, and in a loud voice cried, now in God's name be welcome, ye thanes who hither ride, the warden of Bechlaren, and each one of his men, an honorable greeting. The doughty Huns had then. 1184. King Gunther's nearest kinsman came forth to where they were. The Lord of Metz, Sir Ortwine, then said to Rudiger, ne'er yet in all our lifetime have we until this day set eyes on guests so gladly. That may I truly say. 1185. Thanks gave they for the greeting unto the warriors all. So with their noble escort they went unto the hall, and there they found King Gunther with a gallant company, and from his throne up stood he. Such was his courtesy. 1186. With what right courtly breeding did he the envoys meet? Gernot, as well as Gunther, was full of zeal to greet the guest and eke his liegeman, as did his rank demand. Good Rudiger King Gunther himself took by the hand. 1187. Unto the seat he led him, on which himself he sat. Then to the strangers served they, all gladly did they that, of right good meat full beakers, and of the best of wine, that ever one could meet with, in all the land of Rhine. 1188. Now Giselher and Gear had both of them appeared, and Dankwart, too, and Volker, who all of them had heard about the guests arriving. They were in gladsome mood. Before the king they greeted the noble knights and good. 1189. Then Hagen, knight of Trange, unto his lord did say, these warriors of ours should be beholden aye for kindness that the Margrave hath shown to us before. Fair Godelinda's husband must have reward therefore. 1190. Then spake the royal Gunther, I can no more delay. In health how are they faring? That tell to me, I pray. Etzel, I mean, and Helka, who over Huntsland reign. All will I, said the Margrave, gladly to you make plain. 1191. Straight from the seat uprose he, as eke did all his men. And to the king thus spake he, if thus it may be then, and you, O prince, allow it, I will no more delay the tidings that I bring you, but willingly will say. 1192. He said, whatever the tidings that unto us you bear, I wait not friendly counsel, but bid you to declare. Let me and my men hear them, whatever they may be. I bid you, in all honor, discharge your embassy. 1193. Then spake the trusty envoy. To you upon the Rhine. His faithful service tenders. That mightful lord of mine. To every friend moreover. That unto you may be. This message I deliver. In faith and honesty. 1194. The noble king doth ask for your pity in his need. All joyless are his people. My lady she is dead. The rich and mighty Helka. Of my good lord the wife. And now full many a maiden. Doth lead an orphaned life. 1195. Children of noble princes. Whom she did rear of late. And therefore is the country. In lamentable state. These now, alas, have no one. To rear them faithfully. I doubt there is no ending. To the king's misery. 1196. Requite him God, said Gunther. For that to me he sends. So willingly his service. As eke unto my friends. The greeting thou hast brought me. Right gladly have I heard. My kinsmen and my lieges. Shall merit his good word. 1197. Then spake, from the Burgundians. Gernot the warrior. The world fair Helka's dying. May rue for evermore. For all her many virtues. Which she to cherish knew. The doughty knight, Sir Hagen. Agreed that this was true. 1198. But Rudiger said further. The high ambassador. Since you, O king, allow me. I have to tell you more. Of that which my dear master. Hath bidden me fulfill. Since from the death of Helka. Things have with him gone ill. 1199. It hath been told my master. That, Siegfried being dead. Kriemhilda is a widow. If this be so, indeed. And you to her will grant it. Then she a crown shall wear. Before King XVIII's warriors. This have I to declare. 1200. The mighty monarch answered. In courteous mood was he. I'll tell her my opinion. If she perchance agree. I'll see that you are answer. In 3 days' time shall know. How should I, ere I've asked her? Say unto XVIII, no. 1201. Meanwhile they had good lodgings. Made ready for each guest. So well provided were they. That Rudiger confessed. That he had friends in plenty. Amongst King Gunther's men. As he had once served Hagen. So Hagen served him then. 1202. So Rudiger abode there. Till the 3rd day was come. The king a council summoned. As was his wise custom. Inquiring of his kinsmen. If they would deem it right. That Kriemhild should to XVIII. Her faith in wedlock plight. 1203. They all, save only Hagen. Agreed with one accord. But he unto the warrior. To Gunther spake this word. If you are rightly minded. So will you take good heed. That, even though she wish it. You will not do this deed. 1204. And wherefore, answered Gunther. Should I not do this thing? Whatever of love the future. Unto the queen may bring. I surely shall not grudge her. Sister she is to me. We ought ourselves to seek it. If for her good it be. 1205. But once again spake Hagen. With further talk be done. Knew you as much of XVIII. As I of him have known. And were she him to marry. As I have heard you say. Then would yon see good reason. At length to rue the day. 1206. And wherefore? Answered Gunther. Since I should take good care. Never to come so nigh him. E'en though my sister were his wife, that I need suffer from any hate of his. But once again said Hagen, I'll ne'er agree to this. 1207. Then messengers to Gernot and Giselher they sent, to ask of these two princes, if they were well content to have Kriemhilda marry the rich and noble king. Sir Hagen still gainsayed it, but had no following. 1208. Then spake of the Burgundians the warrior Giselher. Now may you show, friend Hagen, that loyal still you are. Make good to her the evil that you to her have done. If aught may bring her fortune, that should you leave alone. 1209. You've wrought unto my sister such evil manifold. So Giselher spake further, the knight of spirit bold, that she hath had good reason to hold you in despite. Ne'er yet was any woman bereft of more delight. 1210. That am I well aware of, and willing to allow. And should she marry XVIII, and live for long enow, she'll do us yet much evil. How will she it contrive? For many a goodly warrior to serve her there doth live. 1211. Thereon the valiant Gernot to Hagen answered, in that case it behoves us, until they both be dead, to study that we ride not into King XVIII's land. We must be loyal to her. Thus honor doth demand. 1212. Whereto again spake Hagen, no man can me gainsay. And should the noble Kriemhild wear Helca's crown one day, she'll do to us a mischief. Howe'er it may be done, it better would beseem you to leave the thing alone. 1213. Then wrathfully cried Giselher, of you't fair the sun, we need not all be traitors, though thou perchance be one. If honor doth befall her, right joyful should we be. Whatever thou sayest, Hagen, I'll serve her faithfully. 1214. When Hagen heard that saying, angered was he in mood. For Giselher and Gernot, proud warriors both and good, and mighty Gunther likewise, did all of them agree, that if it pleased Kriemhilda, they would no hindrance be. 1215. Then spoke the princely Gear, the lady I'll advise, that she do let King XVIII find favor in her eyes. So many knights obey him, and suit and service owe, he yet may make her happy, in spite of all her woe. 1216. Then went the ready warrior, where Kriemhild he did see. She graciously received him. How quickly then spake he, well may you greet me, lady, and give me herald's bread, for good luck comes to save you now out of all your need. 1217. For love of you, dear lady, lo, there hath hither sent one of the best and greatest that e'er had government o'er realm with highest honor, or ever crown shall wear, and noble knights sue for him. Your brother bids declare. 1218. Then spake the sorrow-laden, now God prohibit thee, and all my friends from making a mockery of me, the poor forlorn one. What could I be to one who heartfelt love hath ever from a good woman won? 1219. She sorely strove against it, but presently to her there came her brother Gernot, and the lad Giselher. These tenderly besought her to be of cheerful mood. If she the king would marry, 'twould be for her true good. 1220. Not one of them was able the lady to persuade, that she should e'er be willing another man to wed. Then did the thanes beseech her. At least we beg of thee, if thou naught else wilt grant us, the messengers to see. 1221. That will I not refuse ye, replied the noble wife. For gladly would I look on Sir Rudiger in life, for all his many virtues. If he had not been, whoever were the envoy, I would have stayed unseen. 1222. She spake, tomorrow morning, I pray ye, bid him go to see me in my chamber. Then will I let him know what is my will, right surely. To tell him am I fain. Then did her grievous sorrow break forth in tears again. 1223. To Rudiger the noble, naught better could have been than that he should be granted to see the mighty queen. He knew that, could this happen, so wise in words was he, she, by the warriors talking, must needs persuaded be. 1224. So, early on the morrow, after the mass was sung, arrived the noble envoys. Then mighty was the throng of those who to the palace with Rudiger should go, all gallantly accoutred. One saw a goodly show. 1225. The high-born dame Kriemhilda, her heart with trouble sore, for Rudiger was waiting. The goodly warrior, he found her in the raiment she wore for every day, but none the less her women had donned their best array. 1226. She rose and went to meet him, and by the door she stood, and unto Etzel's liegemen she gave a welcome good. With but 11 comrades, he came therein to her. Worship had he, for never came nobler messenger. 1227. One bade them all be seated, the leader and his men. The while before her standing, they saw her margraves twain, Counts Eckwart and Gear, both noble knights and good. For sake of her, their mistress, none seemed of joyful mood. 1228. They saw beside her sitting full many a lady fair, for nothing save her sorrow had Kriemhild any care. The raiment on her bosom was wet with teardrops hot, nor failed the noble margrave Kriemhilda's grief to note. 1229. Then spake the lordly envoy, daughter of kingly race, to me and to my comrades, who here with me have place. I pray you leave to grant us, that we before you stand, and tell to you the errand that brings us to this land. 1230. Now be it to you granted, the queen in answer said, to speak as ye are minded. For I am purposed right willingly to listen. Thou art a herald good, yet to the others hearing unwilling was her mood. 1231. Then he of Bechlaren, Prince Rudiger, began with plenteous love, and faithful Etzel, a great sovereign, to this thy land, fair lady, hath sent an embassy of knights to seek thy favor. A goodly company. 1232. He offers thee right frankly love free from all alloy, and eke such steadfast friendship thou shalt with him enjoy, as erewhile did Dame Helka, so near his heart who lay. Aye, he hath mourned her virtues for many a joyless day. 1233. Sir Rudiger the Margrave, in answer spake the queen, no one who hath already my bitter sorrow seen, To any man would bid me myself in wedlock bind. I have lost the best one that ever wife did find. 1234. What else, the bold man answered. For sorrow may atone so well as loving friendship, if such may be, from one who for himself is choosing what seems to him the best. Not, after heartfelt sorrow, can give such happy rest. 1235. If to my noble master to give thy love thou wilt deign, of 12 right wealthy kingdoms thou shalt be sovereign. My lord will also give you full 30 princes' lands, each one of which was conquered by his all-potent hands. 1236. Thereto shalt thou be mistress of many a worthy wight, who to my lady Helka did service of right, and over many a lady who dwelt beneath her sway, of high and princely lineage. Thus did the bold knight say. 1237. My lord will likewise give thee, as he doth bid me say, if with the king thou deignest to wear the crown one day, the highest power that ever he unto Helka gave, thou over XVIII's vassals authority shalt have. 1238. Then spake the queen, what pleasure remains for me in life, that ever I should covet to be a hero's wife? Such sorrow have I suffered all through the death of one, that I be joyless until my life be done. 1239. But once more spake the huntsman, most high and noble queen, your life along with XVIII so glorious would be seen. Naught would it be but gladness, if this should come to pass. And many a handsome warrior the mighty monarch has. 1240. The damsels of Queen Helka, the maids that follow thee, shall make with one another a single company, a sight at which the warriors shall merry be of mood. Be counselled therefore, lady. In sooth 'tis for thy good. 1241. With courtesy she answered. Now let this parley be until tomorrow early. Then come again to me, and you shall have my answer to what you have at heart. Needs must the valiant warrior agree, and so depart. 1242. When they unto their hostel had all returned home, then sent the noble lady for Giselher to come, and likewise for her mother. And unto both did vow that nothing else save weeping was fitting for her now. 1243. Said Giselher, her brother, sister, 'tis my belief, and some to me have said it, that all thy bitter grief King XVIII will make vanish. And shouldst thou marry him, whatever others counsel, well done I will it deem. 1244. He surely may console thee, said Giselher again. From Rhone unto the Rhine stream, from Elbe unto the Main, there's not another sovereign so powerful as he. Right soon mayst thou be happy, if wife he makes of thee. 1245. My brother well beloved, how canst thou thus advise? To weep and mourn seems ever more fitting in mine eyes. How, at the court there, should I, before the warriors go, if ever I were comely? No longer am I so. 1246. Then spake the lady Ute, her daughter dear unto, whatever thy brother's counsel, fail not, dear child, to do. Follow thy friend's advising, so will it prosper thee. Too long have I beheld thee. In thy great misery. 1247. Then God she prayed right sorely. That store of worldly gear, of silver, gold and raiment, be granted unto her, to give, as when her husband, in life and health she had, though never as aforetime, could life again be glad. 1248. Within her heart she pondered. Shall I my body give, who am a Christian woman, and with a heathen wife? For all the world and ever, disgrace on me 'twould bring. Though all his wealth he gave me, I would not do this thing. 1249. And so she left the matter. But all night long, till day, the lady on her pillow, with endless brooding lay. Her eyes that shone so brightly, from tears were never dried, until at dawn of morning, unto the mass she hied. 1250. The kings came thither also. Close on the hour of mass. They had been taking counsel upon their sister's case. To marry they advised her, the king of Hungary. But neither found the lady disposed more cheerfully. 1251. Forthwith were orders given King Etzel's men to bring, who now would leave have taken, and home been travelling, accepted or rejected, whichever of the twain. Then to the court came Rudiger. The heroes urged again. 1252. That he should rightly fathom the noble Gunther's mood, and do it very quickly. To all did this seem good. To get back to their country, they needs must journey far. And so unto Kriemhilda they ushered Rudiger. 1253. With kindly words of pleading, began the warrior, the noble queen beseeching, that she would let him hear what message for his master to Etzel's land she sent. I ween he found her answer, naught save discouragement. 1254. That she forsooth would never again wed anyone. Whereon the Margrave answered, that surely were ill done. Why shouldst thou thy fair body so wastefully disdain? Thou mightst become with honor a good man's wife again. 1255. But not availed their praying, until that Rudiger all privately did whisper into the great queen's ear, that all she ever suffered, he would make good again. Whereat her great misliking somewhat began to wane. 1256. Unto the queen thus spake he, let now your weeping be. If you among the huntsfolk had ne'er a friend save me, and all my trusty kinsmen, and eke my liegeman true, hath any done you evil, right dearly should he rue. 1257. Thenceforth the lady's humour somewhat more gentle grew. She said, an oath now give me, whatever men may do, that you will be the first one to right mine injury. Whereto the Margrave answered, that will I readily. 1258. With all his men did Rudiger swear by an oath to her, that he would serve her truly, and that no warrior should ever aught deny her, throughout King Etzel's land, in what concerned her honor. So pledged her Rudiger's hand. 1259. Then, faithful-hearted, thought she, since on my will to wait, I've met with friends so many, I'll let the people prate how they have a mind to of me. Poor wretched wife, what if I yet have vengeance for my dear husband's life? 1260. She thought, since Etzel holdeth so many knights in fee. I also may command them. And do what pleaseth me. So wealthy is he also. I shall have much to give. Me did that hateful Hagen. Of all my goods deprive. 1261. To Rudiger thus spake she. If it were known to me, that he were not an heathen, I would come willingly, whithersoe'er he listeth, and take him for my lord. The Margrave answered, Lady, heed not a single word. 1262. He hath so many warriors, who in Christ's faith believe, that with the king at no time shall you have cause to grieve. What if your faith should win him to take the Christian life? Then might you well be happy to be King Etzel's wife. 1263. Then said her brothers also, Now, sister mine, say, yes. And so be quit for ever of your unhappiness. Thus long did they beseech her, till, full of sorrow, she before the heroes promised King Etzel's wife to be. 1264. She said, You will I follow, a queen right sad of heart, and fare with you to Hun's land. So may we now depart, when I the friends have found me, to bring me to his land. To that, before the heroes, fair Kriemhild gave her hand. 1265. Then to her said the Margrave, Hast thou a pair of men? To them I can add many. It will be easy then to bring you with due honor unto Rhine's further side. No longer, mid Burgundians, Lady, must thou abide. 1266. I have 500 liegemen, and kinsmen too, of whom thou mayst command the service, or here, or there at home, to do thy bidding, lady. And I will do the same. Whene'er thou claim'st my promise, that so I have no shame. 1267. Now see that you have ready your horse accoutrement. What Rudiger doth counsel, you never shall repent. And say this to your maidens, whom you will thither bring. Ay, many a chosen hero shall we meet travelling. 1268. Still much of wrought equipment from Siegfried's time they had, that had been used in riding, wherewith full many a maid might take the road with honor, whene'er they thence should fare. Ay, goodly were the saddles they gave the ladies fair. 1269. If such like costly raiment they e'er had worn before, now ready for the journey, they had a goodly store. For of the king such marvels had unto them been said. Chests that had long been standing, close-locked were open laid. 1270. Unwearyingly worked they, till unto the 5th day they sought from out the presses the stores that in them lay, her treasure chests to open. Kriemhild herself did go on Rudiger's good liegemen, she fain would wealth bestow. 1271. Still had she somewhat over of gold from Nibelungland. Among the Huns she thought to divide it with her hand. 100 sumpter horses the load could nowise bear. This tale about Kriemhilda was brought to Hagen's ear. 1272. Quoth he, because Kriemhilda will ne'er to me be kind. The gold that once was Siegfried's, she needs must leave behind. Why should I such a treasure unto my foes let go? Right well I know what Kriemhild with all this gold will do. 1273. For if she hence should bring it, I'll wager verily 'twould be in largesse given. to stir up hate for me. They have not e'en the horses to carry it away. 'Tis Hagen's will to keep it. Thus unto Kriemhild say. 1274. Now when she heard this message, smit to the heart was she. The word was likewise carried unto the kings all three. Fain would they have gainsaid it, but as this did no good, Sir Rudiger the noble outspake in joyous mood. 1275. O, mighty queen, and noble, why grieve ye for this gold, when unto you King XVIII such kindliness doth hold, that when his eyes behold you, he'll give such riches rare, that you can never spend it. That, lady, will I swear. 1276. To him the queen made answer. Most noble Rudiger never had a king's daughter more wealth bequeathed to her than that of which Sir Hagen hath now despoiled me. Then went her brother Gernot unto the treasury. 1277. By right the king's key took he, and put it in the door, and gold therefrom withdrew they. That was of Kriemhild's store. Of marks full 30,000. Or something more they had. He bade the guests to take it. And Gunther was right glad. 1278. Then he from Bechelaren, Dame Godelinda's lord, said, if my lady Kriemhild yet owned all the hoard, such as it was aforetime, when brought from Nibelungland, nor I, nor the queen either, would touch it with our hand. 1279. Now back let it be taken, for of it will I not. Sufficient for my country, I, of mine own, I brought, that we can do without it right well upon the way, and all our homeward charges right royally can pay. 1280. Unto that end her maidens had meanwhile pieces told into a dozen coffers, all of the finest gold that ever one might meet with. These with them they would bear, and ornaments for ladies upon the road to wear. 1281. The mastery of grim Hagen seemed overpowering. Some 1,000 marks still had she left from the almsgiving for her dear husband's welfare. The whole did she dispart, and Rudiger but deemed it done with a right true heart. 1282. Then said the weeping lady, where are those friends of mine, who for my sake are willing in banishment to pine? They who unto the Huns land will bear me company. Let them take of my treasure, and horse and raiment buy. 1283. Then Eckwart the Margrave made answer to the queen, so long as in your household a servant I have been, right truly have I served you. Thus did the warrior say, nor will I cease to do so until my dying day. 1284. And of my men 500 eke will I bring with me, whom I unto your service do pledge right faithfully. For nothing shall divide us, till death our lives do part. She bent her head to thank him, too full was her sad heart. 1285. Then led they forth the palfreys, for it was time to go. Her friends all fell a weeping, and many tears did flow. The noble lady Ute, and many a maiden fair, showed that for Dame Kriemhilda their hearts were full of care. 1286. 100 high-born maidens along with her she led, who as their rank befitted were all apparelled. Then from their eyes bright shining did many a teardrop well, and yet with XVIII later Much pleasure them befell. 1287. Lord Giselher came also. And Gernot none the less. With many of their household. As bade their courtliness. They would their well-loved sister upon her journey bring. They led 1,000 warriors. A goodly following. 1288. The ever-ready gear. And Ortwine also came. Rumold the kitchen-master. He too must come with them. Night quarters made they ready. Hard by the Danube side. But Gunther from the city did but a small space ride. 1289. Ere from the Rhine they journeyed. They had before them sent their messengers, who swiftly unto the Huns' land went. And told the king beforehand how Rudiger had done. And as a wife for Etzel, the noble queen had won. Adventure. Chapter 21. How Kriemhilda went to the Huns. 1290. Leave we the heralds riding. We must make known to you how the queen's journey prospered, as she the land rode through, and where from her did Gernot and Giselher depart. Right truly each had served her, as taught of faithful heart. 1291. They rode as far as Pforing, upon the Danube strand. Then of the queen began they kind quittance to demand, since homeward they returning unto the Rhine would ride. Nor might this without weeping twixt loving friends betide. 1292. Then Giselher the ready unto his sister said, if ever thou, fair lady, shouldst stand in need of aid, if e'er thou art in danger, fail not to let me know. To Etzel's land to serve thee I presently will go. 1293. Those who were of her kindred upon the mouth she kissed, and at the hour of parting full many a loving tryst one saw the liegeman keeping of Margrave Rudiger. For many a well-dight maiden the queen led forth with her. 1294. 54 in number. Rich clothing did they wear, and brightly tinctured cloth stuffs. And many men did bear broad shields to guard the ladies beside them on the way. But many a princely warrior must part from them that day. 1295. Thence rode they swiftly forward, down through Bavarian land. The people told the tidings of how a mickle band of unknown guests were coming, nigh where a cloister still doth stand, and where in river the Danube's flood doth fill. 1296. Within the town of Passau there was a bishop's see. The hostels and the palace stood empty presently. To meet the guests men hied them on to Bavarian ground, where Pilgerin the bishop the fair Kriemhilda found. 1297. The warriors of the country no whit displeased were to see behind her coming so many ladies fair. Their eyes upon these daughters of noble knights did rest. Good lodging was provided for every noble guest. 1298. The bishop into Passau, his niece beside him, rode, and when among the burghers the news was noised abroad that coming was Kriemhilda, their prince's sister's child. Right gladly was she welcomed by all the merchant guild. 1299. That they were come to sojourn the bishop fain had known, but Eckwart said to him, it is not to be done. To Rudiger's dominions we needs must journey down, where many knights await us, as is to all well known. 1300. The tidings of their coming. Now fair Gottlinda knew. Straightway she made her ready. Her noble daughter too. For Rudiger had warned her that he would deem it good, if when the queen was coming, to somewhat cheer her mood. 1301. She would ride forth to meet her, with escort of his men, unto the river Ence. Which being accomplished, then, on every side beheld one, the very roads alive, with folk, on foot or horseback, to see the guests arrive. 1302. Now was the queen by this time to Everdingen come. No few of the Bavarians did then as outlaws roam, to rob upon the highways. And they, as was their wont, might to the guests have offered some dangerous affront. 1303. But well the noble Margrave of this had taken thought, for he 1,000 warriors, and even more had brought. There also came Gottlinda, the wife of Rudiger, and many a knight of valor, right nobly rode with her. 1304. When they the Tron had traversed, upon the level green, by ends, folk making ready, cabins and tents were seen, for there it was determined the night halt should be made. All charges for the strangers by Rudiger were paid. 1305. The fair Gottlinda stayed not upon the camping ground, but forward went to meet them along the roadway wound, with ever tinkling trappings, a handsome cavalcade. Right kindly was her greeting, which Rudiger made glad. 1306. And those whom either party encountered on the way rode in praiseworthy fashion. Right many thanes were they. They practiced knightly pastimes, by many a maiden seen. Nor was the warrior's service unpleasing to the queen. 1307. As Rudiger's retainers unto the guests came nigh, right many were the lance shafts one saw raised up on high, by warriors' hands uplifted, as is the knightly mode. And then before the ladies praiseworthily they rode. 1308. This brought they to an ending. Then many of the men greeted each other kindly. The fair Gottlinda then, to where she saw Kriemhilda, they brought upon her way. They who could serve the ladies had little rest that day. 1309. The lord of Bechelaren up to his wife did ride. The noble lady Margrave was right well satisfied that he from the Rhine country all safe and sound had won. And somewhat was her sorrow in happiness undone. 1310. When she had made him welcome, he bade her on the green dismount with all the ladies who in her train were seen. Then many a noble liegeman was busy as could be, and service to the ladies was done right readily. 1311. As now the lady Kriemhild, the Margravine espied, standing with her attendants, she would no nearer ride, but with the rein her palfrey at once began to stay, and bade them from the saddle to lift her down straightway. 1312. His sister's daughter leading, one saw the bishop soon, with Eckwart, to make her unto Gottlinda known. And, in a trice, the people made wide the way for this. Upon the lips the stranger did Godelinda kiss. 1313. Then spake in loving fashion the wife of Rudiger. Now well is me, dear lady, that I thy presence fair within my country's borders. And with mine eyes have seen. To me could at this season no greater joy have been. 1314. Most noble Godelinda, God give you your reward. If haply I, spake Kriemhild, and Botlung's son be spared, one day you may be joyful that you have seen my face. They both were all unknowing of what must come to pass. 1315. Due courtesies exchanging, walked many maidens fair, their services to render. The warriors ready were. They sat, the greetings ended, upon the clover down, and many made acquaintance, who were till then unknown. 1316. Wine brought they for the ladies, and now 'twas full midday. The noble folk would therefore no longer their delay. They rode on till they came where large huts and many stood, and for the noble strangers was waiting service good. 1317. That night they slept in quiet until the dawning break. But they of Bechelaren themselves did ready make, so that they might provide for so many a worthy guest. Well Rudiger had managed that little should be missed. 1318. One saw how every window stood open in the wall. The castle of Bechlaren was entry free to all. Therein the guests came riding, well seen of all around. The noble host had bidden good hostel to be found. 1319. Then Rudiger's fair daughter, with all her company, unto the queen approaching, received her lovingly. There likewise was her mother, the wife of the margrave. To many a young damsel they kindly greeting gave. 1320. Hands took they with each other, and so together went unto a wide-roomed palace, of fashion excellent. For there, beneath it rushing, one saw the Danube's flood. They sat and took the breezes, and had much pastime good. 1321. Of what they did there further, I cannot say a word. That so much time was wasted. Complaints, however, were heard, made by Kriemhilda's warriors, whose patience thus was tried. But with them, from Bechlaren, what goodly thanes did ride. 1322. By Rudiger kind service was amply offered. The queen bestowed, when leaving, 12 golden bracelets red on Godelinda's daughter, and raiment, too, well wrought. She into Etzel's country herself no better brought. 1323. Although they had despoiled her of all the Nibelung gold, the love of all who saw her she knew to win and hold. With what small wealth remaining she for her use might have, unto her host's house servants great store of gifts she gave. 1324. Like honor showed on her side the lady Gotelind unto the guests from Rhineland, to whom she was so kind that one could find scarce any among the strangers there who had not of her jewels or raiment fine to wear. 1325. When they enough had eaten, and time it was to start, the mistress of the household proffered, with all her heart, most true and loyal service to Etzel's wife to be. Then was the fair young maiden embraced right lovingly. 1326. Unto the queen thus spake she, if it seem good to you, I know that my dear father right gladly this will do. He'll send me into Huntsland, that I with you may be That she was loyal-hearted, Kriemhilda well could see. 1327. In front of Bechelaren. The horses had been led. The noble queen already. Her parting words had said. Unto the wife and daughter of Margrave Rudiger. With greetings, too, departed. Full many a maiden fair. 1328. They scarce from that day forward saw one another more. And when they came to Medlick, lo! In their hands men bore a store of brave gold flagons, wherein, unto the street, wine brought they for the strangers, to give them welcome meat. 1329. There was a lord of manor, here dwelling, hight Astold, into the Austrian country. The way to them he told. By modern, somewhat further, the Danube stream adown. Their right true service later, the mighty queen did own. 1330. Unto his niece the bishop, a loving farewell bade, to be of cheerful spirit. Her earnestly he prayed, and win herself such honor, as Helka erst had done. Aye. What great honor later, amongst the Huns she won. 1331. Unto the Traisen river, the guests they soon did bring, and Rudiger's retainers served them, unwearying, until the Hun folk riding across the country came. Then was their mickle honor done to the royal dame. 1332. The king of the Huns' country did, near the Traisen, own a very noble stronghold, to everyone well known. Its name was Trasenmauer, where Helka lived of yore, and practiced such great virtues, scarce met with any more. 1333. Save only in Kriemhilda, for she knew how to give, and, after all her sorrow, was for some joy to live. In that she also honor of Etzel's folk might have, which soon, in fullest measure, the heroes to her gave. 1334. The sovereignty of Etzel was owned so far and wide, that at his court were met with, at every time and tide, the bravest of all warriors, whose names were known to fame, 'mongst Christians or heathens. All thither to him came. 1335. With him there was at all times, which scarce again can come, the Christian confession, along with heathendom. Whatever rule of living each for himself might have, the king's mood was so easy, plenty to all he gave. Adventure. Chapter 22. How Etzel espoused Kriemhilda. 1336. Until the fourth day dawning, at Trasenmauer she stayed. The dust upon the roadways meanwhile was never laid. It rose, as from some burning, on every side, like smoke, while through the Austrian country came riding Etzel's folk. 1337. Meanwhile to the king also the news was duly brought, whereon his former sorrow soon vanished at the thought, how royally Kriemhilda across the land did ride. The king then made him ready to go and meet his bride. 1338. Strange tongues of many races one heard upon that road, as many gallant warriors in front of Etzel rode, of Christians and of pagans, a host exceeding great. And when they met the lady, they went in noble state. 1339. Of Russ and Greek came riding a goodly company, and Poles and Wallachs saw one go rushing swiftly by upon their gallant chargers. That mightfully they rode. And nothing was there lacking of native use and mode. 1340. From out of the Kief country rode many a warrior bold, and hordes from wild Pechnigin. These did the custom hold of carrying bow and arrow, to shoot birds as they flew. With strength they pulled the bowstring, and the full shaft's length drew. 1341. There stood upon the Danube, in Austrian land, a town, the name whereof was Tulna. To her was there made known full many a foreign custom she had not seen before. By many was she welcomed, who through her suffered sore. 1342. As guard before King Etzel, a company there rode, of mighty men and merry, courtly and high of mood, of princes 24, all great and wealthy men. They came to see their lady. Not more they asked for then. 1343. There also was Duke Ramung, from the Wallachian plain, who with 700 horsemen before her sped amain, like birds of passage flying. One saw them whirling by. Prince Jabesh soon followed, with stately chivalry. 1344. Hornboge, the eye ready, came with 1,000 men, and from the king's side turned him towards his lady then. As was their country's custom, they raised a mighty shout, and all the Hunnish kinsmen in swarms came riding out. 1345. Also there came from Denmark Hayward the valiant one, and ever ready iring to falseness all unknown, and Ernfried of Thuringia. A goodly man was he. So welcomed they Kriemhilda. She needs must honored be. 1346. With their 1,200 liegemen, the host they rode before. Sir Blodelin came also, with thrice 1,000 more. The brother of King Etzel, from out of Hungary, right royally escorted. Unto the queen rode he. 1347. And last of all King Etzel. And with him Dietrich came, with all his chosen comrades, and many a knight of fame, right noble and praiseworthy, and valiant and good. Whereat was Dame Kriemhilda, much lightsomer of mood. 1348. Then, to the princess speaking, the nobler Rudiger said, Lady, I will welcome the mighty sovereign here, and whomsoe'er I bid you to kiss, so do it then. You must not give like greeting to all of Etzel's men. 1349. Then down from off her palfrey the high-born queen they took, whereon the mighty Etzel no more delay could brook. He from his steed dismounted, with many a bold knight too, and then one saw him blithely towards Kriemhilda go. 1350. Two rich and mighty princes, as has to us been told, were standing near the lady, her garments trained to hold. What time the royal Etzel went forward her to meet the noble prince with kisses, then did she kindly greet. 1351. She raised the veil that screened her. Her dainty color glowed out of its golden setting, and many a knight avowed that ne'er could Lady Helka have shown a face more fair. King Etzel's brother, Blodelin, was standing very near. 1352. Him Rudiger the Margrave bade her to kiss, and eke King Jabesh, and Dietrich, who was not far to seek. A dozen of the warriors were kissed by Etzel's bride. Then gave she other greeting To many a knight beside. 1353. Now all the while that XVIII did by Kriemhilda stay. The younger men were busy, as such would be today, with many mighty tiltings. One saw then how they rode, both Christian knights and heathen, each following their mode. 1354. How knightly was the bearing of Dietrich's gallant men. Their javelins and lances went flying forth amain, high over shields and bucklers, by good knights' hands addressed. Then shivered were the shield rims of many a German guest. 1355. Then was a mighty crashing of breaking lance and spear. The warriors of the country were all assembled there, as were the king's guests also, a throng of noble men. The mighty king was walking with Dame Kriemhilda then. 1356. They saw hard by them standing a very noble tent. The plain around was covered by many a wooden pent, where folk might sit and rest them, when work was duly sped. And many beauteous maidens by heroes there were led. 1357. Unto their royal mistress, as she was sitting there, upon the rich chair covers, the Margrave right good care had taken, so to fit it, that everyone should find Kriemhilda's bower delightful, and glad was Etzel's mind. 1358. What Etzel spake unto her, it is not mine to say. Meanwhile her small white fingers within his right hand lay. In loving fashion sat they, for knightly Rudiger would have no secret wooing betwixt the king and her. 1359. Straightway commands were given that all the games be stayed. With honor they were ended, and all the din allayed into the wooden houses. The men of Etzel hied, and folk provided lodging around for far and wide. 1360. The day had reached its ending. They laid them down to sleep, until the light of morning again began to peep. Then were the steeds best ridden once more, by many a man. Ha, and in Etzel's honor, what pastimes then began. 1361. The king enjoined his huntsmen to do all honor bade unto Vienna city. Their way from Toln they made. There, decked in fine apparel, full many a dame they found. King Etzel's wife these welcomed, as in all honor bound. 1362. In all sufficing plenty, whatever they would have was there, already for them. Right many a warrior brave with joy the sport awaited. All went to hostelry, and soon the royal wedding began right merrily. 1363. But not for all could lodgings be found within the town. To such as were not strangers did Rudiger make known that they must seek out quarters in country places round. I ween there were at all times near Dame Kriemhilda found. 1364. Dietrich, the noble warrior, and many another thane. These, in their work unresting, but little peace mote gain, till nothing should be lacking to cheer the stranger's mood. So Rudiger and his comrades had rest and pastime good. 1365. The marriage was accomplished one day in Whitsuntide, when first the royal Etzel lay by Kriemhilda's side within Vienna city. So many men, thought she, at her first husband's bidding, she surely ne'er did see. 1366. To those who had not seen her, she made herself well known by gifts. Yea, many among them unto the guests did own. We deemed that Dame Kriemhilda had little goods or gold. But here hath she, by giving, wrought marvels manifold. 1367. The merrymaking lasted for days full 17. And never was there told of another king, I ween, whose wedding was more noble. Such is to us unknown. All folk who there were present did new apparel own. 1368. In Netherland, aforetime, thought she ne'er had sat with such a throng of warriors. I say, moreover, that if great was Siegfried's substance, he ne'er had, as his men, so many noble warriors as stood round XVIII then. 1369. Nor was there ever any who at his wedding tide of mantles gave so many, so rich and deep and wide, nor any such good raiment as here there was to don. In honor of Kriemhilda was all in this wise done. 1370. Their friends and eke the strangers were all alike of mind, that there had been no sparing in gear of any kind. Whatever any wanted, that presently he had. Yea, many a knight through kindness was well nigh naked made. 1371. Yet days of old in Rhineland she could not quite forget, beside her noble husband. And then her eyes grew wet. She did her best to hide it, lest anyone should see. After so many a sorrow, much honor now had she. 1372. What others gave in bounty, no better was than air, compared with Dietrich's giving. Whatever Botlung's heir had given him for largesse, that quickly lavished he. Eke Rudiger with bounty was marvelously free. 1373. And Blodelin came also, the prince from Hungary, and bade men take whatever in many chests might be, of gold and silver pieces. 'Twas all to give away. Then saw one the king's heroes keeping high holiday. 1374. The players of King Etzel, Warble and Swemelin, I ween that either of them did at the wedding win 1,000 marks for certain, or maybe even more. What time the fair Kriemhilda her crown by Etzel wore. 1375. Upon the 18th morning they from Vienna went. Then was in knightly pastime full many a buckler bent by lances that were carried in every warrior's hand. Soon came the royal Etzel unto the Hunnish land. 1376. In the old town of Heimburg they rested overnight. By then the throng of people could no one tell aright, nor with what strength of numbers they overspread the ground. I me, and what fair women they in his country found. 1377. At Miesenberg the wealthy unto the boats they took. The stream with men and horses was hidden, as to look not otherwise than dry land, yet ever seemed to flow. The women, travel weary, had ease and comfort now. 1378. Together had been fastened ships many and right good, that they might get no damage from either waves or flood. And many a well-made awning thereover did they strain, as if they still beneath them had land and open plain. 1379. At Etzelberg, before them. Arrived these tidings then. Whereat was great rejoicing. Of women and of men. The ladies of Queen Helca. Who erewhile were her care. Soon many days and happy. Did with Kriemhilda share. 1380. There stood and waited for her. Full many a noble maid. On whom abundant sorrow. Since Helca's death had weight. The daughters of King VII. Still their Kriemhilda found. Who were the pride and glory. Of Etzel's land around. 1381. The maiden lady Herat. Still of them all had care. Queen Helca's sister's daughter. Of many virtues rare. The bride betrothed of Dietrich. Child of a king of fame. The daughter, too, of Nentwine. To honor great she came. 1382. Unto the guest's arrival. She looked with mood right glad. Whereto great stores and treasure. Were also ready made. How later the king feasted. Who could it all declare? And with a queen at no time. Did huntsman better fare. 1383. As with his wife beside him. The king rode from the strand. The noble dame Kriemhilda. Was given to understand. The name of every lady. The better them to greet. Aye, mightily she bore her. Sitting in Helca's seat. 1384. To her was faithful service. Rendered right readily. Wherefore the queen divided. Her gold and jewelry. Her silver and apparel. Whatever she did convey. From over Rhine to Huntsland. Must all be given away. 1385. Also with suit and service. Subject to her, from then. Were all of the king's kinsmen. And likewise all his men. Never had Lady Helca enjoyed such potent sway. So must they serve Kriemhilda. Until her dying day. 1386. Then stood so high in honor. The court and realm around. That men came there at all times. And chosen pastime found. To whatsoe'er it might be. That each one's heart did lean. Be it the king's good favor. Or bounty of the queen. Adventure. Chapter 23. How Kriemhilda thought to avenge her injury. 1387. In great estate of honor. As truly doth appear. They dwelt with one another. Until the 7th year. During this time the king's wife. Brought forth a son and heir. Whereat the royal Etzel. Could ne'er be happier. 1388. She would not be persuaded. To be content with aught. But that the child of Etzel. Should to the font be brought. With Christian rites according. Ortlieb they named the boy. Which all through Etzel's country. Was cause of mickle joy. 1389. Whatever noble virtues. In Lady Helca lay. To match them Dame Kriemhilda. I studied, day by day. The customs soon were taught her. By Herat, maid forlorn. Who with a secret longing. For Helca still did mourn. 1390. To native folk and strangers. She now was widely known. 'Twas said of her, that never. Did any king's land own. A better, milder mistress. Right sure of this they were. Such fame she bore in Huntsland. Until the 13th year. 1391. Now since she knew for certain. That none would her gainsay. E'en as king's warriors mostly. Their princes' wives obey. And as 12 kings before her. Were ever seen to come. She thought on all the sorrows. That she had known at home. 1392. She thought, too, of the honors that once in Nibelungland had been in her possession, and which by Hagen's hand, at time of Siegfried's murder, were wholly done away, and whether he might ever for that be made to pay. 1393. It might be, could I bring him by some means to this land. She dreamt that she was walking, and near her, close at hand, was Giselher, her brother. And in her gentle sleep, she kissed him very often. He soon had cause to weep. 1394. I ween some evil devil Kriemhilda did provoke, that with her brother Gunther her friendship now she broke, whom she, in full forgiveness, kissed on Burgundian soil. Then with hot tears began she once more her robe to spoil. 1395. And ever, late and early, within her heart it wrought, how, without fault on her part, she had thereto been brought, that henceforth with a heathen she must in wedlock live. This bitterness did Hagen and Gunther, too, contrive. 1396. The wish that dwelt within her ne'er let her heart alone. Thought she, I am so mighty, and such great riches own, that on my foes in vengeance some ill I may repay. Thus would I do right gladly to Hagen of Tronje. 1397. My heart is longing sorely for my dear faithful one. Might I but get them near me, who ill to me have done, so would I take full vengeance for my beloved's life. Scarce can I bide their coming, so murmured Etzel's wife. 1398. The whole of the king's liegemen held highly in esteem the warriors of Kriemhilda, and well it was, I deem, her treasurer was Eckwart. Good friends thereby he made, nor could Kriemhilda's wishes by any be gainsaid. 1399. Now was she ever thinking, I will beseech the king, to wit, that of his goodness he would allow this thing, that unto the Hun country her kinsman might be brought. But no one there discovered the queen's unholy thought. 1400. It came to pass one night time, as by the king she lay, his arms were cast about her, as was his wont alway, loving the noble lady, for she was as his life. That of her foes was thinking, the fair and noble wife. 1401. And to the king thus spake she, my ever dear good lord, I fain would ask a favour, if thou wouldst such accord, if I am worthy of it, that thou shouldst let me see whether my friends and kinsmen thou lovest verily. 1402. Then spake the mighty sovereign, and guileless was his mood, I would have thee believe that, if any grace or good be done unto those warriors, I must thereat be glad, since I by love of woman ne'er better friends have made. 1403. And yet again the queen spake, to thee it hath been said, that I have high-born kinsmen, and this my grief hath made, that they have never troubled to come to see me here. I hear the people call me naught else but foreigner. 1404. Whereunto answered Etzel, beloved lady mine, if not too far it seemeth, so will I from the Rhine bid all unto my kingdom, whom thou art fain to see. When thus she learnt his purpose, right glad at heart was she. 1405. She said, if thou right truly wouldst serve me, master mine, So wilt thou send an envoy to Worms beyond the Rhine, that I may tell my kinsfolk all that I have in mind. Then many a knight right noble his way to us shall find. 1406. Whenever thou commandest, said he, it shall be done. Thou canst not be so eager thy friends to look upon, as I of noble youth the sons, to see him fain. That we are still such strangers hath caused me mickle pain. 1407. And if it should content thee, beloved lady mine, so will I send right gladly unto those friends of thine, my players on the fiddle, to the Burgundian land, to bring the worthy fiddlers. Straightway he gave command. 1408. They hastened very quickly to where King XVIII sat, and eke the queen beside him. He told them both, how that as envoys they were chosen to Burgundy to fare. For them he bade his people rich raiment to prepare. 1409. For 24 warriors was new apparel made, and by the king their errand was also to them said, how Gunther and his people to bring there they should seek. But fain was Lady Kriemhild apart with them to speak. 1410. Then said the king most mighty, now hark ye what to do. All that is good and kindly I bid my friends, by you, if they vouchsafe to journey unto my kingdom here. Ne'er yet have I had knowledge of guests as these so dear. 1411. And if they so be minded, my will herein to do, these kinsmen of Kriemhilda, then must they not forego to come to us this summer, to keep my wedding feast. For much on my wife's kindred my happiness doth rest. 1412. Then spake the fiddle player, the haughty Schwemelin, when will in this your kingdom your wedding feast begin, that we to your friends yonder unerringly may say? Then answer made King XVIII, on next midsummer day. 1413. We'll do as thou dost bid us. Made answer Werbelin. Then gave the queen an order that they be brought within her private room in secret, to speak with her alone, whereof soon many a warrior but sorry comfort won. 1414. To both the envoys spake she, well shall it be for you, if you my will and purpose right faithfully shall do, and say whatever I bid you. When to my home you go, in goods I'll make you wealthy, and raiment rich bestow. 1415. What friends of mine soever ye see and meet with there at Worms on the Rhine river, take heed lest ye declare that ye have ever seen me in melancholy mood, and bear my greeting unto those heroes bold and good. 1416. To what the king requireth, beg them that they agree, and thereby let them make me from all my trouble free. The Huns may well believe that I have no friends at all. Were I a knight, I'd ever be ready at their call. 1417. And to my noble brother, to Gernot eke say ye, that in the world is no one I hold more lovingly, our best of friends and kinsmen. Bid him unto this land to bring, that so the better we may in honor stand. 1418. To Giselher say also, that he must not forget that never have I suffered by fault of his as yet. Wherefore would I right gladly set eyes on him again, and, for the faith he showed me, To see him here am fain. 1419. And also tell my mother what honors now I bear. If Hagen, too, of Trange, shall still be dwelling there, by whom shall they more fitly be through the country shown? To him the roads to Huntsland from childhood have been known. 1420. Unknowing were the envoys what meaning therein lay, that Hagen, knight of Trange, on no account should stay behind the rest in Rhineland. Soon woe for them it made. With him was many a warrior to cruel death betrayed. 1421. With message and with letters they were provided now, to live henceforth in plenty. Of wealth they had enow. Their leave they took of Etzel, and of his lady fair, and clad in rich apparel. A goodly sight they were. Adventure. Chapter 24. How Werbel and Schwemmel did their errand. 1422. When Etzel to the Rhineland had sent his embassy, the news thereof right swiftly from land to land did fly. He greeting gave and bade them by messengers right fleet to come unto his feasting, whence many death did meet. 1423. From out the Huns' dominions the envoys swiftly went to the Burgundian country, for thither were they sent 3 noble kings to summon, and eke their chivalry to come and visit Etzel. So rode they speedily. 1424. First were they on their journey to Bechelaren brought. The folk there served them gladly, that he might fail in naught. By them unto the Rhineland sent greeting Rudiger, as also did Gottlinda, and eke their daughter dear. 1425. Nor did they send them further without a proper meed, whereby the men of Etzel made all the better speed. To Ute and her children sent message Rudiger, to say there lived no Margrave who meant them kindlier. 1426. Unto Brunhilda also a kindly greeting went, of good faith ever steadfast, and friendliest intent. When they these words had taken forth would the envoys fare, that God in heaven would keep them, was Godelinda's prayer. 1427. Ere yet the envoys fully had crossed Bavarian ground, the ever-ready Werbel the worthy bishop found. What message for his kinsman upon the Rhine he told. Thereof I have no knowledge, save that in ruddy gold. 1428. He gave the twain a token before he let them ride. Quoth Pilgerin the bishop, and could I at my side see them, so were I happy. These sisters sons of mine, scarce can I come to see them myself, unto the Rhine. 1429. The ways by which they travelled o'er land unto the Rhine, I cannot say for certain. Silver and raiment fine by none from them was stolen. Men feared their lord's despite, that king of noble lineage. Aye, potent was his might. 1430. In the Burgundian country, to Worms upon the Rhine, came, after 12 days' riding, Werbel and Schwemmelin. Unto the king the tidings were told, and to his men, of foreign envoys coming. Gunther made question then. 1431. Quoth he, the lord of Rhineland, who can to us declare whence come these foreign riders that through our country fare? But that was known to no one, till Hagen of Trange, as soon as he had seen them, did thus to Gunther say. 1432. Strange news to us is coming. That much I will aver. The fiddle players of XVIII. I have but now seen here. Unto the Rhine your sister hath sent them, verily. For sake of both their sovereigns. Right welcome must they be. 1433. Meanwhile before the palace, in full array they rode. No prince's minstrels ever in nobler fashion showed. The royal court folk hastened to meet them presently. They bade men take their mantles, and found them hostelry. 1434. Their travelling clothes were costly, with work so deftly done, that they might well with honour before the king have gone. Yet in the same apparel to court they would not go. Who cared for it might have it. The envoys let men know. 1435. Without delay they met with folk who were well content to take the clothing gladly. And unto them 'twas sent. And thereupon the strangers put on far better gear, as it behoves king's heralds in full array to wear. 1436. So went, when leave was given, to where the monarch sat, those followers of XVIII. And all were glad thereat. With courtesy did Hagen towards the heralds make, and gave them kindly greeting, for which their thanks they spake. 1437. To learn from them the tidings. To questioning he fell, if XVIII and his lieges were faring all right well. Then answered him the minstrel, ne'er throve the country more, nor were the folk so happy. Of that thou mayst be sure. 1438. Towards the host then went they. Crowded the palace was. Unto the guests was offered such kindly welcome as in foreign kings' dominions is ever given of right. And there, in Gunther's service, found warble many a knight. 1439. And graciously King Gunther began to greet them then. Be both of ye right welcome, ye Hunnish minstrelmen, and your companions also. Ye are, I understand, sent hither by great XVIII to the Burgundian land. 1440. Before the king they bowed them, and then spake Werblin, to thee his service offers, that well-loved lord of mine, and to this land thy sister Kriemhilda greeting saith. They send us to you warriors, trusting in your good faith. 1441. The mighty prince made answer, of this right glad am I. And tell me how is XVIII? So did the king reply. And eke my sister Kriemhild, yonder in Hunnish land? Then spake the fiddle player, I'll answer this demand. 1442. Of this ye may be certain, that never yet there were two folks who lived together more happy than this pair. And all the knights around them, their kinsfolk and their men, when on this ride we started, right joyous were they then. 1443. Gramercy for the greeting he hath sent me this day, and thank my sister also, since it be as ye say, that all live in contentment, ruler and ruled as well. For I with some misgiving asked ye the news to tell. 1444. The king's two younger brothers had likewise come by now, for they the news from Huntsland, but now had got to know, and Giselher right gladly, for his dear sister's sake, set eyes upon the envoys, and kindly to them spake. 1445. Right welcome must ye heralds be unto me and mine, And if ye rode more often hither unto the Rhine, friends would ye find here always, rejoicing ye to see that aught should here befall you. Small peril can there be. 1446. We trust you in all honor. Made answer Schwemelin. And never can I tell you, by any wit of mine, how XVIII hath enjoined us to greet you lovingly, as hath your noble sister, who there hath honor high. 1447. Of former faith and kindness, the Queen doth you remind, and how with heart and body you I to her inclined. But to the King's self firstly have we been sent, to pray, that into XVIII's country ye deign to take your way. 1448. That we thereto should urge ye, hath given strict command the rich and mighty XVIII, who likewise doth demand that if ye by your sister would not again be seen, then would he fain have knowledge of what his fault hath been. 1449. That ye are strangers to him, and to his country, too. For if the Queen Kriemhilda were all unknown to you, still he himself were worthy for you to come to see. And were this thing to happen, 'twould please him verily. 1450. Then spake the royal Gunther, a week from now being gone, so will I give you tidings. Of what conclusion my friends and I have come to. Meanwhile for you 'twere best to go unto your hostel, and may ye have good rest. 1451. But Werbelin spake further. If such a thing might be, fain would we have permission, my lady first to see. I mean the mighty Ute. Before our rest we seek. Then Giselher the noble, in courtly wise did speak. 1452. That no man shall deny you. And if to her ye go, ye will my mother's pleasure right well accomplish so. For gladly will she see ye. And for my sister's sake, the lady Kriemhild namely, you welcome will she make. 1453. So Giselher he brought them to where they found the dame. With joy she saw the heralds, who from the Huns' land came, and heartily did greet them. So kindly was her mood. Then told they her the tidings, those courtly heralds good. 1454. Spake Schwemelin in this wise. My lady sends to thee her faithful love and duty. And if it so might be that she could see you often, she bids you to believe that in this world would nothing more gladness to her give. 1455. Whereto the Queen made answer. Alas, it may not be. Often as I am longing my daughter dear to see, too distant dwelleth from me your noble monarch's wife. May she and XVIII ever be blessed in their life. 1456. But ye must give me warning, ere from this place ye fare, when ye will be returning. For herald saw I ne'er, for long days past so gladly, as I have looked on you. The squires then gave their promise, her will therein to do. 1457. And so unto their hostel the men from Hunsland went. Meanwhile for friends and kinsmen the mighty king had sent. The noble Gunther question put unto every man, what thought he of the matter? And many then began. 1458. To say that he might fairly ride unto XVIII's land. So counselled him the warriors, who did around him stand, excepting only Hagen, to whom 'twas bitter woe He told the king in secret. Thou wilt thyself undo. 1459. Thou know'st as well as I do. What thing we wrought of yore. Needs must we of Kriemhilda. Be fearful evermore. Seeing I slew her husband. And that with mine own hand. How durst we take this journey? And ride to XVIII's land? 1460. Then spake the mighty Gunther. My sister's wrath was spent. Pardon to us she granted. Ere from this place she went. With kisses of forgiveness. For what to her was done. Unless, it may be, Hagen. That thee she hates alone. 1461. Be not deceived, said Hagen. Whatever the message be. The envoys bring from Huntsland. Would you Kriemhilda see? Be well prepared to forfeit your honor and your life. Long waiting in her vengeance. Is she, King XVIII's wife? 1462. Thereon the princely Gernot unto the council said. Because that thou with reason to lose thy life dost dread. Within the Huns' dominions. Must we then lay aside this plan to see our sister? Right ill would that betide. 1463. Prince Giselher then also spake thus unto the knight. Since thou, friend Hagen, knowest thou art the guilty wight, so stay thou here in safety. And of thyself take care. And let, with us, the bold ones, unto my sister fair. 1464. With wrath began to kindle the warrior of Trange. I will not have another. Go with you on your way. Who dares than I more boldly on this court ride to go? Since ye will not be hindered, that will I let you know. 1465. Then spake the kitchen master. Rummold the worthy thane. Here friends and strangers can ye right easily maintain. As ye yourselves are willing. Your stores are full, I trow. And ne'er, I ween, hath Hagen betrayed you hitherto. 1466. If ye will heed not Hagen, Rummold now counsels you. And I have ever served you with love and service true. That here ye fain should tarry out of good will to me. And let King XVIII yonder along with Kriemhild be. 1467. How otherwise in this world could ye e'er better live? In spite of all your foemen, here may you right well thrive. You may your bodies freely with raiment rich endue, and wine drink of the choicest, and winsome maidens woo. 1468. Meats, too, are set before ye. The best that e'er were brought to any king in this world. And if this all were not, you should, methinks, remain here. For sake of your fair wife. Ere in such childish fashion you seek to risk your life. 1469. I counsel your abiding. Rich is your heritage. At home can vassals better to you redeem their pledge than yonder mid the Hun folk. Who knows how things be there? My lords, go ye not thither. Thus Rummold doth declare. 1470. Thereunto answered Gernot. Here will we tarry not. Since we such friendly bidding have from my sister got, and from the mighty XVIII. Why put the thing aside? Who goes not gladly with us may e'en at home abide. 1471. And thereto answered Hagen. See lest ye take amiss the words that I have spoken. How will ye do in this? I give you faithful counsel. As ye regard your life, go well armed to the Hun folk. As if for battle strife. 1472. Will ye not be dissuaded? So send ye for your men. The best that ye can muster. Or any way can gain. And from them all I'll choose ye 1,000 warriors good. So may ye fear no evil. From angry Kriemhild's mood. 1473. That reed I'll gladly follow. The king in answer said. Then sent he heralds riding. Who through his kingdom sped. And so they brought the warriors. 3,000 men or more. They dreamt not of the evil that lay for them in store. 1474. All through the lands of Gunther. Right joyously they rode. On every man a charger. And raiment were bestowed. Of those who were to journey away from Burgundy. A goodly number followed. The king right willingly. 1475. Then Hagen, lord of Trange. His brother Dankwart bade. The 80 knights who served them. Unto the Rhine to lead. They came in knightly order. With arms and wearing gear. Within King Gunther's borders. Right soon did they appear. 1476. Now came the gallant Volker. A high-born minstrel he. To join with 30 liegemen. The royal company. Such splendid raiment had they. A king had worn it well. That he would ride to Huntsland. To Gunther bade he tell. 1477. Now who was this same Volker? I fain would let you know. He was of noble lineage. To him did fealty owe. In the Burgundian country. Full many a noble knight. Because he played the fiddle. He was the minstrel hight. 1478. Then Hagen chose the 1,000. They were to him well known. And what in hard-fought battles their strength of hand had done. And all they e'er had ventured. That had he seen full well. No man of aught save valor. In all their deeds could tell. 1479. The envoys of Kriemhilda were sore discomfited. For they of both their rulers the wrath began to dread. And leave they daily sought for. That they might thence be gone. But Hagen would not grant it. Through cunning that was done. 1480. He said unto his masters. We must be on our guard. Lest we to go allow them. Before we are prepared. Within a week thereafter. To Etzel's land to go. If any ill will bear us. Thus shall we better know. 1481. So shall not Dame Kriemhilda be taking heed hereto. That any, by her counsel, should evil to us do. And if it be her purpose, her own may be the pain. With us to Huntsland take we. So many chosen men. 1482. Their bucklers, then, and saddles. And all of such like gear. As they to Etzel's country had in their minds to bear. By many valiant liegemen. For use were ready made. The envoys of Kriemhilda were unto Gunther bade. 1483. And when the heralds entered, unto them Gernot said. The king will take the offer. To us by Etzel made. And we will come right gladly. Unto his festival. And see again our sister. Of that doubt not at all. 1484. Then spake to them King Gunther. Can ye not tell us, pray? When is this merrymaking? Or rather, on what day? 'Twere best that we come thither. 'Twas Schwemelin replied. Ye must be there for certain. At next midsummer tide. 1485. The king unto them granted. If haply they were willed. For not yet had they done it. To see the Dame Brunhild. That they with his approval might to her presence go. It was gainsaid by Volker. For her sake did he so. 1486. In sooth the Lady Brunhild is not now in the mood for you to look upon her. So spake the warrior good. Wait ye until tomorrow. Then her they'll let you see. So hoped they to behold her. But it was not to be. 1487. The mighty prince then ordered. He held those envoys dear. Out of his own great kindness. That folk should thither bear. His gold upon broad bucklers. Great store thereof he had. And by his kinsmen also. Rich gifts to them were made. 1488. For Giselher and Gernot. Gear and Ortwine, too. That they were kindly hearted. Right plainly then did shew. They such abundant largesse. Unto the envoys gave. That, fearful of their rulers. None of it would they have. 1489. Then Werbelin the herald. Unto the king did say. Your gifts, Lord King, so please ye. Let in your kingdom stay. We may not take them with us. My lord bade us take heed. Lest gifts by us be taken. Nor is there any need. 1490. Then did the lord of Rhineland this thing unkindly take. That they a great king's treasure of small account should make. So were they bound to take it. His gold and habiting. And unto XVIII's country. Were fain with them to bring. 1491. They would see you'd also. Ere they set forth again. So Giselher the ready. Brought both the minstrel men. Unto his mother Ute. This word the lady sent. That if Kriemhild were honored. Her mother was content. 1492. Then bade the queen be given. Of gold and broidery. All for the sake of Kriemhild. So dear to her was she. And for the sake of XVIII. Unto the minstrels both. They readily might take it. 'Twas done in honest troth. 1493. The messenger's leave-taking. Was done, and now they had. Parted from men and maidens. And so with hearts right glad. They rode on into Swabia. Thus far, 'twas Gernot's will. His heroes should escort them. That none might do them ill. 1494. When they, who thus did guard them, parted and homewards rode. In XVIII's power a safeguard. They found on every road. Whence none essayed to rob them. Of horse or wearing gear. And so to XVIII's country. They speedily drew near. 1495. Where'er they found acquaintance. To them the news they said. How the Burgundian people. Ere many days were sped. Unto the Hunfolk's country. Were coming from the Rhine. The news was carried also. To Bishop Pilgerin. 1496. As they by Bechelaren. Along the highway went. To Rudiger folk told it. As naught could well prevent. And also to Gottlinda. The Margrave's wedded wife. That she was soon to see them. Was joy unto her life. 1497. Folk saw how with the tidings. The minstrels swiftly rode. Until they found King XVIII. At Gran, where he abode. And greeting upon greeting. Which unto him were sent. They to the king delivered. Ruddy with joy he went. 1498. And when the queen the tidings did fairly understand, that verily her brothers were coming to the land, in mood she was right happy. And both the minstrel men with costly gifts rewarded. And honor had she then. 1499. Now Schwemelin and Werbel. Each one of you, said she. Tell me which of my kinsmen will at our feasting be. Of whom the best and dearest unto our land we bade. And, when the news was told him, tell me what Hagen said. 1500. They said, one morning early, he came to the debate. And not a good word from him we early had or late. And when the ride to Huntsland was praised by all the folk, grim Hagen looked not elsewise than if of death they spoke. 1501. Your brothers here are coming, the noble kings all three, in high and lordly humor. But who with them may be, that news I cannot give you, seeing I do not know. But Volker the bold minstrel hath vowed with them to go. 1502. Him could I spare right blithely. In answer spake the queen. Since many a time and often here Volker have I seen. But fain I am of Hagen, the hero excellent. That here we soon shall see him doth give me much content. 1503. Then went the royal lady, where she the king did find. How gently Dame Kriemhilda unto him spake her mind. How do the tidings please thee, my lord beloved, she said. Now all my heart hath yearned for shall be accomplished. 1504. Thy will is eke my pleasure. Thus did the king reply. Nor any of my kindred so glad to see were I, if e'er they should be coming hither unto my land. For sake of them that love thee is all my trouble banned. 1505. King's officers then straightway commandment gave to all that seats should be made ready in palace and in hall, meet for the guests beloved, who would be there anon. By them, ere long, for XVIII was pleasure all fordone. Adventure. Chapter 25. How the lords all went to the Huns. 1506. Now let us leave the story of how they prospered there. Ere then did never warriors of higher courage fare in such like state and splendor through any king's domain. Of armor and apparel all had as they were fain. 1507. The warden of the Rhineland equipped his warriors bold, 1,000 knights and 60. So is the story told. With men at arms 9,000. For this great festival, they whom they left behind them ere long bewailed them all. 1508. Their riding gear they carried to Worms across the court, whereon an aged bishop of Spires spake in this sort. Unto the comely youth, our friends have mind to fare unto this high assembly. God guard their honor there. 1509. Thereon unto her children did noble youth say, ye should, my noble heroes, be here content to stay. I dreamt a dream this morning of great dismay and dread. How all the winged creatures within this land were dead. 1510. Who puts his faith in dreamings? Then Hagen made reply. Knows not the proper meaning that may within them lie. When honor, peradventure, may wholly be at stake, I'm willing that my masters for court their leave should take. 1511. We should indeed with gladness ride unto Etzel's land. Their kings can have the service of many a hero's hand, when there we take our part in Kriemhilda's revelry. Hagen the journey counselled, He rued it presently. 1512. He would have been against it, if Gernot had not sought, with ill-advised speeches, to set him so at naught, reminding him of Siegfried, the lady Kriemhild's lord. Said he, this ride to Hagen is therefore untoward. 1513. Then Hagen spake, of Tranche. Through fear I'll not forego. If such your will is, heroes, 'twere well to buckle to. Gladly will I ride with you, e'en unto XVIII's realm. Soon by his hand were shattered full many a shield and helm. 1514. The boats were ready waiting, and many a man was there. Whatever they had of clothing, on board forthwith they bare. Unwearyingly wrought they, until the fall of eve, and full of joy and gladness, at length their homes they leave. 1515. Their tents and wooden cabins were pitched upon the green, along the further Rhine bank. When finished this had been, the king's fair wife besought him a while there to abide. For one night would she lay her, his manly form beside. 1516. With trumpeting and fluting, the early morning brake, to warn them to be starting. Then did they ready make. If any had a sweetheart, her to his heart he laid. For them a bitter parting, King Etzel's wife soon made. 1517. The sons of the fair Ute, for vassal had a man, as bold as he was faithful. Now, when the march began, he to the king, in secret, did thus his mind declare. Said he, it needs must grieve me, that to this feast ye fare. 1518. This man by name was Romuald, a knight of ready hand, to whom, so spake he, leave ye your people and your land. Alas, that none can turn you, ye warriors, from your mood. This message of Kriemhilda's to me ne'er boded good. 1519. To thee my realm be trusted, and eke my little son serve faithfully the ladies. So let my will be done. Shouldst thou see any mourner, 'tis thine to cheer his life. No harm will e'er befall us, by cause of Etzel's wife. 1520. The horses were awaiting the kings and eke their men, with loving kiss departed. Full many a husband then, whose heart was full of courage, and body strong with life, soon to be sadly wept for, by many a comely wife. 1521. Who saw the eager warriors unto their horses go, saw likewise many a lady there standing in her woe, that they for long were parting. Too surely did they feel foreboding great disaster. Heart never thus had weal. 1522. Now quickly the Burgundians did on their journey ride. Then was there much disturbance through all the country wide. On either side the mountains, both women wept and men. How their people bear it? Forth fared they blithely then. 1523. The warriors of Nibelung to ride with them had come, 1,000 men in hauberks, who left behind at home full many a lovely lady, ne'er to be seen again. Still wrought the wounds of Siegfried in Kriemhild bitter pain. 1524. Their course they now directed, King Gunther's gallant men, up through the East Franks country, towards the river Main. And thither led them Hagen, who knew the road of old. Their marshal was Sir Dankwart, Burgundian hero bold. 1525. As they from eastern Franks' land to Schwainfeld rode on, well might they be to all men by noble bearing known. These princes and their kinsmen, heroes deserving fame. The king on the 12th morning unto the Danube came. 1526. Then Hagen, knight of Tronje, rode of them all foremost. Good heart and courage gave he unto the Nibelung host. The warrior bold dismounted, down on the sand stood he, and hastily his warhorse made fast unto a tree. 1527. The stream was overflowing. No skiff was there to see. The Nibelungs misdoubted, in great anxiety, how they should e'er get over. The flood was all too wide. The gallant knights dismounted hard by the river side. 1528. Much damage, said Sir Hagen, may here be done to thee, ruler of the Rhineland. Look for thyself and see. The river is o'erflowing, and mighty is its flood. I trow we lose ere nightfall here many a hero good. 1529. What art thou casting at me? Hagen, the great king spake. Seek not again to daunt us. For thine own honour's sake. The ford thou shalt find for us, which to that land doth cross, that we both steeds and raiment may take there without loss. 1530. My life to me, quoth Hagen, is not yet such a load, that I should wish to drown me in this wide, rushing flood. For by my hands I'd sooner that many a man should die in Etzel's country yonder. Goodwill thereto have I. 1531. Proud warriors and goodly, stay by the water then, whilst I along the river myself seek ferrymen, who presently will take us across to Gelfrat's land. Then took the doughty Hagen his good shield in his hand. 1532. Well clad was he in armour. His shield he did thereon, and on his head his helmet. Brightly enow it shone. Above his harness wore he a sword so broad of blade, that wounds right deep and ghastly with either edge it made. 1533. Then up and down the river he sought some ferryman. He heard a splash of water. To hearken he began. 'Twas made by elfin women within a fountain fair, who feigned to cool their bodies were bathing themselves there. 1534. As soon as Hagen saw them, he slyly towards them crept. No sooner had they seen him than off they swiftly leapt. That thus they had escaped him did please them mightily. He took their raiment from them. No further harm did he. 1535. Then spake one of the mermaids. Had Burga was she hight. O Hagen, noble warrior, we'll tell to thee aright how thou upon this journey unto the Huns shalt thrive. If thou, bold Thane, our raiment again to us wilt give. 1536. They floated like to seabirds before him on the flood. It seemed to him their foresight must needs be sure and good. Whatever they should tell him, he, therefore, would believe. To whatsoe'er he asked them, wise answers they would give. 1537. Said she, to Etzel's country, ye certainly may take this ride, and I am ready my faith thereon to stake, that ne'er did heroes journey to any kingdom yet. In truth ye may believe it, who did such honour get. 1538. This saying made Sir Hagen within his heart right gay. Then gave he them their garments, and made no more delay. When they their wondrous raiment forthwith had donned again, the way to Etzel's country aright they did explain. 1539. Then spake the other mermaid. Her name was Siegfried. Thee, Hagen, son of Aldrian, to warn I have a mind. False was it what my sister to get her clothing said. For comest thou to Huntsland, thou lt sorely be betrayed. 1540. Ay. Homeward shouldst thou turn thee. Yet is there time to spare. Seeing that ye, bold heroes, have thus been bidden there, that all of you may perish within King Etzel's land. Whoe'er goes riding thither hath death at his right hand. 1541. But Hagen spake in answer. Ye fool me needlessly. What rhyme or reason is it that all of us should die among the Hun folk yonder, through hate of any man? More fully then their meaning to tell him they began. 1542. And one of them spake further. It must in sooth be so, that none with life escapeth, who to that land doth go, save only the king's chaplain. That can we surely tell. He unto Gunther's kingdom will come back safe and well. 1543. Then, in grim mood, bold Hagen answer unto her maid. 'Twere hard to tell my masters what thou just now hast said, that yonder, mid the Hun folk, we all must lose our lives. Show us across the water, thou wisest of all wives. 1544. She said, against this journey, since thou wilt nothing hear, there yonder in a hostel, unto the river near, a ferryman is dwelling, and none there is elsewhere. Then knowing what he wanted, he would not tarry there. 1545. But one of them called after. The knight discomfited. Nay, wait a while, Sir Hagen. Thou wilt too fast ahead. Hear better how we tell you to cross the sands aright. The warden of the marchland by name is XVIII. 1546. He hath a brother also. Gelfrat the knight is he, a great lord in Bavaria. Not easy will it be for you to pass his marches. Ye ought to well beware. And with the boatman also, ye needs must deal with care. 1547. So grim is he of humor, he will not let you go, unless unto the hero some good intent ye show. Would ye by him be ferried? Give him the payment due. This land he hath in keeping, and is to Gelfrat true. 1548. And if he come not quickly, shout to him o'er the flood. Say, Amelrich your name is. He was a hero good, who, by his foe's contrivance, was driven from this land. Wiener his name is spoken. The steersman is at hand. 1549. The haughty Hagen bowed him before these womenfolk, but listening in silence, no word again he spoke. Then higher up the river he walked, along the sand, and there, across the water, he saw a hostel stand. 1550. Then lustily began he to call across the flood. Now, steersman, fetch me over. Shouted the warrior good, of ruddy golden armlet. I'll give thee for reward the matter of my journey. I tell thee, presses hard. 1551. The boatman was so wealthy, to serve he would not brook. Wherefore a fee but seldom from anyone he took. His underlings were likewise of high and haughty mood. So, still, alone stood Hagen. On this side of the flood. 1552. Then with such might he shouted, that, lo, from shore to shore, the river rang, the hero of strength had such great store. Now a Melrich come fetch ye. Lord Elsa's man am I, who had to leave this country by force of enmity. 1553. High on his sword and armlet, towards him did he hold. All bright and shining was it, compact of ruddy gold, that he, therefore, might row him across to Gelfrat's land. Then took the haughty boatman himself the oar in hand. 1554. The ferryman was churlish and obstinate of will. The lust of great possession doth often end in ill. He wished to earn from Hagen that band of gold so red, but from the warrior's weapon grim death he got instead. 1555. The ferryman pulled stoutly unto the hither side, but when the man he found not, whose name he had heard cried, then was he wroth in earnest. At Hagen's face looked he, and thus unto the hero he spake right bitterly. 1556. It may be that thou bearest the name of a Melrich, to him of whom I mind me. Thou art in no wise like, by father and by mother. He brother was to me. And as thou hast betrayed me, thou here canst bide, said he. 1557. Not I, by God Almighty. Thereon, did Hagen speak. I am a stranger warrior, and help for others seek. Take now in friendly fashion this wage I offer you, to put me o'er the water. I am your friend right true. 1558. The ferryman made answer. Nay, that shall never be. My well-beloved masters have many an enemy. Therefore I row no strangers across unto their land. If life thou prizest, quickly step out upon the sand. 1559. Now, do not so, quoth Hagen, for sorry is my mood. But take from me in kindness this band of gold so good, 1,000 men and horses, across the stream to row. The boatman grim gave answer. That will I never do. 1560. A sturdy oar he lifted, mighty and broad of blade, and struck a blow at Hagen. An erring stroke he made, and in the boat he staggered, and on his knee fell down. A ferryman so gruesome Hagen had never known. 1561. And when the haughty stranger still more he would provoke, a steering board he wielded, and into splinters broke about the head of Hagen. A stalwart man was he, whence came to Elsa's boatman much sorrow presently. 1562. In anger fiercely raging, Hagen reached out his hand, in haste to seize his scabbard, wherefrom he drew a brand, and smote his head from off him, and dashed it to the ground. Among the proud Burgundians the news flew quickly round. 1563. But at the self-same moment, when he the boatman slew, the skiff stream downwards drifted, which gave him cause to rue. For ere in hand he brought it, to weary he began. Then mighty was the rowing of royal Gunther's man. 1564. With sturdy strokes the stranger turned it about again, until within his hand grasp the stout oar broke in twain. He would, to reach the warriors, a sandy beach have found. And having not another, how quickly now he bound. 1565. The splinters with his shield strap. 'Twas but a slender band. Towards a coppice steering, he brought the boat to land. There on the bankside standing, he found his masters three. And liegemen came to meet him, a goodly company. 1566. Him with kind welcome greeted, these noble knights and good. But, when they looked within it, the wherry reeked with blood, that from the great wound spurted, as he the boatman slew. Then from the warriors Hagen had questions not a few. 1567. No sooner had King Gunther seen the hot blood all red within the vessel washing, than, straightway, thus he said, "Come, why not tell me, Hagen, where is the boatman gone? I ween your strength so mighty hath him of life fordone." 1568. With lying words he answered, "As I the boat there found, a desert heath alongside, my hand the rope unbound. But never of a boatman have I today had sight, nor here by fault on my part hath any had despite." 1569. Then one of the Burgundians, the noble Gernot, said, "Today I needs must sorrow for friends soon to be dead, since we have found no boatman waiting for us at hand. How are we to come over? For that in fear I stand." 1570. Right loudly then cried Hagen, "Lay down upon the green, ye squires, the horses' trappings. I mind me I have been the best of all the rowers that on the Rhine were found. I'll wager I can bring you across to Gelfrat's ground." 1571. That they might be the sooner ferried across the flood, they drave the horses in it, whose swimming was so good, that, strong as was the current, they crossed it none the less, though some far downwards drifted, in very weariness. 1572. Their gold and all their baggage unto the ship they bore, since from this journey's ending they now could turn no more. And Hagen was the captain. He ferried to the strand full many a gallant warrior into the unknown land. 1573. Of noble knights 1,000 first brought he to the shore, and after these his warriors, and ever there were more. Of men at arms 9,000 he ferried safe to land, nor all day long did weary the gallant Tronian's hand. 1574. When he the whole in safety across the flood had brought, the warrior bold and eager of that strange story thought, which the wild water maidens erewhile to him had said. Then for King Gunther's chaplain the days were well nigh sped. 1575. Amidst the chapel baggage he sought and found the priest, who on his hand was leaning, that on the pyx did rest. But little that availed him, when Hagen him did spy. The all-forsaken chaplain must suffer grievously. 1576. Out of the skiff he swung him, ere yet a moment passed, though many voices shouted, "Stay him, good sirs," avast. Young Giselher fell a-cursing in anger at the sight. Yet would not Hagen heed him, but did it in despite. 1577. Then spake the noble Gernot, the lord of Burgundy, "This chaplain's death, O Hagen, now what avails it thee? Had any other done it, It would have pleased you ill. For what default or reason sought'st thou the priest to kill? 1578. As best he could he floated. And well escaped had he. Had any dared to help him. But that was not to be. Because the mightful Hagen was of too angry mood. He thrust him under water. That seemed to no one good. 1579. Now when the wretched chaplain no help saw in his need, backward again he turned him. Sore was his plight indeed. Yet though to swim he knew not, God helped him with his hand, that safe and sound in body he got once more to land. 1580. There stood the hapless chaplain, and shook his raiment out, and thereby well knew Hagen, that now there was no doubt, but true the tale was, told him, by those wild water wives. Thought he, then all these warriors perforce must lose their lives. 1581. When that the 3 kings' lieges the ship had all unstirred, and unto land had carried whatever they had on board, Hagen to pieces hewed it, and flung it in the flood, whereover marvelled greatly those warriors bold and good. 1582. Why dost thou thus, O brother? To him did Dankwart say. How shall we cross the water, when on our homeward way we ride again from Huntsland unto the Rhine country? Look you, to him said Hagen, that thing can never be. 1583. Then spake the Lord of Trange. This do I with the thought, that, should we on this journey have any cravens brought, who fain would basely leave us, through cowardice of mind, they must a shameful ending here in this river find. 1584. A man there was amongst them, from Burgundy, who came by might of hand a hero, and Volker was his name. Right cunningly he uttered all that was in his mind, and whatsoe'er did Hagen this minstrel good did find. 1585. The chargers now were ready. Each packhorse had its load. So far, the host no damage had suffered on the road, to daunt them, or to trouble, except the chaplain's loss, who needs must to the Rhineland on foot the country cross. Adventure. Chapter 26. How Gelfrat was slain by Dankwart. 1586. When they were all come over unto the further strand, the king began to question, who will throughout this land show us the proper pathways, lest we should stray afar? Then spake the valiant Volker, alone for that I'll care. 1587. Now bide ye yet, said Hagen, if squire you be or knight. A friend's word should be followed. That seems to me but right. I have unwelcome tidings to make known unto ye. No more shall we return to the land of Burgundy. 1588. Today, at early morning, told me mermaidens too, that we should home return not. Now read I what to do. Look to your weapons, heroes. Ye needs must well beware. Here have we mighty foemen, and warily must fare. 1589. I thought to catch her lying, that wily mermaiden. She swore that none among us should ever come again alive unto our country, except the priest alone, whom therefore I this morning have done my best to drown. 1590. Then quickly flew these tidings. From troop to troop they spread. From the keen heroes' faces, for grief the color fled. To sorrow then began they, that this court ride should lead to bitter death as ending. In sooth, they had good need. 1591. Nigh Mourn'd the place was, where they the flood had crossed. The ferryman of Else there, too, his life had lost. And thereupon said Hagen, seeing that I have made foes on the road, I doubt not that we shall be waylaid. 1592. Today that selfsame boatman at early dawn I slew. Ye know right well the story. Now buckle quickly to that if this day should Gelfrat or else here essay to fall upon our people, they shall the damage pay. 1593. For such bold men I know ye, this cannot fail to be. 'Twere well to let your horses therefore go quietly, that none should deem we're passing along the roads in flight. That counsel will I follow, said Giselher the knight. 1594. But who shall now our people across the country show? They answered, that shall Volker. For right well doth he know the highways and the byways. A gallant minstrel he. Before their wish was uttered, the fiddler they could see. 1595. Standing well armed before them, he bound his helmet on, and on his battle mantle the glorious color shone. As signal, on a lance shaft, a pennon red he bore. But with the kings, thereafter, he fell on trouble sore. 1596. Meanwhile the boatman's murder became to Gelfrat known, by message all undoubted. And eke the news had gone to Else the most mighty, and sore aggrieved were they. They sent to call their chieftains, who came without delay. 1597. In space of time the shortest, I would to you make known, were seen unto them riding men, who erewhile had done sore scathe and dread achievements in direst stress of war. Of such there came to Gelfrat 700 men or more. 1598. Their foemen fierce to challenge, to ride they then began, led by their lords aforesaid. Too readily they ran to catch the doughty strangers, and wipe away their shame. Of their retainers many by death thereafter came. 1599. Meanwhile, Hagen of Trange, for that had taken care. How could a hero better? For all his friends beware. Together with his liegemen, the watch by night kept he, as did his brother Dankwart. 'Twas done right prudently. 1600. The day its course had ended, and light they had no more. He feared for friends and comrades, with heavy dread and sore. There rode throughout Bavaria, beneath their shields they tracked, and ere they long had ridden, the heroes were attacked. 1601. On both sides of the roadway, behind them, coming fast, they heard the tramp of horse hoofs, too noisy in their haste. Then spake the gallant Dankwart, here will they fall on us. Now fasten on your helmets. 'Twere wise to wait them thus. 1602. They halted on their journey. Naught else was to be done. They saw how in the darkness the polished bucklers shone, until at last would Hagen no longer brook delay. Who hunts us on the highway? To him must Gelfrat say. 1603. In this wise then the Margrave, he of Bavaria, spake. Our foemen we are seeking, and now are on their track. I know not who hath slain me. My ferryman this day. He was a skilful hero. And sorrow well I may. 1604. To him spake he of Tranche. And was that boatman thine? He would not take us over. The guilt thereof is mine. For then I slew the warrior. In sooth, there was good need. Since at his hands I elsewise had got my death instead. 1605. I offered him for guerdon good gold and raiment fine, to ferry us, O hero, unto this land of thine, which angered him so sorely, that he at me a blow aimed with a sturdy barge pole. Then I grew fierce enow. 1606. And clutching at my broadsword, I paid him back again, with blows that deeply wounded. So was the hero slain. Amends therefore I'll make thee, how thou thinkest good. Then fell the two to wrangle. Both were of stubborn mood. 1607. Full well I knew, said Gelfrat, that when this way did ride Gunther and his retainers, much ill would us betide. Through Hagen, lord of Tranche, not hence alive goes he. For my poor boatman's murder, he must the forfeit be. 1608. Above their bucklers bent they their lances for the thrust. Sir Gelfrat and Sir Hagen, each at the other must. Then else, too, and Dankwart came riding gallantly to try each other's mettle. The fight raged fiercely. 1609. How otherwise might heroes more featly try their strength? By a hard lance thrust smitten. Hagen the bold, at length, from off his horse fell backwards. By Gelfrat's hand laid low. His saddle-bow was broken, and downfall he must know. 1610. Among the yeoman's lances arose a clashing sound. Then up again rose Hagen, who, whilom on the ground, from Gelfrat's blow, had fallen upon the meadow grass. His mood, methinks, to Gelfrat, of sort ungentle was. 1611. Who held in charge their horses? That is to me unknown. The twain were now dismounted, and on the sand stood down. Hagen, to wit, and Gelfrat, who at each other flew. The folk of either aided, who of the combat knew. 1612. How mightfully soever Hagen on Gelfrat leapt, the noble Margrave parried, and with one stroke he swept a great piece off his buckler, that sparks therefrom were shed, whereby King Gunther's vassal was well nigh stricken dead. 1613. Thereon he unto Dankwart to call aloud began. Dear brother, help me quickly. For, lo, a mighty man hath got me at his mercy. He'll make an end of me. Then spake the valiant Dankwart, to that I soon will see. 1614. Then nearer sprang the hero, and struck so fell a blow with keen edge of his weapon, that dead he laid him low. Then fain had else taken some vengeance for the wight, but he and all his people went off in sorry plight. 1615. His brother had been slaughtered. Himself, too, had a wound. Full 80 of his warriors lay there upon the ground, in grim death's grip forever. Needs must the hero then turn round and flee for safety before King Gunther's men. 1616. Now while they of Bavaria along the road did flee, the horrid sounds of slaughter were heard unceasingly. So did the men of Tranche after their foemen chase. Who of defeat had dreamt not? Too soon it came to pass. 1617. And while they still were fleeing, Dankwart the Thane called out. Upon the road right quickly. We ought to turn about. And let them run at leisure. All wet they are with blood. Unto our friends return we. In sooth I deem it good. 1618. Now when they were returned to where the fight had been, spake Hagen, Lord of Trange. Ye heroes, be it seen what damage we have suffered, and who to us is lost, by reason of this battle which Gelfrat's wrath hath cost. 1619. A loss of 4 they reckoned. These must they grieve for well. But fully they avenged were. For against them there fell, of the Bavarian warriors, 100 men and more. Whereby the Tronians' bucklers were dimmed and wet with gore. 1620. Just then a gleam of moonlight between the clouds did break. Now look ye well that no one. So to them Hagen spake. Betray to my dear masters what we have done this day. Let them until the morning free from all trouble stay. 1621. When they who had been fighting had now caught up the rest, with weariness the people were grievously distressed. How long, were many asking, must we be riding yet? And doughty Dankwart answered, no lodging can we get. 1622. Until the dawn of morning, ye all must onwards ride. Volker the quick, who all things did for the folk provide, bade some one ask the marshal, where shall we go towards, that we may rest our horses, and eke our well-loved lords. 1623. Then spake the doughty Dankwart. In sooth I cannot say, but there must be no resting before the dawn of day. Then, wheresoe'er we find it, upon the grass we'll lie. Some, when they heard this bidding, were sore aggrieved thereby. 1624. So were they undiscovered by the warm blood-stains red, until the sun uprising with his bright beams had shed the day-dawn o'er the mountains. Then first the king did see that they had fought. The hero spake to them wrathfully. 1625. How now? Ye have, friend Hagen, methinks but small regard for this my presence with you, seeing ye thus have dared to stain with blood your armor. Now who hath done this thing? 'Twas else who set on us. Last night, he told the king. 1626. His ferryman the cause was that we were set upon. My brother came, and Gelfrat was by his hand fordone. Then else fled before us, by direst need bested. For men we lost, 100. Of them we left for dead. 1627. The place at which they rested, I know not to declare. But all the country people ere long became aware that sons of noble Ute to court were on their way. And thus a hearty welcome at Passau soon had they. 1628. The Bishop Pilgrim, uncle of these high rulers 3, was in his heart well pleased his sister's sons to see with such a host of warriors thus come to his domain. That he meant well unto them was very quickly plain. 1629. Right gladly were they welcomed by friends upon the way. But since there was at Passau no room for them to stay, they needs must cross the water, where open field they found. Their tents and wooden cabins they set up on the ground. 1630. There must they stay and rest them for space of one whole day. And eke the night that followed, how fairly served were they to Rudiger's dominions. Thence had they to ride on. To him the tidings also were very quickly known. 1631. When now the way-worn riders had taken needful rest, and nearer were approaching the country of their quest, they found upon the marches a knight who sleeping lay, from whom Hagen of Tranche a stout sword took away. 1632. Eckwart the name was of that same warrior good. Much grief had he thereover, and sorry was his mood, that he had lost the weapon. Through heroes passing there, ill-watched found they the borders of Margrave Rudiger. 1633. Woe's me for this dishonour. Thereon said Eckwart, this journey of Burgundians I rue with all my heart. Since ever I lost Siegfried, my luck hath all been gone. Alack, the day, Lord Rudiger, what ill to thee I've done. 1634. Now Hagen heard right plainly the noble warrior's woe. His sword again he gave him, and 6 red armlets, too. Take these as pledge, O hero, that thou my friend wilt be. Good night thou art, though lonely. Thou slepst upon the Lea. 1635. God for thy rings requite thee, said Eckwart thereto. Thy journey into Huntsland. Yet sorely do I rue. Thou took'st the life of Siegfried. Here art thou held in hate. To guard thyself be careful. In good faith read I that. 1636. Now God alone must keep us. Hagen for answer gave. In truth no greater trouble these warriors now have than that, for kings and liegemen. On lodgings we may light, where we in this same country may lay our heads tonight. 1637. The horses have been ruined by roads so far about. Thus spake the warrior Hagen. Our stores are all run out. None can be had for money. A worthy host we need, who ere this day is ended will kindly give us bread. 1638. Spake Eckwart in answer. A host to you I'll show, and such a one ne'er bade you into his house to go, in any land whatever, as ye may meet with here. If ye, good thanes, are willing to visit Rudiger. 1639. He dwells hard by the highway. Of hosts he is the best that ever had a roof tree. His heart is Ipposiest of kindness, as of flowers are meadows in sweet May. If he can succor heroes, glad will he be the day. 1640. Wilt thou then, said King Gunther, be now my messenger, and see if for my pleasure my kind friend Rudiger shelter unto my kinsfolk, and all our men will give? So will I do my utmost to serve him while I live. 1641. I'll gladly be the envoy. Then answered Eckwart. With right good will, so did he upon the errand start. To Rudiger declared he what he was bade to say, who no such joyful tidings had heard for many a day. 1642. Folk saw to Bechelaren a knight ride hastily. Him Rudiger himself saw. On yonder road, said he, comes Eckwart fast riding. Of Kriemhild's lieges one. He fancied that the foemen some harm to him had done. 1643. Then went he to the gateway, where he the envoy found, who laid aside his weapon, from off his belt unbound. The message that he carried, he sought not to withhold, from host and friends about him, but straight his story told. 1644. Unto the Margrave spake he, I come at the command of Gunther, king and ruler of the Burgundian land, and Giselher his brother, and likewise Gernot too. Each of these warriors sendeth his greeting unto you. 1645. The like doth also Hagen, as Volker doth as well, with true and ready service. And more I have to tell, that, as the royal marshal sends word to you by me, the good men much are needing your hospitality. 1646. With smiling lips unto him made Rudiger reply, glad am I at your tidings, that king so great and high deign to bespeak my service. They shall not be denied. If they will cross my threshold, 'twill give me joy and pride. 1647. Dankwart the marshal likewise begs you by me to tell, if you can furnish house room for all the rest as well, for 60 valiant warriors, 1,000 knights right good, and men at arms 9,000. Then joyful was his mood. 1648. Now be these guests right welcome, made answer Rudiger, and all these noble warriors, unto my dwelling here. To them, as yet, at no time, have I a service done. So ride to meet them, kinsmen, and lieges everyone. 1649. Then quickly to their horses hurried each squire and knight. Whatever their master bade them, to all of them seemed right, and they in service hasted, the readier for that. Not wist yet Dame Gottlinda, who in her chamber sat. Adventure. Chapter 27. How they came to Bechelaren. 1650. Away then went the Margrave, to where the ladies were, his wife and eke their daughter. To them the tidings fair, that had but now been brought him, he told right speedily, that soon their ladies' brothers beneath their roof would be. 1651. My own and well-loved sweetheart. So Rudiger then spake, these noble kings and mighty we must right welcome make, since they and all their followers are on their way to court. And Hagen, Gunther's liegeman, thou must greet in good sort. 1652. With him there comes another, by name one Dankwart hight, and yet a third called Volker, a well-bred, courtly knight. These 6 must thou, Gottlinda, and thou, my daughter, kiss, and let not any warrior a fitting welcome miss. 1653. This promised both the ladies, and did themselves prepare, and sought from out their coffers for raiment rich to wear, that they to meet the warriors in fit attire might go. Amidst the comely damsels there was a great to-do. 1654. Of painted women's faces one found there few enough. They wore upon their foreheads bright bands of golden stuff, like costly chaplets fashioned, that thus their lovely hair the wind should not dishevel. 'Tis truth that I declare. 1655. Now let us leave the ladies in all this business. Across the open country, all eager was the press of Rudiger's retainers, to where the princes stayed. within the Margrave's county. Right welcome were they made. 1656. As soon as towards him coming, the Margrave them espied. How Rudiger the valiant, in words of gladness cried, "Be ye, my lords, right welcome, and likewise all your men. How glad am I to see you here in my own domain." 1657. In trust, with no misliking, the warriors to him bowed, that he all goodwill bore them. To all he plainly showed. Apart he greeted Hagen. A friend of old was he, and did the like to Volker, the knight of Burgundy. 1658. Dankwart he also greeted, whereon that bold thane spake, "Since thou wilt give us shelter, pray, who shall undertake to cater for our people, whom we have brought so far?" Then answered him the Margrave, "This night be free from care." 1659. And as to all your people, and aught that in your band, horses be it, or raiment, hath come unto this land, so safely will I guard them, and all from loss ensure, that ye shall have no damage, nay, not by a single spur. 1660. So pitch your tents, ye yeomen, upon the open ground. For any loss ye suffer, I'm willing to be bound. Take off the horses' bridles, and let them freely run. The like to them but seldom a host ere then had done. 1661. Right glad of heart the guests were, when all had come to pass. The lords rode off together. Then down upon the grass, on all sides lay the yeomen, and right good rest they had. I ween in all the journey, they ne'er so softly laid. 1662. The noble Margrave's lady, without the castle gate, had gone with her fair daughter. One saw there with her wait a crowd of lovely women, and many a maiden fair, who wore a store of armlets, and raiment rich and rare. 1663. The precious gems glowed brightly, and might be seen afar, upon their rich apparel, so finely clad they were. And now the guests arriving, dismounted speedily. Ay me! What gallant breeding showed they of Burgundy. 1664. Of maidens 36, and many another dame, as ever I could wish for. So fair in form they came, and went towards the strangers, with many a gallant man. Ah, then in sooth fair greetings of noble dames began. 1665. Then kissed the Margrave's daughter the three kings fittingly, as also did her mother. Hagen was standing by. Her father bade her kiss him. She cast a look at him, and fain had she not done it. She thought he looked so grim. 1666. Yet straightway must she do it, since so the master said. Her cheeks were changed in color to mingled white and red. Then Dankwart likewise kissed she, and then the minstrel too, by reason of his valor. Such greeting was his due. 1667. The Margrave's youthful daughter took presently the hand of Giselher, the warrior, from the Burgundian land. Her mother, too, did likewise. To Gunther, the brave king. So went they with the heroes, in gladness revelling. 1668. The host along with Gernot went into a wide hall, where they were quickly seated, both knights and ladies all. Good wine was called for straightway, which to the guests they gave. Surely never heroes could better treatment have. 1669. With many an eager eye glance, the men looked lovingly on Rudiger's young daughter. She was so fair to see. In his thoughts embraced her. Full many a warrior good. And right well she deserved it. But she was proud of mood. 1670. Think might they as it pleased them. Such thing could not be done. And to and fro men's glances meanwhile oft lit upon right many a dame and maiden. Plenty were seated there. Goodwill the noble minstrel unto the host did bear. 1671. According to the custom, they severed then in two, the warriors and the ladies. To separate rooms withdrew. In the wide hall the tables in order straight were set. And soon the stranger guestfolk with royal service met. 1672. To do her guests more honor, the noble Margravine sat down with them at table. Her daughter was unseen, left with the younger children, where fittingly she sat. The guests, who missed her presence, were sorely vexed thereat. 1673. When meat and drink abundant had been enjoyed by all, the ladies fair were ushered again into the hall. There lacked not mirthful story, nor jesting manifold. Busy of tongue was Volker, a knight of mood right bold. 1674. Thus spake the noble minstrel, aloud that all might heed. Most rich and noble Margrave, God hath with you indeed dealt graciously in granting so fair a dame for wife, and likewise in bestowing on you a joyous life. 1675. If haply, said the minstrel, I were a prince of blood, and wore the crown of kingship, surely for wife I would make choice of your fair daughter. For her my heart doth woo. Lovesome she is to look on, and good and noble too. 1676. Then said to him the Margrave, how could it ever be that any king should ask for my daughter dear of me? We are but stranger people, my wife as well as I. What boots it that the damsel so fair is bodily? 1677. To him made answer Gernot, that man of breeding high, if I would have a sweetheart, my heart to satisfy, so would I such a woman be ever glad to Wednesday. Then Hagen put his word in with kindly speech, and said, 1678. 'Tis still to be remembered, Lord Giselher should wed of ancestry so noble. The Margravine is bred that I and all his liegemen would serve her willingly, if with a crown upon her she came to Burgundy. 1679. To Rudiger this counsel in every way seemed good, as likewise to Gottlinda. Both were glad of mood. And soon the chiefs so ordered that she was bride beloved of Giselher the noble, as well a king behoved. 1680. When aught is bound to happen, who may the same gainsay? Forthwith they bade the damsel to court to take her way. They took an oath to give him the winsome maid to wife. And he, on his side, promised to love her as his life. 1681. They gave the maiden warrant for castles and for land. The noble king confirmed it by oath and his right hand, as likewise did Lord Gernot, that thus it should be done. Then spake to them the Margrave, Though castles I have none. 1682. Yet you will I at all times in faithful friendship hold. I give unto my daughter of silver and of gold as much as 50 horses may carry at their best. That so well pleased, in honor, the hero's kin may rest. 1683. The pair were thereon bidden within a ring to stand, according to the custom of many youths a band, in mood for merrymaking, stood opposite the twain, and thought what they were minded, as youngsters still are fain. 1684. When they began to question, and asked the winsome maid, if she would have the warrior, she was a whit dismayed, and yet she still was minded to take the goodly wight. She blushed but at the question, as any maiden might. 1685. Then Rudiger her father bade her to answer, yea, that she would gladly take him. Whereon, without delay, his white hand stretched towards her, to fold her lovingly. Young Giselher came forward, short though their joy must be. 1686. Ye noble kings and mighty. Thereon the Margrave spake. When home again your journey to Burgundy ye take, then I, as is the custom, will give my child to you, that ye may take her with you. That they engaged to do. 1687. Noisy as were the revels, at last they had an end. The damsels to their chambers were bidden then to wend. In sleep the guests, too, rested, till daybreak did appear. Then victuals were made ready, for all the host took care. 1688. When they their fast had broken, fain would they forward go towards the Hunnish country. I pray you, do not so, besought their host right noble. Awhile ye yet must stay, since I no guests so welcome have seen for many a day. 1689. To this made Dankwart answer, that surely will not do. Whence will you get the victuals, the bread and wine thereto, which for so many warriors you needs must have this day? The host, on hearing, answered, it boots no more to say. 1690. My well-eyed lords, so please ye, I will not be denied. I, for a fortnight will I the meat and drink provide for you and all the people that hither you have brought. For never hath King XVIII from me yet taken aught. 1691. How have they sought to help it? Needs must they there abide until the 4th day's dawning. Then did a thing betide, done of the master's bounty, and noised far and near. On every guest bestowed he a horse and wearing gear. 1692. This could not last much longer. Thence must they forward fare. But Rudiger the valiant could not withhold or spare to testify his bounty. What any fane would take, that was denied to no one. All happy would he make. 1693. Then forth before the gateway their noble equerries led out the saddled horses, in readiness for these. The throng of foreign warriors came out, their shields in hand. They bore, for they were eager to ride to Etzel's land. 1694. Thereon the master offered his gifts to one and all, ere yet the royal strangers were come without the hall. With bounty and great honor he knew the way to live, and even his fair daughter to Giselher would give. 1695. Anon he gave to Gunther, that hero of great fame, what he, the mighty monarch, might well wear without shame. Though gifts he took but seldom, a coat of mail, to wit, o'er Rudiger's hand did Gunther bow low in thanks for it. 1696. Then gave he unto Gernot a sword, a good one too, which afterwards in battle right gallantly he drew. That such a gift he gave him well pleased the Margrave's wife. 'Twas doomed to cost, soon after, good Rudiger his life. 1697. Gottlinda offered Hagen, as courteous custom bade, some tokens of her kindness, since such the king had had, lest he without her aidance should on his road be sped unto the royal revels. But this he soon gainsaid. 1698. Of all the things that ever I saw, so Hagen spake, not one have I more envy, hence as my own to take, than yonder shield that hanging upon the wall I see. That would I gladly carry to Etzel's land with me. 1699. The Margravine no sooner had heard what Hagen said, than bygone woes were wakened, and tears she needs must shed upon the death of Nibelung. She sorrowfully thought how Whiteage had slain him, thus grief upon her wrought. 1700. She spake unto the warrior, I'll give the shield to thee, but would to God in heaven that still Ave were he who on his arm once bare it. In fight he was laid low, and I bewail him. Hence comes, poor me, my woe. 1701. Then from her seat uprose she, the noble Margravine, and so, the buckler grasping, her snow-white hands between, the dame to Hagen bore it, and he thereof took hold. It was a gift of honor unto that warrior bold. 1702. A case of polished leather. Upon its surface lay a better shield and brighter, ne'er shone in light of day, with noble gems bestudded. Had any wanted it to buy, perchance its value 1,000 marks had quit. 1703. Then, by command of Hagen, they bore the shield away, and now to court did Dankwart begin to wend his way. On him the Margrave's daughter apparel rich bestowed, in which ere long in Hunsland right gloriously he rode. 1704. Now all these friendly tokens they were endowed withal, into the hands of any had never come at all, save by the master's bounty, offered with such goodwill. Such foes ere long became they, that him they needs must kill. 1705. Then did the ready Volker, his fiddle in his hand, with courtly mien approaching, before Gottlinda stand. Sweet tunes for her he fiddled, and sang his roundelay. Thus would he from Bechlaren take leave to ride away. 1706. The Margravine then bade men to her a chest to bear of kindly gifts and bounty. Ye now again must hear. Therefrom she took 12 armlets, and put them o'er his hand. These must you carry with you away to Etzel's land. 1707. And for my sake must wear them whene'er you go to court, that when you come back hither, I may have good report how you have done me service at that great festival. E'en as the lady bade him, he well accomplished all. 1708. The host said to the strangers, Ye will the better fare. If I myself shall lead you, and bid you how beware, lest anyone should do you a hurt upon the road. Then of his sumpter horses, each quickly had its load. 1709. There stood the host all ready, and eke 500 men, with horses and apparel. These led he with him then unto the royal wedding, a joyous merry train, alive to Bechelerin. Not one came back again. 1710. With many loving kisses, the host his farewell said, as Giselher did also, by honor ever led. The women fair they fondled, with arms around them thrown, for which would many a damsel be weeping soon, alone. 1711. On all sides were the windows thrown open to the air. The host with his retainers to mount all eager were. I ween their hearts foreboded the mighty ills to be, for many dames were weeping, and maidens fair to see. 1712. For dear friends left behind them, plenty at heart were sore, whom they at Bechelerin would look on nevermore. Yet gaily rode they onwards, and down across the sand, along the Danube river, unto the Hunnish land. 1713. Then Rudiger the noble, well versed in chivalry, spake unto the Burgundians, we ought not, verily, to hide that we are coming unto the Hun folk near. Such good news hath King Etzel ne'er had the chance to hear. 1714. Down through the Austrian kingdom the messenger rode fast, soon to the folk on all sides. From mouth to mouth it passed, that coming were the heroes from Worms beyond the Rhine. No tidings the king's lieges could more to joy incline. 1715. The messengers sped forwards, and now the tidings bear of how the Nibelung warriors within the Huns' land were. Thou shouldst right well receive them, Kriemhilda, lady mine. To thee come in great honor these brothers dear of thine. 1716. Meanwhile, as Dame Kriemhilda beside a window-sill stood watching for her kinsmen, as friends for others will, lo, from her father's country there saw she many a man. The king, who heard the tidings, to laugh for glee began. 1717. Now joy of all who love me, be mine, Kriemhilda said. For hither come my kinsmen, with many a shield new made, and many a bright steel hauberk. Who would have gold of me? Let him my wrongs remember. My friend he e'er shall be. Adventure. Chapter 28. How the Burgundians came to Etzel's stronghold. 1718. As soon as the Burgundians were come to Hunnish land, of Bern too a chieftain heard it. The aged Hildebrand unto his lord he told it. To him 'twas all unmeet, yet bade he them with kindness the valiant knights to greet. 1719. The ready Wolfhart bade them to bring the horses out. Then rode along with Dietrich full many a warrior stout, as towards the open country to welcome them he went. There had they pitched already full many a noble tent. 1720. When Hagen, lord of Tranche, them from afar espied, unto his masters turning, in courteous words he cried, now, please ye, gallant warriors, dismount on to your feet, and them whom you would welcome, go forth yourselves to meet. 1721. The company that cometh is right well known to me. They are the doughty warriors from Nibelung country, and he of Bern doth lead them. They are of courage high. 'Twere better not to flout them, when folk to serve ye try. 1722. Then down from horse alighted, as was indeed but right, all they who came with Dietrich, full many a squire and knight. They walked towards the strangers, where they the chiefs could see, and courteously greeted the men of Burgundy. 1723. When noble Dietrich saw them their way towards him make, perchance ye fain would hearken to what the warrior spake unto the sons of Ute. Their journey grieved him sore. The truth, he thought, Sir Rudiger had known and told before. 1724. Be welcome, sirs, right welcome. Gunther and Giselher, and Gernot, too, and Hagen, and, not the less, Volker, and swift and ready Dankwart. Have ye not understood that o'er her Nibelung hero Kriemhilda yet doth brood? 1725. Then let her brood for ever. Hagen in answer said, for many a long year is it since he was stricken dead. To love the king of Huntsland is now her duty plain. Siegfried hath long been buried. He comes not back again. 1726. Now let us, and, it please you, leave Siegfried's wounds alone. Whilst Dame Kriemhilda liveth, evil may still be done. So did the noble Dietrich, the knight of Bern, declare. Thou mainstay of the Nibelungs, to guard thyself beware. 1727. And wherefore should I guard me? The high-born king replied. Tidings we had from XVIII. What should I ask beside? That, came we hither riding. 'Twould give him much content. My sister Kriemhild, likewise, hath many a message sent. 1728. If I may give you counsel. So Hagen to them spake. Beg that the noble Dietrich and his good warriors make some better declaration of what they have in mind, and tell us to what humor Dame Kriemhild is inclined. 1729. Then the three mighty chieftains to speak apart withdrew. Gunther to wit, and Gernot, and the Lord Dietrich, too. Now, knight of Bern, pray tell us, thou noble warrior good, what of the queen thou knowest, and what may be her mood. 1730. The knight of Bern made answer. What can I tell you more? I hear her every morning, weeping and wailing sore. This wedded wife of XVIII, in manner piteous, to the great God of heaven, for stalwart Siegfried's loss. 1731. It may not be averted. That boldest man declared. Volker, the fiddle player. The doom whereof we've heard. To court we're bound to journey, there for ourselves to see what fate for us good warriors among the Huns shall be. 1732. So hence the bold Burgundians to court rode on their way, after their country's fashion, in glorious array. And many a bold man marvelled among the Hun folk there, at Hagen, lord of Tronje, what kind of man he were. 1733. For since was told the story, that was enough alone. How he the Netherlander Siegfried to death had done, the stoutest of all warriors, the husband of Kriemhild. With questions about Hagen, the court was well nigh filled. 1734. of goodly growth and presence. The hero was, no doubt, broad-shouldered and deep-chested. His hair was flecked about with streaks of grisly color. Long in the shank was he, and stony was his visage. He walked right royally. 1735. Then quarters were appointed for the Burgundian men. The whole of Gunther's followers were sundered from him then. This by the queen was compassed, with hatred for him filled. Hence all the yeomen, later, were in their hostel killed. 1736. Since Dankwart, Hagen's brother, the marshal had been made, the king with zeal commended the men to him, and bade that he would seek their comfort, and let them have their fill. This chief of the Burgundians bore all of them goodwill. 1737. And now came Queen Kriemhilda, with all her company, that she might greet the Nibelungs with feigned courtesy. But Giselher, her brother, she kissed and took his hand. This Hagen saw, and tighter he laced his helmet's band. 1738. In view of such a greeting, thus Hagen blurted out, a prompt and ready warrior may well have some misdoubt. To kings and to their vassals, greetings unlike befall. We've made no lucky journey to this high festival. 1739. To those who fain would see thee, said she, now welcome be. Thou shalt not have a greeting, for friendship's sake from me. Say what it is thou bringest from Worms beyond the Rhine, that thou so great a welcome shouldst have from me and mine. 1740. If I had heard the tidings, so Hagen spake again, that you for gifts were looking at hands of every thane. Had I myself been wealthy, I would have twice bethought, or ever to this country my gifts for you I brought. 1741. 'Tis rather you, who tidings to me should give, to wit, the Nibelungen treasure. What have ye done with it? It was mine own possession, and that right well you knew. 'Twas this ye should have brought me to Etzel's land with you. 1742. Faith, my lady Kriemhild, 'tis now full many a day since when at my disposal the Nibelung treasure lay. At bidding of my masters, 'twas sunk in the Rhine tide, there till the day of judgment. In sooth, it may abide. 1743. Then spake the queen in answer, 'Tis even as I thought. Right little of it have you for me to this land brought, although 'twas mine, and whilom within my power it lay. Since when I've spent thereover full many a dreary day. 1744. The devil a bit I bring you. Sir Hagen fell to swear. I have my shield to carry, and that's enough to bear, together with my mailcoat. My helm's a trifling thing. My sword I have in hand though, so not for you I bring. 1745. Thereon the queen spake loudly unto those warriors all, let no man any weapon carry into the hall. Give them to me, ye heroes. I'll keep them safe for you. Nay, by my troth, cried Hagen, that will we never do. 1746. I covet not the honor, gentle princess and fair, that thou unto the hostel my shield thyself shouldst bear, nor other of my weapons. Thou hast a queen become, so taught me not my father. I will be chamber groom. 1747. Oh woe on all my sorrow, Kriemhilda loudly said. How is it that my brother and Hagen are afraid to leave their shields in keeping? They have been warned, I see. And knew I who had done it, I'd give him death for fee. 1748. Thereon Lord Dietrich answered, and said to her in scorn, 'Twas I that took upon me these noble kings to warn. And Hagen warned I likewise, the brave Burgundian. Come on, thou devil's daughter, do me the worst you can. 1749. Ashamed and sore confounded at this was Etzel's wife, for bitterly with Dietrich she feared to be at strife. She found no word to answer, but went away in haste, whilst but a few sharp glances upon her foes she cast. 1750. Then hand by hand 2 warriors took each of other hold. The one was noble Dietrich, the other Hagen bold. Then spake in courtly manner that knight of spirit high, your coming to the Hunfolk doth grieve me, verily. 1751. Seeing the Queen hath spoken such words to you but now. Then Hagen spake, of Tronje. 'Twill matter not, I trow. In such wise with each other parleyed the 2 brave men. Meanwhile King Etzel saw them, and fell to questioning then. 1752. I would that some one told me. The mighty sovereign said, who is that warrior yonder, to whom Sir Dietrich bade so heartily a welcome? Of courage high is he, whoever were his father, a hero must he be. 1753. Then one of Kriemhild's liegemen to answer him began. He is by birth of Tronje. His sire was Aldrian. How blithe soe'er he bears him, he hath a spirit grim. You shall yourself discover. I tell no lies of him. 1754. How shall I have occasion to know he is so stern? The many sly devices as yet he had to learn, wherewith to catch her kinsmen. The Queen sought to contrive that none of them from Huntsland again might come alive. 1755. Well knew I that same Aldrian, a liegeman of mine own, and here with me he won him much honor and renown. 'Twas I a knight who dubbed him, and gave him of my gold. My faithful Helka bore him much kindness, too, of old. 1756. And all, by that same token, of Hagen know I well. Into my hands for hostage 2 goodly children fell, he and the Spanish Walther, who being to manhood bred, I sent back Hagen, Walther, with Hildegunda fled. 1757. He thought of the old stories, and all that happed of yore. His olden friend of Tronje he gladly saw once more, who in his youth good service to him ne'er failed to lend. Soon he in age repaid him by death of many a friend. Adventure. Chapter 29. How he stood not up before her. 1758. This famous pair of warriors asunder then withdrew. Hagen, the lord of Tronje, and noble Dietrich, too, whereon across his shoulder looked Gunther's man around, in hope to see a comrade, whom in a trice he found. 1759. For there Sir Volker standing by Giselher he saw. He begged that cunning minstrel aside with him to draw, for well was he acquainted with his unyielding mood. In sooth, he was in all points a warrior bold and good. 1760. They left the lords together, standing in the courtyard. 'Twas seen how they twain only, and not another, fared across the court wide stretching, before a palace great. Those chosen men of valor had fear of no man's hate. 1761. They sat upon a settle against the palace front, hard by a hall which Kriemhild herself to use was wont. Brightly upon their bodies their noble raiment shone, and plenty who beheld them would gladly them have known. 1762. Like wild beasts of the forest, those haughty heroes then were gaped upon and gazed at by all the Hunnish men. The wife of XVIII spied them athwart a window pane, whereby the fair Kriemhilda was sorely grieved again. 1763. It brought to mind her sorrow. She fell to weeping then, whereat was mickle marvel among King XVIII's men. What could have thus so quickly troubled their lady's mood? She answered, that hath Hagen, ye heroes bold and good. 1764. They spake unto the lady, how can this thing have been, when we ourselves but lately have you so happy seen? None can have been so hardy, such evil to have wrought, else bid us to avenge it. His life shall go for naught. 1765. For ever would I serve him, who would my wrongs repay, to give him all he asked for. I would be ready, I. Upon my knees I beg you. So spake the royal wife. Avenge me now on Hagen, that he may lose his life. 1766. Then 60 gallant warriors girded their armor on, who, for the love of Kriemhild, were keen to set upon and make an end of Hagen, the ever valiant one, and likewise of the minstrel. 'Twas all with forethought done. 1767. But when the queen beheld them, how small a band they made, in grim and gloomy humor, she to the heroes said, ye must leave unaccomplished what ye would take in hand. I, never against Hagen, so few will dare to stand. 1768. How strong and bold soever Hagen of Tronje be, the man who sits beside him is stronger far than he. Volker, the fiddler, namely, he is an evil wight. These heroes to encounter ye will not find so light. 1769. When they had heard this warning, still more took heart of grace. 400 gallant warriors, that queen of noble race, had set her heart upon it, to do her foes despite. Whence soon was mickle sorrow made ready for each knight. 1770. Now when she saw her liegemen, with arms and armor clad, unto the ready warriors, the noble lady bade, abide ye here a little. Aye, stand ye quiet so. I mean to put my crown on, and to my foemen go. 1771. And hark while I upbraid him for what he did to me. This Hagen, lord of Tronje, King Gunther's knight in fee. So arrogant I know him, he'll give me not the lie, and eke care I as little what he shall get thereby. 1772. Then looked the fiddle player, the minstrel bold, and lo, he saw the noble lady along a stairway go, that led down from the palace. And when he that espied the ever valiant Volker, unto his comrade cried. 1773. Now look ye there, friend Hagen, How yonder cometh nigh? She who into this country hath lured us faithlessly. With king's wife saw I never so many men around, bearing in hand their weapons, as for a battle bound. 1774. Know'st thou, friend Hagen, whether they hatred to thee bear? If so, I fain would counsel that thou the better care shouldst take of life and honor. I, that, methinks, were good. Unless I am mistaken, they are in wrathful mood. 1775. And some there are among them, so exceeding broad of breast, that who would rest in surety hath little time to waste. I ween, beneath their clothing, their hauberks bright they wear, but whom therewith they threaten, I nowise can declare. 1776. Then spake in mood of anger Hagen, the valiant one. For me, right well I know it, the whole of this is done, that thus their unsheathed weapons they carry in the hand. Yet will I, notwithstanding, ride to Burgundian land. 1777. Now say if thou, friend Volker, thine aid to me wilt lend. If so be Kriemhild's liegemen to fight with me intend, that let me hear you promise, as I am dear to you, and evermore I'll answer to you with service true. 1778. Aye, surely will I help thee. The gallant minstrel spake. Saw I a king come hither, attack on us to make, with all his warriors round him. So long as I should live, I would not fail to help thee, and not a foot would give. 1779. Thy service, noble Volker, may God in heaven requite. What further can I ask for? If thou by me wilt fight, since thou art fain to aid me, as I am glad to hear, these blades may come and welcome, with all their warlike gear. 1780. Now from the seat upstand we. Then said the man of song, she is a sovereign lady, and let her pass along. Let us that honor pay her. She is of noble birth, thereby our own condition shall seem of greater worth. 1781. For love of me, I pray thee, do it not, Hagen spake, lest otherwise these warriors perchance the deed mistake, and think that I had risen through fear upon my feet. For such as her and her kind, I'll never leave my seat. 1782. For both of us 'twere better, methinks, to let it be. Why should I do her honor, who bears such hate to me? Nay, that will I do never, as long as I have life. Nor care I for the hatred of royal Etzel's wife. 1783. The overweening Hagen, across his knees laid down a bare and shining weapon, upon whose pommel shone a very brilliant jasper, greener than any sword. Kriemhilda well remembered that it was Siegfried's sword. 1784. When she that sword remembered, a grief it needs must be. The hilt of it was golden, its sheath red broidery. It brought to mind her sorrow. Her tears began to fall. I ween the hardy Hagen had therefore done it all. 1785. Upon the bench towards him the valiant Volker drew a fiddle bow, a strong one, and long and mighty, too, which to a sword had likeness, right keen and broad of blade. The pair of doughty heroes thus sat there undismayed. 1786. The valiant twain so lordly seemed, in their own conceit. They did not deem it fitting to stand up from their seat, for fear of man or woman. Whereon, with foe-like mien, nigh to their feet, to greet them, came up the noble queen. 1787. She spake, now tell me, Hagen, who sent to bid you here, that riding in our country, thou darest to appear? Thou, too, who so well knowest what thou hast done to me. Hadst thou been well advised, thou best hadst let it be. 1788. No one hath sent to fetch me. Hagen in answer said, but hither to this country 3 warriors you bade. My masters they are called. To them I service owe. On any royal journey I scarce could fail to go. 1789. Said she, now tell me further. How was it thou didst that, for which thou hast deserved my everlasting hate? Thou was it who didst Siegfried, my well-loved husband, slay, whom I must mourn forever, until my dying day. 1790. He spake, what boots that further? Of talk we have no need. I am that selfsame Hagen, who did to death Siegfried, the mighty-handed hero. How dearly he repaid the flouts which Dame Kriemhilda on fair Brunhilda laid. 1791. It is not to be doubted, O great and mighty Queen, of all your baleful sorrows, that I have guilty been. Now be it man or woman, let them avenge who will. Though I should then gainsay you, I've done you grievous ill. 1792. Said she, now hark ye, warriors. He doth not e'en deny that he hath worked my sorrow. What may befall thereby? To him, ye men of XVIII, of no account I hold. Then looked on one another those haughty thanes and bold. 1793. It doubtless had befallen, whichever had begun the strife, that these 2 comrades the honor would have won, seeing how oft in battle they gallantly had fought. In dread the others shrank from the deed they had in thought. 1794. Then spake one of the warriors, why look ye so on me? From what I erewhile promised, I would that I were free. For sake of no one's largesse, would I forego my life. Aye, to our ruin go we, led by King Etzel's wife. 1795. Whereafter spake another, to that same thought I hold. Were anyone to give me whole towers of good red gold, I'd care not to contend with that fiddler willingly, for dread of the swift glances that in his eyes I see. 1796. Hagen have I known also, and from his early youth. Thus little can be told me about that night, forsooth. In 22 battles I've seen him, in the strife, whereby hath heartfelt sorrow befallen many a wife. 1797. On many a foray went they, he and the Spaniard, when they were here with Etzel. Ofttimes a battle hard they fought for the king's honor, and many such befell, whereof one must of Hagen much to his honor tell. 1798. At that time this same warrior was but a child in years. They who were then but youngsters, how grey are now their hairs. Now he is come to wisdom, a man of ruth is he, and eke he wieldeth Balmung, won by foul treachery. 1799. With that the thing was settled, that none should strike a blow whereby the queen was stricken unto the heart with woe. The heroes all disbanded, fearful lest death indeed be dealt them by the fiddler. In sooth they had good need. 1800. Then spake anon the fiddler. We have right plainly seen that foemen here beset us, as we forewarned have been. Now to the court return we, and seek the sovereigns there, that no one, then, our masters, to meet in strife may dare. 1801. How oft a man, faint-hearted, will let a chance slip by, when if a friend beside him upheld him cheerfully, and with good understanding, he would not do the same. Right many a man by forethought is saved from loss and shame. 1802. Where you go I will follow, Hagen was quick to say. Then back into the courtyard forthwith they took their way, where still in grand assembly waited the knightly crowd. And then the valiant Volker began to speak aloud. 1803. And say unto his masters, how long here will ye stay, to let yourselves be crowded? To court ye should away, and from the king discover what he in mind may have. Then might one see foregather the heroes good and brave. 1804. The Prince of Bern, Sir Dietrich, took hold of by the hand Gunther, the mighty ruler of the Burgundian land. Irnfried was fain with Gernot, that right bold man, to fare. And Rudiger went walking to court with Giselher. 1805. How are the rest companioned? And so to court passed on, betwixt Volker and Hagen. Of parting there was none, save only in one struggle, which ended their two lives, and caused sad weeping later to many noble wives. 1806. Upon the king's attending, one saw to court go then their nobly born retainers, 1,000 gallant men, and 60 warriors also. Along with them had come the same that valiant Hagen had brought with him from home. 1807. And Hayward eke and Eyering, a pair of chosen worth, by one another walking, went with the sovereigns forth. Dankwart and also Wolfhart, a thane of courage rare, these well before the others upheld their honor there. 1808. When came the lord of Rhineland within the palace door, Etzel, the mighty monarch, refrained himself no more, but from his seat up sprang he, seeing him entering. A better greeting never was given by a king. 1809. Be welcome, my lord Gunther. And you, Lord Gernot, too. And Giselher, your brother. My zealous service true, I have already sent you to Worms beyond the Rhine. And all your followers also shall welcome be as mine. 1810. I bid a hearty welcome to you, ye knightly pair, to Volker the right valiant, and eke to Hagen there, from me and from my lady, unto this land of mine. She messengers in plenty hath sent ye to the Rhine. 1811. Hagen of Tronge answered, so heard I, more than once. And had I for my masters not come unto the Huns, yet would I you to honor have ridden to this land. The noble host then kindly his guests took by the hand. 1812. And to the seat he brought them, where he himself had sat. Then to the guests they offered, they busily did that, in wide-mouthed golden goblets, wine, mead and mulberry, and bade to the newcomers a welcome heartily. 1813. Then spake the royal Etzel, I will to you confess Naught in this world could give me a greater happiness than ye have given me, heroes, in coming thus to me, whereby the Queen is also from mickle grief set free. 1814. And ofttimes have I marvelled, what was the fault in me? So many guests right noble have I been wont to see, that ye unto my country to come did never deign. But now that I have seen you, to joy is turned my pain. 1815. Said Rudiger in answer, a knight of noble mood, well may you see them gladly. Their faith indeed is good, and all my lady's kinsfolk the same can well uphold. They bring unto your palace full many a warrior bold. 1816. The even of midsummer, at mighty Etzel's court, these princes made their entry, and seldom hath report told of such royal welcome as on these chiefs he spent. Now was it time for eating, and all to table went. 1817. Amidst his guests more nobly, a host ne'er took his seat. For them there was abundance, whereof to drink and eat, and everything they wanted, it was already made. For truly of these heroes great marvels had been said. Adventure. Chapter 30. How they kept watch and ward. 1818. Now was the daylight ended, and night began to close. Amid the wayworn warriors, disquietude arose. For when they were to rest them, and to their beds begone, this mooted was by Hagen, and soon it was made known. 1819. Unto the host spake Gunther, God grant you long to live. We now would hence to slumber. We pray thee leave to give. We'll come tomorrow morning, if thou dost order so. Right pleasantly agreed he, and bade his guests to go. 1820. One saw the people crowding, the guests on every side. Then Volker the undaunted unto the Hunfolk cried, how dare ye get in front of the warriors' very feet? If ye will not give over, with trouble ye will meet. 1821. A fiddle stroke so heavy on one of you I'll lay, that, hath he a well-wisher, that same may rue the day. Give place there to us warriors, 'twill be the best for you. Folk call ye knights, but little ye have a kin thereto. 1822. Whilst spake the fiddle player, so wrathfully his mind, the valiant Hagen turned him, and gave a glance behind. Said he, the gallant minstrel hath warned you properly. Ye heroes of Kriemhilda, back to your homes go ye. 1823. The plan ye are devising will not come off, I trow. Come back tomorrow morning, if ye have aught to do, and leave us weary strangers this night to rest in peace. I ween that heroes ever so do in such like case. 1824. Anon the guests were taken into a roomy hall, which found they well provided to suit the warriors all, with richly furnished bedsteads that were both wide and long. The while Dame Kriemhild plotted to do them grievous wrong. 1825. Right goodly mats from Eris all round about were spread, of bright-hued wool stuffs woven, and many a cover bed wrought of Arabian samite, the finest that might be, whereon were borders broidered that shone right gloriously. 1826. The coverlets of ermine did many a man espy, and others of black sable, whereunder they might lie, and pass the night in comfort, until the dawn of day. A king and all his courtiers so softly never lay. 1827. O woe, for this night's sojourn. So spake young Giselher. And woe for all my comrades, who hither with us fare. Howbeit that my sister so kind a bidding gave, by cause of her, I fear me, we all our deaths shall have. 1828. Now let your mind be easy. Hagen the Thane answered. I will from now till morning myself keep watch and ward. And well I swear to guard you until the break of day. Till then be all untroubled. Then, save himself who may. 1829. Then bowed they all before him, and gave him thanks therefore, and to their beds betook them. Nor was it long before laid down in rest and slumber was every goodly man, to don his arms the hero. Hagen the bold, began. 1830. Then up and spake the minstrel, Volker the gallant thane. If thou dost not disdain it, then, Hagen, I am fain tonight to keep guard with thee until the morning break. Right heartily the hero his thanks to Volker spake. 1831. Now God in heaven reward you, Volker, my comrade true. To none in all my troubles, save only unto you, would I for aidance turn me. If need should e'er befall, one day I will repay you, if death do not forestall. 1832. Then in their shining raiment, they twain their bodies clad, and each of them his buckler upon his forearm had. They went without the castle, to stand the gateway by, and there the guests they guarded. 'Twas done right faithfully. 1833. Volker the ever ready then from his arm unbraced his shield, it was a good one, which 'gainst the wall he placed. Back to the hall he hastened, and there his fiddle seized, and as became a hero, his friends therewith he pleased. 1834. Beneath the doorway sat he, upon a seat of stone, a braver fiddle player, in sooth had ne'er been known, with such sweet-sounding music upon the strings he played, that all the high-born strangers their thanks to Volker paid. 1835. The sweet clang of his viol made all the house resound. His strength and skill together right excellent were found. More softly and more sweetly to fiddle he began, and lulled upon their couches full many a troubled man. 1836. And when they all were sleeping, and he thereof was sure, the thane took up his buckler upon his arm once more, and went outside the chamber, before the tower to stand, to guard the sleeping strangers against Kriemhilda's band. 1837. When halfway spent the night was, or earlier it might be, the gallant Volker, watching a shining helm could see, far off amid the darkness. 'Twas one of Kriemhild's men, who all to do a mischief unto the guests were fain. 1838. Then spake the fiddle player, my friend, Sir Hagen, there together it is fitting that we this trouble share. I've seen some folk in armor before the house but now, else I am much mistaken, they'll set on us, I trow. 1839. Then hold thy peace, quoth Hagen, and let them nearer come, or ever they can see us. Our swords will have struck home, and split their helmets for them. With double-handed might, we'll send them back to Kriemhild, methinks, in sorry plight. 1840. One of the Hunnish warriors had soon enough espied that guarded was the doorway. How suddenly he cried, the matter we intended In sooth will not go well. I see the fiddle player standing as sentinel. 1841. A brightly polished helmet upon his head hath he, of pure, hard-tempered metal, and strong, and blemish-free. His hauberk's rings are glowing as fiery embers would. By him stands also Hagen. The guests have watchmen good. 1842. Forthwith they turned them backwards. When Volker that espied, again to his companion, in wrathful voice, he cried, Now let me from the palace, after the warriors go, of Dame Kriemhilda's liegemen. Somewhat I fain would know. 1843. Nay, do it not, said Hagen. I pray you by my love. These ever-ready warriors, if from the house you move, would with their swords, I doubt not, bring you such straits to face, that I should have to help you. Were't death to all my race. 1844. For whilst we two together are busy in the fray, some 2 or 4 among them will to the house away, and quickly force an entrance, and some foul mischief do unto our sleeping comrades, which we shall ever rue. 1845. Then Volker spake in answer. Let it be settled so. But that I've seen them coming, at least will let them know. So Kriemhild's men hereafter shall never dare deny that they would fain against us have wrought vile treachery. 1846. With that, towards them Volker sent forth a lusty shout. Ye nimble knights, in armor, why go ye thus about? Ye warriors of Kriemhilda, if ye on foray ride, myself and my companion, ye should have at your side. 1847. No word there came in answer. Then wrathful waxed his mood. Fie on ye, skulking rascals, shouted the hero good. Would ye have caught us sleeping, and murdered every one? So foul a deed on heroes hath never yet been done. 1848. Unto the queen right truly was told how lucklessly her messengers had prospered. Good cause for grief had she, then otherwise contrived she. So cruel was her mood, by which ere long to perish were heroes bold and good.